Hello everybody and welcome to day 2 of Bellum against Elite Stara Zagora 2024. What an amazing tournament we have here, what an amazing lineup. This is day 2 and yesterday the matches were amazing. Today they are even going to get better. We have extreme matches coming up. We are going to start off with Lambo and Trainer, which is a magnificent ZVZ to kick things off for today. How are you guys feeling? Happy to hear that. Well, since we are all here gathered for the games, without further ado, let's introduce the players, Rainer and Wambo. Alright, guys, before we start the matches, I want to ask you just very quickly, how are you feeling today?
Feeling fantastic, very fresh, ready to play.
Alright, did something help for this freshness? I mean, like the sun or the good water here?
It's just the fresh air of Bulgaria and yeah, no, that's it.
Alright, thank you. And Wambo, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling fantastic. I had a perfect, good night of sleep, and I'm feeling ready.
Nice. Are you ready to take on Rainer? He is a ZVZ master, but you are one as well. So, do you have something prepared for him?
No, nothing prepared. But he's going to play Terra in the first game, so should be good.
Yeah, can you confirm that?
I confirm that.
Why are you going to play Terran though? I saw you play Protoss one time against Zero, but now you're kind of off racing Terran. Why is that?
I just decided to. That's it.
Yeah, well, Terran won the World Championship, right? So you want to try it out. Alright, guys, shake hands and let's go to the games. And now, guys, I want to introduce the casters for the first series. Bellum and Nitix, take it away.
8 best of 3s yesterday, and now it's only 4 before we move into the knockout bracket. But this one, we thought it was a ZVZ Nitix. I'm like, great, you're just going to take me through this. It's going to be fun. And then Rainer says, yeah, no, I got other plans. Like, let's do something different.
Yeah, we'll see how it's going to go. Maybe he's going to switch afterwards if things don't go right.
Yeah, you know, I think we were talking before the series about, okay, you know, Rainer, he played Terran against MSRM. MSRM almost got him in one of them with the game that actually got him with the game that should have been a draw. But now it's like, okay, Lambo, he's a level up. Maybe he's 2 levels up here. And Rainer, again, very good player. His Zerg world tier, right? His Protoss against Zerg, incredibly good. I don't know that his Terran is necessarily at that same kind of world-stomping level.
Well, I know his ladder turn is pretty good. And he's played pros as well. He also plays Zerg, so he's basically a player, a jack of all trades. He plays every single race at a very high level, so it's going to be very interesting. And TVG is a great matchup.
That it is. And also, as we take a look at the maps that we're going to get here today, right, or just the map pool in general, you'd be hard-pressed to say that this is not a bit of a Terran pool. So, yeah. You know, maybe you play Protoss when there are good Protoss maps. You go when Crimson Court is something that you can inflict upon your opponent without having to go and deal with the Terran push yourself. You can make that happen, and you know, we can just play to the map pool a little bit.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to find a good map as a Zerg player against Terran. We'll see which maps they're going to pick.
Okay. Wow. So as we're getting here, it sounds like we have production in our ear a little bit. We know the maps, Nitix.
Yeah.
It's gonna be Ghost River, map number 1. So if you're Rainer here and you're like, I'm playing Terran, hey, there we go. Quickest rush distance in the pool, 2 base all-ins. Seems like he built the bands to make this work.
Yeah. And now it's going to be a ZVT on Ghost River.
Yeah.
And this map is notoriously hard for Zerg. But lately Zero has shown some ways to deal with it. Taking a fast, was it 4th or 5th base of the Terran to mine him out and play the late game. So we'll see what Lambo's going to do.
Yeah, that is certainly, as we're talking about Ghost River, it's super short, right? Just natural to natural, you run across, you siege up, it's pain. But if the game is able to go late, it has that kind of golden or that golden wall problem, right? Where you go and pushing from the Terran main base onto the opposite side of the map, it becomes very long. It's a long rush distance. Absolutely, it's something that you can look to punish. What I think is also kind of interesting here, as we're talking about this concept of race switching, is the fact that Oceanborn is going to be map number 2. Map 1, a very good Terran map, right? Does a very good job of unlocking those early aggressive plays. And then Oceanborn's a much more standard map, right? A much more macro map, and it's not something that Rainer's going to feel pressured to necessarily play any real particular race.
Yeah, it's a pretty normal map. It doesn't seem like anyone can pick a race depending on the map. It's pretty standard. We'll see what he's going to decide.
Yeah, certainly giving him that flexibility, right, as you go. It's like, oh, maybe Terran works out great. Maybe his 3-Rax Reaper or whatever it is that he decides to go for works really nicely for him. And, you know, maybe it doesn't. Then you change your ways a little bit. And Oceanborn does give that flexibility. But, you know, again, as we get ready to get into this series, you know, Raynor, again, he's not playing ZVZ. This is, it's hard to know exactly how to talk about this matchup. But against Lambo, even with this Terran, is this a 2-0? Is this a 2-1? Is this a match that you think Lambo takes?
Well, I was thinking about the ZVZ, so I'm not sure about the ZVT. But I think Lambo should have at least a slight edge.
All right. Well,
it's simply his main race.
Yeah, we talk about edges here. We're going to have to find just how sharp that edge is because we're into map 1. It's Ghost River. And in the upper right, in the blue, he's playing Zerg. He's playing the race that he actually plays. For the Shopify Rebellion, it's Lambo.
And in the upper left corner, as a green Terran player, is the Italian stallion. It's Reina.
And I love, by the way, what production's done here, you know. Generally, it's like red-blue, right? But they're like, no. Bellum, Gen, Stara Zagora, our colors are green and blue. We're going to put green lights in the booths. We're going to make everything. We're going to make this, you know.
Very fancy.
We're going to make this very, very fancy, absolutely.
And let's see. So the nice thing about this map, at least, is that you can easily scout if it's a 2-Rax Reaper, because the first Overlord gets to the natural very fast. It's pretty close.
Yeah, you know, it certainly does here. But Raynor's not, I don't think he's going to go for that. I think if I'm Raynor here, you showed 3-Rax Reaper, right? He did that against MSRM. It's like, okay, well, you know, it didn't really work out anyways. And you do have to be careful, right? We talked about Ghost River. It has these aggressive options for the Terran. You can run across. You can kind of siege up the low ground, put pressure into the natural. It also can be vulnerable to these roach timings, right? There's 19 drone roach, 34, 36 drone roach, because again, of those push timings. So Raynor, again, I think this is a very good Terran map in the early game, absolutely. But you do have to be careful for Lambo. And I think if you're playing your off race, I think that's the other piece of context here. If you're playing your off race, you're not going to be quite as good in the anti-cheese as maybe, say, if you drilled many, many more hours in your main race.
Yeah, definitely. And also on this map, you don't have a choice of a third base. You're forced to expand downwards, and this makes your main very vulnerable to a Nidus. If you push a third base and you Nidus in the main, it's very dangerous because it's so far away. And with roaches, this can definitely work out very well on this map.
I love Raynor, though. I mean, this is just taking advantage, right? It's like, yeah, you know, maybe Lambo's not ready for this, so I'm just going to go eBay block your third base. But this is also what you're talking about. There's only one viable third base. So it's not like, really, any other map in the pool where it's like, okay, you sent an SCV, you blocked one of my bases, that's annoying, but I can just go take the other. It's Lambo's now going to be stuck on 2 bases for quite a while. Now, this will likely change how Lambo wants to play. Instead of playing, you know, very macros, ooh, drone gets very low. But instead of playing in a more macro, that we might expect to see maybe a quicker lair as a response, maybe quicker roaches as a response. Because the longer this goes on, I mean, we're almost 3 minutes into this game, Nitix, and not only is the third base not taken, the eBay really hasn't even been contested yet.
Oh yeah, it's very interesting because on this map, the Zergs, they go pull first so that they can clear the third base and take it. But this time Lambo went, I think, hash first. And he also pulled from gas, so I don't think he was thinking about an engineering bay block at all. No. So that really slowed him down.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is massive. We're not going to get a third base before like 3:30 going down, before like 44 maybe supply.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
Rainer's going to, no, he's not going to cancel it. That would have been nice, though, you know, delay it just a little bit more. And Raynor behind this, you know, we're talking about, okay, does he have something weird? Does he do something interesting? Well, on map 1, he's just playing standard to standard gets, right? Hellions into Reaper, into Hellion, into Banshees, likely going to be a third base after that fairly quickly, and just playing safe. He got the damage already early.
I think he knows that on this map, he just wants to exhaust the Zerg. He knows that if he goes into an even game, in late game on this map, as a Terran, he has a slight advantage, because he's more efficient.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's kind of funny, right? We talked about, okay, it's going to be really hard. Is the Ling's actually going to find their way in? Getting a couple SCVs is very nice for Lambo. And he's going to get 4 SCVs here for 6 Lings. You take that one twice on Sunday.
That's absolutely amazing.
Yeah, 100%. But, you know, we're talking about this map. It's like, okay, you know, the map goes late. It becomes a little harder for the Terran to push. We should also point out this map has one of the fewest amount of bases in the pool, right? It's only 6 per side. And it's like, okay, well, yeah, maybe it's hard for Terran to push. But Terrans love these these late games where there are just less maps or less bases on the map, right? Because it's a lot harder for Lamb to go and steal money from his opponent. It's a lot. You run out of money just that much faster in this game.
Oh yeah, basically, if nothing happens on this map and people just expand, the players just expand, the Terran is going to come out ahead. But, so the Zerg has to make something happen, which is kind of like in reverse of what usually happens in ZVT, where the Terran has to do something. Here the Zerg has to do something and take one of the bases from the Terran to mine it out.
Yeah, I mean, that's really how late game has been evolving. Late game ZVT has been evolving at this point, where you just go and it's like, well, you're never gonna. Well, maybe if you're Serral, I've seen a couple games where he's been miracles doing so. As Lings are now going to find their way into the natural once again. This one's a lot bigger, so a couple Lings getting on top of this third command center that wants to go down, and the SCV's nowhere really to go.
Oh, they got blocked.
Yeah, this is a problem right now. Massive economic damage that Raynor is dealing with. And also, he doesn't have any pressure on the map anymore. These Hellions that were trying to poke around the third base, not really able to do what they want. So the Hellions that return home, benefit of Ghost River is the distance between your opponent's third base and your natural is not all that long. And actually, less SCV died than I thought they would.
Yeah, surprisingly, only 3 SCVs died there.
Yeah. But still mining time lost, right?
Oh, yeah,
still delay on the third base, still the Hellions have to run home. And funnily enough, the 6-ling run by was technically more efficient, but...
Raynor went for 8 Hellions, which is a lot of Hellions. I don't know what he was trying to do, but it didn't work out because he had to go back. And now we have a slight poke with the Hellions against the Queens. Not much going to happen here. Just going to try to delay the creep.
I mean, Lambo is very supply blocked right now, though. He's having to build 8 Overlords at a time. He lost 1 Overlord, I think, probably scouting in. But even before then, right? You know, when we talk about these early games, Lambo's done a great job getting damage done. 100%. Sure. Like, this is far more than we see in maybe 90% of ZVTs, how much the Zerg can get done. But if you're supply blocked for about 25 seconds, and not even like just, oh, you know, you're 82 out of 84, but like actively hard capped, that removes your droning quite a bit, that slows that down. It really does minimize all the damage that Lambo's been kind of scrapping for in this early game.
Oh yeah. No matter how much damage you do, when you get a supply block like that, you're almost thinking like, I hope I got out even from that. And also, that super late third base messed up his Overlord timings, and it supply blocked him as well, very much.
Yeah, no, 100%. But now Lambo, again, he's trying to get ready, moving into the mid-game, right? It's 1-1 on the way. He's playing Lingbane Hydra. So not one of these kind of nouveau roach into, like, these quick ultra timings that have become much more, especially on this map. I mean, the amount of times that we've seen players like Raynor and Serral go and just hit ultras before 9 minutes, run across the map, kill the Terran. It's often, and I'm actually a little surprised we're not seeing that nouveau play again against Raynor, mainly because, well, you know, this is his off race, and if you can do something that's maybe newer, something that is just a crisp timing. Again, we talked about this earlier. That's something that, again, if this is your off race, it's something that is likely going to be a little bit more difficult to defend than just kind of like a standard macro game.
Yeah, but the Lingbane Hydra in general for Zerg is a very comfortable army to play with, and maybe Lambo thinks that I'm just going to have a good engagement with Lingbane Hydra, I'm just going to win the game because it's his off race. So we'll see how it's going to go.
Well, you know, we talk about it.
And we have a fast a relatively okay Hive.
Yeah, just a little quick. That tells us, okay, we're talking about Lingbane Hydra, likely going to be lurkers as the follow-up out of this. But now the question is whether Raynor's going to see this Dropper Lord into the natural. So many low SCVs. He's going to pull away just in time, and Baneling speed is not done. So nice last-second reaction there from Raynor. But now, in the main base here, there are 2 Banelings in this. Gotta split away against this one. And Raynor looks like he's going to take some damage. But more than anything else, the hot pick up there, Nidix. Lambo's not giving him anything.
Oh, yeah. Is he going to save it? He saves the Baneling. Nice, very good. But he only took 2, he got 2 SCVs from that. It's okay, lots of mining time lost.
Yeah, reasonable amount of mining time, but now, you know, Raynor's like, okay, look, you put pressure on the map here, it's my turn. And 16, 15 Marines in double medevac, that does hit a little bit harder, but Lambo's on top of this, right? He's got vision where he needs to, he's got creep spread where he needs to. We'll lose an Overseer because that's, you know, not the best. I mean, it flies, right? It goes over these rocks to make it a little harder for the rest of the army to join. But this is Lambo just buying time. Now, the one thing I want to point out here, we're 9 minutes into this game, and look at Lambo's creep spread, or more importantly, Nidix, the lack thereof.
Yeah, it's a bit scuffed. I guess opening 8 Hellions with a Banshee, it really scuffs your creeps. Also, on this map, it's a very good map for Terran to just expand and play their game, because they expand downwards, but also it's very hard to drop, because there's only one place to drop. It's basically close by air. So it's really hard to find damage with the drops like this.
Well, now we see Lambo doing what you were talking about. We talked about, before this game, Ghost River, the way you play this now, as Zerbs have figured out, is you don't even take maybe your 5th and 6th on your side of the map, you take it on your opponent's side of the map. Because you have that map control early. And eventually a Terran, 3-3, ghosts, tanks, all this late game stuff. Eventually, if they decide to commit to one area, they're going to commit to that area. It's going to be very hard for the Zerg to hold on to, so go steal the money from them when you have the time. And go steal the money from them when you have that 30 supply lead, when you have that map control. And that's exactly what Lambo's doing. He's posturing a little bit. He's got an army on the map. He's taking multiple bases here. And it looks like Rainer's got a little bit of pressure on that bottom side.
Oh, yeah.
Will force the cancel on the 6th. But again, that 5th base on Rainer's side of the map, that one absolutely uncontested.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he even knows about it, but also we have seen how good this 5th base, the forward 5th base is, when there is good creep spread. Now we'll see how Lambo is going to deal with, if Rainer sees it, how he's going to deal with it.
Well, we talk about dealing with things. Rainer was going for a double drop, and he just lost, I think, he's going to do, he's okay. But he just lost 16 Marines in a double drop on the north side. Bailey's looks like they made some good connections. So Lambo, Rainer, he had this idea. I'm going to play Terran. It's going to be a meme. And, Widow Mines can absolutely be a meme. But actually, look at the surround. The Rainer is starting to build up. This army is very separated for the moment here.
And the Bailings are so separated.
Yeah, they're just not getting the shots that they need. Vipers are here now, which means that some of these medevacs will fall. But Lambo, I was just about to say, look, he's punishing Rainer really well for maybe the hubris of playing Terran against a player as good as Lambo. But Rainer is starting to get some solid trades. He is on 4 bases here. He's got his 2-2 done, 3-3 very delayed, by the way. But, now's the pushing time. He's maxed out. He's got this army. Interestingly, he's folded a couple Hellbats into this army, not just pure biomine tank ideas.
Yeah, the Hellbats are kind of weird because they're stored in the airs, but let's see this huge battle here. Is Lambo going to commit? No, he's going to fall back to his 5th base, and he's just going to keep going back and forth and trying to kind of tire down Rainer.
Yeah, and I love the use of the blinding clouds. We think of blinding clouds, we think of Vipers. Okay, I can pull tanks out, I can drop a parasitic bomb on the medevacs, but dropping that blinding cloud,
especially in this spot over here.
Yeah, exactly right in the choke, right? So the Marines, their AI bugs out. They want to run straight into the Bailey's, like I'm gonna hit them.
Yeah.
And then you go down. So it's just a little bit more micro, a little bit more multitasking that is required of Rainer to go and make the fight. And you have to give the position up anyways. So Lambo, again, I like the flexibility with the Viper play. Rainer's still doing a really nice job. By the way, with that drop on the right side, continuing to cancel these bases as he pushes forward onto this 5th base that Lambo desperately wants. And now the setup is a lot more provisioned, right? A lot more stable. Not the entire army isn't forward. He's split up a little bit. And these blinding clouds on the Marines are actually really enabling this fight for Lambo. But the problem with taking this base so far forward is that your 4 hatches, your production hatches, are very far away. So it takes a little bit longer for Lings, a little bit longer for Banelings to start to show up on the fight. And that means that Rainer can continue to make this push happen. This army, for now, Rainer has started to build a supply lead. He's maxed out. Lambo has money to be maxed out, but does not have the larva at the time being. And these lurkers, we talked about this quick hive. That lurker den is just barely done.
It was barely done, but I think Lambo's going to be fine here. Oh, huge blinding cloud and Baneling connections there.
Oh, it was a friendly fire, I think, from the Widowmine that just knocked everything down. And we talked about this pressure from Rainer. 35 supply disappeared in the blink of an eye. And yes, again, he has this heavy production. Yes, he's absolutely pushing through his 4th base planetary. But going up this ramp is really, really hard. And Lambo's going to have his upgrade soon. +2 melee is going to be just about done. +3 armor or +3 carapace is going to be done soon. Eventually, we're going to have seismic spines as well, so these lurkers are going to be able to fire for full effect from the high ground. And I'm not seeing that transition out of Rainer. We don't see ghosts on the map. We don't see a heavy tank count on the map. No liberators, nothing to really control the space. And that means that Rainer, he's on a clock here. This tech that he's playing with is all about the mid game. And as Lambo continues to expand and continues to tech up, that tech becomes less and less relevant.
And also the medevacs are almost all of them at 1 HP, so they're not that pretty quickly. But Rainer is feeling, he's feeling like he has to do something because this base has been mined out so long that he's just going further behind. So he has to do something, and he's going for those kind of bad trades because he thinks he has to do something.
Yeah, I'd love to see what the resources lost is right now, but we talked about no transitions, right? We do have ghosts on the field. So, I mean, Rainer's still been trading fairly well, right? About +3K, but at this point in the game, you want to be +5,
yes.
+6, in that setup. So Rainer's like, okay, well, you know what? This high ground really hard to push into. There are lurkers here. We all saw that Cristiano clip. It's not really worth pushing into a concave of lurkers. But maybe I go somewhere else. Maybe I go where Lambo isn't, because he's been so far forward on the map with his entire
This is
army.
so dangerous with those low HP medivacs.
It really is. I'm surprised we haven't seen a blinding cloud or a parasitic bomb on them yet. Just, knock him down. Rainer's not really going to be able to react appropriately. But again, he is developing, right? There are 3 ghosts on the way. He's got +3 armor just about done. +3 attack is done. So, we're not quite at super late game Terran composition, but we're getting closer.
Oh, those lurkers are killing almost all the SCVs. Very good positioning to kill the repairing SCVs.
Yeah, absolutely there. So just knocking this bottom left side base down. Rainer's just not responding in the way that he needs to. Looks like some armies being deputized to get sent over, but I'm pretty sure that Planetary is dead. Meanwhile, Rainer maybe just a little bit distracted by that. He's got a couple medevacs that he can go lift up and go away, but most of that army will fall down. And Lambo is just trading. And by the way, no scans. So this one lurker is still here making this planetary burn. Rainer keeps trying to figure this out. But without any detection, there is nothing that you can do. So Lambo, he's got his forward base, he's got his 5th base done, he's got the bottom right, whatever he wants to take it. And Rainer, well, he just lost the bottom left planetary. He does not have the economy that he needs. Nice piece on the Vipers, by the way, making sure that at least there's not going to be some crazy abducts. But at this point, Lambo's starting to close out the map in a way that Rainer is just not comfortable with.
Yeah, even without a massive creep spread, he's just all over the map. I mean, he has the advantage. There's just not enough ghosts there.
Yeah, absolutely not. And now Rainer, not only does he not have a 5th base, which was really important, right? You do want to, at this point, 16 minutes, and you really do want that 5th base. You want to start taking bases from the Zerg. But he just lost his 4th. Rainer's economy is in the dumps. He's got 51 SCVs, sure. But his main base has got to be mined out or near about. His naturals are going to go out fairly shortly. Even his 3rd base has probably been muling that more. So not a lot of money left on the map for Rainer right now. He's got 180 supply, 130 army supply, which is not even all that big, as he floats his main base on over to the 4th base, trying to push through right now. But going into these high ground positions, as we've seen, is so very scary. Lurkers on the flank, it's going to get shut down. That's going to go well, but even still, Rainer has to pick up, go somewhere else. The full surround is just there, but now a lot of medevacs into the main base. This is trying to be the kill move, and I don't know about this, Nidix.
I don't know about this.
This doesn't feel good
The
at all.
Vipers are here now.
That they are. Lurkers on the low ground, parasitic bombs, and all these medevacs. And that was a kill move, Nidix, but not for Lambo.
So basically, Lambo did what he had to do on this map, take the 5th base of Reina and survive. He just has to defend it. Because as a Terran, when you see this base, you have a timer in your head, and you're thinking like, as long as this is mining, I'm going further and further behind, and I have to do something, and this forces you to take not very favorable trades.
Yeah, and again, it's all about putting pressure on the map, right? That's why you go, and that's why we saw even Lambo. Actually, I'm assuming he did this. We didn't really see, but that's why you go, and you don't even really, you pull saturation away from your interior bases to go mine out of that exposed base, because it's all about sapping as much money from these bases that should be the Terran base as possible before you go and, before eventually, again, if the Terran really commits themselves with like 20 ghosts and tanks and liberators, you're not really holding that position easily.
No. Basically, he wants to drink his milkshake.
Exactly. But now, again, we're going to move on to Oceanborn for map number 2. We saw game 1. Again, Rainer's Terran, clearly very good. Probably not to the same level of Lambo. Again, Lambo looked much, much stronger in that game. So if you're Rainer now, do you commit to the bit? Do you play Terran again? Do you play Protoss maybe? Do you go back into ZVZ?
I'm thinking some Protoss, actually, yeah. Because he wants to commit, but not commit with a Terran. He wants to commit with Protoss, maybe.
ZVZ, even if Rainer's like 16-28 maps against him, is like 24-3 in series, even if Rainer has owned a Lambo historically, I mean, there are very few people he hasn't owned, but even if Rainer has owned a Lambo historically, ZVZ, it's a knife fight in a phone booth, and you got blindfolds, I got blindfolds, chat has blindfolds. It's, it can be, certainly if we're looking at a kind of a best of one scenario here, certainly can be difficult to deal with.
It can be very difficult. And also, Lambo is a very technical, analytical player. And he has so many builds. So it's very hard to play against him and know what he's going to do.
Yeah, but for now, it looks like Rainer is going to play that Zerg. But first, we need to introduce his opponent. So in the bottom left, in the bottom left, in the green, he's playing for Basilisk. It's Rainer.
And in the top left, in red, we have the winner of the first map. It is Lambo.
All right, Nidix. It's ZVZ. We talked about TVZ for a little bit. We saw that late game. But now,
And it's a 12 pool, I think.
yeah, you know, Lambo going. And I mean, I don't know that this is necessarily going to be an aggro 12 pool necessarily. You know, you can just go build 8 lings, run across the map with pressure on. But really, it is a, I mean, can we call it a macro build? It's not.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, yeah.
It's actually the most macro built in ZVZ.
I don't know that I'm going to buy that one. If you have a certain mindset, right? You know, I know we were sitting in the green room talking to MSRM, and I think if you're talking to him, you know, it is going to be that macro build.
I was talking nonsense. There's a gas.
Oh, fair enough, you know. So yeah, Lambo 1 base here. He got 12 pool. He's got gas on the way, speed on the way. And importantly as well, not only is this just for, you know, he's getting speed, he's still mining gas afterwards. So we're going to see a Bailey Nest go down right now.
So is he going to go around the overloads? So he doesn't want to see it?
Yeah, that's the play, right? Ling's going on the right side, Overlord on the left side. And this is, again, this is gamesmanship. You're sitting here, you're up 1 in a series, your opponent tried to do something maybe a little arrogant, just playing, like, oh, look, my Terran's really good. I promise, Nidix, my Terran's really good. And now, well, it's a bit of a problem. Now, Raynor knows what's happening. He sees the Lings on the other side, but the thing is, he doesn't know if this is 8 to 12 Lings running across the map, putting a little bit of pressure on.
It's very scary when you see only 4 Lings in front, because you know something was delayed, and you know there is a gas. So he knows something is up.
Yeah, he does have the read, right? He has the spine in the main base. So, natural, it seems like at this point, do you try to contest? You certainly don't pull drones to contest this right now with the Banelings.
When you don't see a natural from the aggressor Zerg, I think you don't try to defend it if it's too much.
Yeah, already so we see here, we got a bit of a wall. Oh, I mean, he's
This
gonna
is very
pull.
good, yes, with 3 drones.
Yeah.
If you micro correctly, this is very good.
Yeah, I like that. It's just really just, Baneling makes it not a
One
great
for
connection
2,
either.
yeah, not bad.
Yeah, so I kind of like this, right? It's like you pull a couple drones, spending a couple Banelings on it, right? Is not spending a couple Banes on 3 drones, probably not worth doing. But now the Queen's dead. Now Lings have died here again. But this is Raynor buying time. His Baneling Nest is going to be done soon. He has a spine in the wall or a spine in the mineral line. He's got Queens that can kind of form a bit of a wall. Lambo got the natural, but he does have to get more Nidix, and he's going to have to start maybe with the spawning pool.
Oh yeah, the spawning pool is in an interesting position.
Yeah, it's extremely exposed, right? So that forces Raynor to go and try to contest this a little bit more. Lings start to show up, Queens shelling away from afar, and Raynor doesn't really, or Lambo doesn't really want to run into the spine. That's scary. But if you can kind of sit here and play around things, you can force the Queen out a little bit more damage there. In fact, he's going to commit the Banelings into this. This Queen needs to die. He's going to knock it down eventually. But did he commit too much to this? That's not a lot of Lings left in the main base, Nidix, but it seems like it might be enough to at least keep putting pressure on the spawning pool.
Oh yeah, I think should have kept the Banelings alive here. I don't think there was a point in going for the drones, because they weren't hit before that, so they wouldn't die, and there was no larva. Everything was used, so you couldn't find any damage there with the beans.
And now it seems like Lambo's he's backing up. He's like, yeah, you know, I don't even know that I've gotten enough damage done, but I also understand that I don't have a lot of Lings here. Rush distance is Oceanborn, right? It's not the fastest, even if I do have speed. And I'm just not, I don't think I can get anything more done. I'm just going to have to go. I'm going to mac her up. I'm droning up here. I've got my natural. My natural's actually going to be done faster at the end of the day. And I've killed more, right? I've killed more drones. I've killed more Lings. I've killed more Queens. I've traded so much better in this game that, yeah, Raynor, you're going to have speed. Yeah, you're going to have Banelings. But again, I have more production. I'm going to have, well, I don't think he got a Queen until, no, he got 1 Queen, right, in the main base, and now it's over into the natural. So eventually he's going to have what he needs. But for right now, it's Raynor's turn. He's to get a little bit aggressive. But man, against Queens and Banes, doesn't feel all that effective.
No, not at all. But it can be hard. It can be kind of scary when you see the Lings coming your way after you've been the aggressor and you lost your Banes and Lings. But he has 2 Banes in the main, so he's completely safe. It's a bit hard to read the game in this situation. Oh, we have +1 Carapace from Reyna. This is very interesting.
Yeah, I like this from Raynor
So,
again.
do you think this is going to be like a mass Ling Ravager? You know the style?
Yeah.
Where you should run?
I don't know that Raynor's going to be able to afford Ravagers, right? So you look at this, he's natural, still not done. He's on 23 drones. He's going to drone up a little bit more, but he's spending gas on more Banelings, right? He is playing into this style. And, you know, affording the money, 300 gas for the Ravagers on top of everything else, that feels expensive. You know, he might decide to go for it. I think that would be fair. But I just kind of look at this, I'm like, mass Lings. You get Carapace, that means it takes 2 Banelings to kill all your Lings, 1 Baneling to kill your opponents, but, you know, that's the timing. Lambo's just totally skipping it. He's got a Roach Warren on the way, and Roaches, you know, Carapace, it does change the math on how many shots it takes to kill Lings, absolutely. But that Baneling math just doesn't really seem to matter. It doesn't matter all that much anymore.
And it could be scary if he doesn't complete wall off here. His Evo Jumper is a bit late. Lambo's that is. He doesn't have a full wall here, so Reina can have a good read, can see what's going on.
Well, we talked about whether Reina was going to be able to afford going. Man, this queen is very exposed here. Bailey's run forward, so it's not going to go down. But we talked about, is this going to be the Ravager, Roach, like +1 Carapace all in? Of course, Carapace affects everything. Lings, Roaches, Ravagers, so it's nice there. And we're like, maybe there's not enough gas. But Rainer is, he does have that Roach one on the way. He is getting set up for something like that. And Lambo, for right now, first of all, he's supply blocked again. 51 out of 52. He had to build 4 Overlords at the same time. We'll have a lair on the way. But more importantly, Lambo doesn't know about this Evo chamber. He hasn't seen behind the mineral line. He doesn't know that this is what's going to happen. So putting a little bit of pressure on, sees the third base. But now we're into this point where 8 Roaches are on the way. There's a world where Lambo does misread this. But for right now, he's building a ton of Roaches too. He sees that there's nothing really, no drones running over to the third base. So it seems like for now, Nidix, he's got a rough idea what's happening.
Yeah, it's a bit hard to read what Lambo is doing right now because he got a faster layer. He has no Evo Chamber, no upgrades, and he made a lot of Roaches. So we'll see what he's going to do here. He doesn't have the creep highway that you usually want when you attack. But we'll see what he's going to do with all those Roaches.
Yeah, this could be a problem for Lambo, right? We're talking about, again, he's had this advantage from the early game. His all-in or his timing got enough done. But now he's running into the meat grinder. +1 Carapace is done. More Roaches on the way from Lambo, from Rainer. And yeah, we do have this lair. We talk about this potential for a creep highway, and I don't see those Overlords pooping creeps, so really no benefit from the lair. But Bailey's are going to try to run forward. He's going to try to take this fight right now. Roaches move forward. Actually, they're on move command. That's not exactly what Rainer wants. But again, this concave is going to get better for Rainer. He has defender's advantage. There's a spine behind. I really don't like this push from Lambo. I like defensively maybe holding on against whatever it is that Rainer wants to go, but these Roaches just don't trade as well. They're just not as good, and despite everything, Lambo put himself in a wonderful position in this early game with how everything happened, and then he just kind of tripped over the finish line. He's like, I'm gonna go kill him. Unfortunately, Rainer had the better timing in this.
Yeah, I don't know what the idea was with the layer, but attacking like this, in defender's advantage, in +1 Carapace, I don't know if you noticed the +1 Carapace. I don't think I was going to go.
Yeah, he didn't know about +1 Carapace, like, in fairness to him.
Maybe he clicked a unit or something.
Yeah, I mean, well, he knew it when it happened, right? But he didn't know it was on the way. So by the time he's moving across the map, Carapace isn't done yet. And it's like, okay, you've already committed. So that's not great. But now, Lambo here, he's still up in supply, but most of that's in work because he's going to have to defend against this Ling. He's looking for the surrounds so the Biles can get dropped down. And they're not hitting at the moment. The Queens are out of the fight. They're not getting the transfuses that they need. There are no spines here. Drones are going to get pulled into this one, but drones don't do anything in this type of setup. Lambo, he's going to have to hold on. He's doing what he can. Defender's advantage is going to have to try to work for him. But at this point, this Carapace versus no Carapace feels very, very hard, Nidix, for Lambo to really do anything in this defense.
Oh yeah, and the way he's reinforcing with Lings, they really mess up the Roaches because they keep fighting the Lings and the Roaches keep staying alive. So basically, Rainer always has meat in front of his Roaches to tank, and this is going to be GG.
Yeah, there we go. You go and you commit to the 12-11, and it works out. It did get enough damage done, I think. It killed the natural, killed drones, killed queens. Lambo had his natural that much faster, and if Lambo, I think, maybe just committed to playing standard, scouting heavily, getting an Evo, getting +1 attack, maybe waiting for like the +1 speed Roach timing, that is kind of when you can start to move on the map a little bit. Yeah, I think that works a lot better. Instead, he's like, I've gotten a lot of damage. I've done half damage on that third hatchery. Let me go kill it. And you run right into the meat grinder.
Yeah, it was a bit weird with the lair and the 10 Roaches or so. We'll see.
Yeah, I did like the idea. I was like, okay, well, I'm going to get a lair for a Roach highway, for a creep highway, and I'm just going to reinforce that much faster. But Nidix, if you want a Roach highway, you need to actually drop the creep. And unfortunately, Lambo didn't do that. I feel like this is almost okay, well, I'm going lair, I'm playing macro, or I'm playing more standard. Oh, wait, this third base is something I can probably kill.
Yeah, but it didn't happen.
No, it didn't happen. So, map number 3, actually, I don't know that we heard what map number 3 is.
I don't think I heard either.
It might be Side Delta. Let's see if we can get Prod to tell us what map 3 is. But now that we have the ZVZ, right? Rainer won the ZVZ. He didn't win his off race.
You think it's time for the ZVP?
There we go. It's like, I think at some point we're going to see Rainer start to play some random. And, playing one of each race in a best of 3 is not exactly playing random, but it's pretty close.
Yeah. Do you think he tells his race if he plays random or no?
I feel like Rayner's one of those dirty random players that
Yeah.
actually doesn't even. It's not even this guy that like doesn't tell you the race. No, he tells you the wrong race. Like, hey guys, he's cannon rushing you. He's like, I'm Terran, by the way. Like, watch out for my Reaper in 30 seconds. You know, it's like the people that on the 4-player maps used to tell you that they're in the wrong spot.
Yeah.
They're like, look, I'm bottom right. It's fine. Meanwhile, they're top left, and you're like, great, thank you. You're really you're really doing a lot for your stereotypes here, bud. You're doing so much.
That definitely sounds like something that Rayner would do. I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And find some way to make the cannons dance too. You know,
Yeah.
it's like there's extra shenanigans on that one. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting, right? You know, now that we have had this game lead, right? Rayner has gone, and actually, wait, we're gonna be able to take a look. It's gonna be a ZVZ again. All right, there. It's not gonna be Protoss Nidix. I'm sorry, but in the upper right. Game number 1 against the Terran goes perfectly. Game 2 gets a big lead, but not quite able to follow through with it. In the upper right, in the blue, 15-15 on the way, it's Lambo.
And in the bottom left, in green, playing as Zerg again, it is the Italian stallion, Reyna.
So Nidix, as we're getting here, it's Crimson Court, which is a wild map, number 3, by the way, that this got through the vetoes. We're looking at Crimson Court, right? Both players open 15-15. How much of this is map 3 of a ZVZ, and how much of that is Crimson Court?
Oh, Crimson Court is a very interesting map. If someone doesn't want to do anything, they can afford that. They can just mine the mineral, the gold little mineral patches, and expand there. And you're like, there's nothing I can do now. So if they want to make it boring, they can definitely do it. 15 hatch, very defensive. I think that's definitely also a map number 3 thing. They just want to be safe and just play their own game.
Yeah, makes sense. So we're not going to see any early aggression, right? That 12 pull did a lot of damage. The 12-11 or 13-12 or whatever it was did a lot of damage, got a lot of value.
I think we're going to see a lot of aggression here from 2 queens just poking forward, trying to kill overlords. That's the most damage we're going to find.
I mean, I don't know that I'd call that a lot of aggression, right? That's
It's so much action for a Zerg.
I don't know if you have any siblings, but that's like, you know, you're like 10 or 12, right? And your brother learns that technically, even if you're touching someone, you're not touching them because they're like, there's an atom or two in between. So they're just like, I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. And it's, yeah, that's exactly what that is.
Yeah, I guess so.
So again, it's all, you talked about this, right? We 15-15, very defensive opener. You can flood lings, but it's not likely. The question becomes now is where do they take the third base? Do you go and do you mine out the gold and play that very defensive position? Do you go and take the pocket third and maybe?
I think we have our answer right here. They're both going for the cheeky purple gas.
Ooh, I mean, you go and you get 2 gases for the price of 1. You're trying to build a bunch of roaches and ravagers. You know, you kind of like that in a ZVZ, right?
Yeah. I was actually thinking that one of them would go for it and the other would go for the inside the base, behind the mineral patches. But we'll see. This should be very aggressive.
It might be that theory as well that like I cannot afford to not take it.
Yeah.
Because it's worth 3. You know, the logic is okay. So yes, it's bonus gas, but really it's bonus minerals, right? Because you have to spend 3 less drones to mine the same amount of gas, and you'd be mining that anyway. So that means that you save 150 minerals. That means you are able to go and you start mining that gas a little bit faster. It speeds up your timings. It means you need to spend less larva and less supply on anything that is not roaches, anything that is not lings or banelings, or really roaches in this case. So Nidix, as we take a look at this, you say you think it's going to be aggressive. Is this like a +1 timing off layer? Do we hit before then? How do you take advantage of this rich gas?
Well, usually you want to fight for the middle map control so that you can snipe his gas with your Ravagers, with the corrosive biome. But we're going to see a lot of links from Reyna and Baneling Nest, while Lambo went for links with the Roach Warren. And we'll see how Lambo is going to defend this, because his Roach Warren is pretty late, actually.
Yeah, I think he got a much quicker Baneling Nest, though, if I'm remembering right early on. Maybe he canceled it. Actually, yeah, no, I don't see any structures on the map. So I thought I saw it on the way, but if he did, he has canceled it now. And that means, well, it's going to be Lings versus Lings and Banes. And with the Roaches not there, not the easiest thing. But again, Roach Warren's going to be done soon. And as long as Lambo can keep Rayner off the high ground, eventually you're going to build enough Roaches where you can just kind of hold the high ground and be okay. But Rayner is trying to hit before then.
Oh yeah, this can be very scary. When you have Roach Bane Ling against Roach Ling, it's very hard to defend. And also the bases are so close that you have to defend. There's no place to fall back.
Yeah, especially with how far forward that the gas is as well. So you talk about Roach Ling Bane versus Roach Bane. It just means that your Lings can't fight the Roach Ling Bane player because, well, they're going to run in, they look for this round, Banelings blow everything up. It feels really, really bad for now. Lambo, though, a lot of Lings on the map here. He was looking for maybe a bit of a backstab, and instead, well, the Roaches, the Lings are going to find him. That's a lot of dead Lings. You might say, yeah, you know, decent Baneling connection as well. Now, you might say, you know, Lings, they're 50 minerals for 2. How much is it in a mirror? In this setup, we're 31 drones versus 29. Every single Ling, every single Roach, every single Baneling matters. Now, nice target fire there from Lambo. Knocks the first set of Banelings down, and he has Queens forward a little bit. That means there's going to be a little bit more damage on the top. A little bit more transfuses. Ling's starting to move a little bit further forward, taking advantage of the defender's advantage here. And Lambo is going to push Raynor back. And remember, behind this, he's up 2 drones. His economy is not a ton better, but over the course of this mirror matchup, it's just a little bit better, and that's going to be an extra Roach here, an extra Lings here, maybe extra Queens here, and that will continue to build him just a slight supply lead over time.
Yeah, in such a low economy game, this is massive. And very good defense by Lambo. Those 3 Queens were definitely clutch there. Let's see, Raynor's poking, trying to be a little bit cheeky. He got 2 drones, which is a lot for just a couple Lings.
That it is, and we talked about this macro lead that Lambo had. You know, he did build a couple more drones after he defended that push from Raynor. So, you know, luckily for him, it does reset. And actually, if we talk about this, as we see the battle report, 16 Lings for 2 drones. Again, in this low eco situation, you don't like losing economy, but 16 drones is 400 minerals for 100 minerals worth of drones. You know, Lambo's, I don't think he's too upset about that one, especially now, he's able to hold this high ground position. He's able to put his Roaches now below that low ground. No Ravagers just yet, but he actually, this is a rather adventurous Queen here, Nidix.
Yeah. he wants to remove all the vision that Raynor has and hold this position and just snipe the gas with the corrosive bio.
I like what he's doing with these Lings as well, looking for just maybe a bit of a wraparound, bit of a surround. You gotta be careful because there are Banelings on the map, and that just, that's a good shot. That does not feel good. But remember, because Raynor is buying these Banes, he's able to, theoretically, he has less gas to go make Ravagers. And Lambo's actually gonna be able to take a fight on the high ground. This is
such a great
beautiful.
Here. It's a very technical here. Nobody's gonna be too aggressive here, just very technical, not to hit the bios. And Lambo is very comfortable holding the lower ground.
And again, you know, once was a 2 drone lead, it's a 3 drone lead now. Again, you're just squeaking them out when you can. As long as you can continue to take good fights, you're happy. That's a lot of Queens that are going to go down. Surround on the Ravager as well. Bile seems like it's going to, it's good. Roaches are going to dodge here, but Raynor gets a nice catch, knocks these 100 gas units down. They're so important into this fight, but now you got to be careful because on the other side, Defender's advantage pops in once again, and Roaches, they're going to try to dive on top of these Ravagers, but now Lambo, he is overextended here. These Roaches are going to start to go down. The big surround on the Lings, and we've been singing the praises of the economy, but an economy does not matter if it snowballs to the other side. Raynor, the Terran doesn't work for him, but the Zerg absolutely does. He gets to move on yet further into this upper bracket.
Oh, that was such an aggressive game. That's once you see the forward bases, you know it's going to be a bloodbath. It was pretty beautiful.
Yeah, and Nidix, I don't know, have you ever seen Dr. Dolittle?
What?
It's a movie, anyways. There's an animal in that movie that has, it's got 2 heads, right? It's got a head pointing this way and a head pointing that way, and it's the push me, pull you. And we see games like that. Yeah, this map was a push me, pull you. I push you, you push me, we pull ourselves back and forth across the map, and it works out very nicely.
One guy loses all his Lings, and he gets pushed back, but the Lings come back, surround the Roaches, kill them, surround the Queens. It's very back and forth.
And that it is, but now Raynor, that means he gets to move on to the next stage of this upper bracket, and I think we got exalted with the winner's interview.
Yeah, hello everybody. Epic series to start the days off, but let's wait for the players to have a quick chat because the series were truly fun. Raynor, the winner of the first series, ladies and gentlemen. How are you?
Fantastic.
Your turn didn't play out as you expected, I believe, huh? What happened there?
Couple of mistakes here and there.
Like what, Raynor? What did you see in your play? That was a little bit of a mistake.
Do you want me to draw a list? Because like that game was awful.
Okay, no, I think that summarizes it. But still, though, you won. How are you feeling in Zerg versus Protoss? Because I believe that your next opponent will be a Protoss.
It's okay. As once a wise man said, aka Lambo, Protoss is always scary. And I agree with that.
Alright, well, thank you for this and good luck in the next round. That was the first game, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to get ready for the second match of the day shortly.
I was very excited. I've never been to Bulgaria, first time here, and so far I'm loving it. I think it's gonna be a good tournament. It's gonna be fun. I don't know if I'll win. I'll do my best, that's for sure. There's a couple of opponents that are pretty scary, like Fiant and Lancer. No, Lancer is not here. Skilos is very scary. Then no one else comes to mind. There's one guy that's like French, but I have his numbers. Is there mosquitoes here? No. Okay, if there's no mosquitoes, I'll be cooking. I'm from Italy, so weather is worse, so I'll be fine. I mean, so far everything has been perfect. We've got S-tier treatment, even more than I deserve, and yeah, no, I'm really happy. I'm looking forward to playing. Guys, cheer for me. As I said, I'll do my best, and yeah, hopefully I'll win.
As we move on to our second best of three of the day, it's a matchup of styles of youth and experience. First, from Basilisk, the Protoss player, hot off an incredible best of three yesterday and a time in Korea, getting ready. Please welcome on stage, Trigger. And his opponents killing it in a PvP. You experience the wall from Berlin International Gaming. It's showtime. So Trigger, you've had 18 hours to get ready for this matchup, roughly. You know it's gonna be a PvP. How you doing? How's that prep going?
Yeah, I spent multiple hours studying Showtime's play from yesterday. I know his moves, so it'll be easy.
Oh, showtime. You played a PvP yesterday, you know, show something. You got something more in store for us here today?
No, just the same as usual, you know. He knows what I'm doing, but it's gonna be easy anyway for me.
Fair enough. You know, if I know what I'm doing and you know what I'm doing, I'm just gonna do it better. But players, it's a best of three, it's a PvP. Shake hands, good luck.
Good luck.
Yes. Alrighty, guys, I'm here, joined by No Thanks, hello, and welcome to our event. How are you feeling today, brother?
Oh my God, man. All the emotions are running through my body, and I really can't express all the atmosphere here. It's amazing. I just came here like 10 minutes ago. I'm already here with you. We're about to see very cool PvP action, and I'm really excited because everything looks amazing. I really want to tell you thank you very much for this event. Thank you from all the Bulgarian viewers, from all the Bulgarian guys that are here. Big ups to all of you that came here. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. The venue is amazing. Everything looks amazing. We have amazing players, and I'm really, really excited. It's already the second game, but there are a lot of games that are coming today, and we have 2 more days.
Yeah. We're just getting started, right? And already we have such amazing games. Right now we are going to see Showtime versus Trigger, the young up-and-coming Protoss player from Canada who is currently training in Korea. He's from Team Basilisk, one of the best teams in the world right now. I really cannot wait to see how he deals with the absolute machine, the WoW, Showtime, who is one of the most legendary players to come from Europe.
Yeah, I remember when Showtime was one of the newcomers, and here is now the generations are moving, and I'm really excited to see what will happen here. Yesterday we saw Showtime playing against Harstem, so he already had 1 PvP.
Yes.
But Trigger played PvT, I think.
Against Keldjur, yeah.
Yes, exactly. So we'll see what will happen today.
Yeah, well, Trigger had some time to study some of the games of Showtime. He had 3 maps to see, which is very important to note. And of course, Harstem, he pushed Showtime to the edge. So I believe the Trigger was writing down the notes, and I cannot wait to see how he approaches this matchup because, as I said earlier, Showtime is just such a scary player for everybody in the world.
Yeah. It's very important for such an opportunity to watch some games, especially in PvP, There are some things that are very, very important to watch. But let's not talk anymore and jump into the game because as I can see, we are already inside here. At the top left, we have the blue Protoss from Team Basilisk. Give it up for Trigger.
And his opponent, ladies and gentlemen, he's going to be playing with the green Protoss probes. Let's hear it for the Mauer Showtime!
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, let's get started. No thanks, I'm so happy to have you here on the caster desk. While things are, of course, developing, I want to just say to the audience that me and No Thanks, we are so passionate for StarCraft. He was at our first Bulgarian StarCraft League event, so basically I think that we kind of grew up together for the past 5 years, and I'm very happy to share this moment with you. And already we see that Dimauer is sending a probe to scout just because he doesn't want to be surprised by anything tricky that Trigger might do.
Yeah, it's an absolute pleasure for me to be here as well. It's like a dream I never had that it's coming true. So, but yeah, let's get into the games. As I already said, I'm full with thrill about the upcoming days and the upcoming matches, but we'll have a lot to talk about.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Currently, PvP, you know, it's a little bit more macro-esque, so to say. It used to be like one base all-in versus one base all-in, but all the recent changes in the recent years have given the Protoss much defensive tools, so I expect macro games from both of them. But still though, if somebody goes to the cheese, it would be very, very fun, but I believe that for the first map of this series, they're going to feel each other out a little bit.
Yeah, they're going to watch how their opponent plays, and as you said, it's also in the winner bracket, so they have opportunity to play a bit more, not very solid, but a bit more risky. So we'll see where it goes. But so far, everything looks absolutely normal.
Ooh,
we
yes.
see Stargate. I just said it, and we saw the Stargate.
Yeah, this is the first tech choice of the series. It's interesting what Showtime is going to opt for and when he's going to put down the tech. So far, he's going to make 4 depths, which Trigger is actually doing as well. But Trigger will have advantage with the initial tech, at least building time.
Yeah, absolutely. Because the Stargate is like almost 60% done.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll see what goes around with the adepts.
Yeah, but the second base for Showtime though, so instead of going for a quick tech, he decided to go for a little bit of a quicker second base, but then again Trigger puts his second base right now here, so
Like
he's
just
not...
seconds.
Yeah,
after.
he's not going to be so delayed behind that. Yeah, and the Phoenixes are already on the way.
Yeah, the first Phoenix is already on the way, and yeah, we see Showtime doing more adepts. We'll see where it goes. Will he be able to catch? And oh, for a second I thought I saw Twilight, but no, it's a battery.
Yeah, guys, we are in the open air venue, so the sun is kind of shining in our monitors,
Yeah.
you know, but it's so cool, the air is so clean.
And I'm kind of blind already because I'm wearing glasses, but I'll get used to everything. It's, yeah, like I already said, it's amazing to be here.
But you
on
were
this
right.
venue.
The Twilight is coming.
The Twilight is coming, yeah.
I'm curious to see if Showtime actually saw the Phoenixes, because...
I like the differences in the openings for both players because one of them decided to go air, the other one decided to go for Twilight. We'll see where this goes. And like the second bases are already up and running. As you said, they're almost at the same timing. So there won't be any economic advantage.
Blink is
But,
on the
yeah,
way.
Blink is on the way.
I think this is a very good counter to the Stargate opener. Blink is very strong, and now Showtime will convert the Phoenixes, but Trigger, will he let these adepts in? No, Showtime decided to not shade them in. I think that he might have done a substantial amount of damage if the adepts went there.
Yes, probably he would, but it's a lot easier to watch the whole game and it's a lot harder to play them.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, let's see.
Now he sheds them in. 4 probes already go down, which is
5.
actually massive. Yeah,
Yes,
maybe more even.
Very, very good.
But Trigger is counter-attacking. 2 adepts are going into Showtime's mineral line as well, so he's returning the favor. 5 probes lost for the one player, 5 probes lost for the other, so everything is pretty even so far.
And Trigger decided to go for the Twilight as well. So he'll probably move on with the blink, but on the other side, Showtime will be a lot faster with the blink.
Oh yeah, and Blink Stalkers against no Blink Stalkers, it's not even close.
Yes,
So
indeed. Let's see if there will be some more probes.
yeah, the Phoenix play is not that bad for Trigger up until now. I'm happy that he only decided to make just a few of them because
Okay, the probe
more would be an
count-
overkill.
The probe count is almost the same. Trigger has a couple of more probes, but everything looks on the economical side a bit the same for both players.
Yes.
As you can see in the graph, one goes up, then the one goes down. So I think the blink, which already started for Trigger, if Showtime decides to push with it, he'll have advantage because of the timing, but we'll see. Trigger is moving with the Stalkers. Oh, couple more probes. This is very important. It's like, it looks like a small thing, but it's really, really important.
Oh yeah,
because-
it piles up, right? Two here, two
Yeah,
there, two here, two there, and then 8 in total are gone. So I really like the Phoenix pressure. I think the opener here for Trigger was intending to gain the map control a little bit faster. But still
couple
though,
more probes.
Dimauer has the Blink Stalker, so I believe that he is going to be safe.
Yeah. Let's see now. The Mauer or Showtime is in front of him, but he has a couple of sentries which he should definitely guard. And yeah, he's coming back. So he probably won't take the advantage of the Blink Stalkers because the Blink will be ready for Trigger as well since he attacks.
Yeah, it's interesting. Trigger has more Stalkers though right now, so
It's like 4 or 5 more actually.
yeah, which is a big thing, and now he will have the blink upgrade, as you just said, no thanks. So this is going to be an interesting interaction. We already saw Trigger going for a proxy Wargate location because I think that he's going to turn up the aggression in the coming minutes.
Yeah, I think Showtime decided to play more passively here.
Yes.
He's going back and he put down a robo. So he will defend his third base. Let's see how it goes because there is a timing from Trigger. He just finished the blink and he's coming with the Stalker. He has a huge amount of Stalkers, like 17 against 20 against 10, which is really, really important. So let's
Yeah.
see. He can snipe the sentries super easily.
He blinks
uses
in.
the Phoenixes as well. So this will be devastating.
Oh yeah,
And
the
he can
battery is
blink
overcharged.
back.
We would be able to kill everything though. Trigger is here. He's knocking on the walls door. The third base is in danger. 6 probes are going down. And Trigger, I believe, is finding some amount of damage that is reasonable. I believe he's happy with that. Now he's going to go inward. Another pylon falls down, and Showtime actually has to evacuate his probes, but no, Trigger won't let him. He's jumping on the Showtime Stalkers. He's jumping on the probes. He's jumping on the batteries. I believe that he just has more here. No thanks.
Yeah, he has a lot more, and there will be reinforcements as well. And he managed to pull all the probes, so he doesn't have the third base mining. So everything is in his favor. He lost 16 probes already, and he's pushing forward. So it's a bad situation for Showtime.
Yeah,
He'll
maybe
lose the
he'll-
Nexus. Oh no, he blinked forward aggressively, really aggressive, but he has a huge amount of Stalkers. The Immortal is here, so he should go a bit back. But yeah, he's sniping the Nexus.
Oh, this is huge. This is
And
huge.
yeah, the Zealots are helping a lot, tanking the
Oh,
damage.
the Immortal!
He's focusing the Immortal. The
It's
Immortal
dead.
is dead. Everything looks
And that's
like...
GG. Trigger takes game number 1, guys. Wow, such an impressive play by him. I believe Showtime kind of played a little bit maybe too calmly, right? I'm going to make too many probes, invest in too many upgrades, third base. Trigger was just like, no, brother, I'm going to make 20 Stalkers and come at your door, and came he did.
Yeah, I think, as we said, like Showtime looked like he's just taking a look at his opponent. He made some decisions, but he wasn't absolutely sure, I'll go for this, for that. But Trigger on the other side was like completely sure. Okay, I'll have my Stalker numbers, I'll have the blink, I'll attack, I'll kill the third base, and he did.
Oh yeah, we can say that Trigger pulled the trigger.
Indeed.
Yes, indeed, absolutely. Well, I don't know. I believe the Showtime needs to step it up a little bit for game number 2. And I'm so happy to see our young Protoss player being in such a good shape because I believe, as I said to Bellum yesterday, that he's one of the dark horses in the tournament.
Yeah, he looks like it. And yeah, I really enjoyed the way he plays. He was like super confident, and he was, I think he was thinking like he had a plan and he executed it very good. We'll see where it goes in the second game. I think Showtime will be more, maybe not aggressive, but he'll have a lot bigger plan.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see how he opens up. The Stargate opener was very cool by Trigger, and I believe that Showtime recognized it like, okay, he's probably going to expand very quickly. I'm going to just make sure I stay ahead in economics, but he misread the situation.
Yeah.
But that game is in the past. Right now, we are on the second map, ladies and gentlemen, and in the top left corner of Golden Aura, we have the leader in the series, currently leading 1-0. Will he close up the series here? This is Trigger.
And guys, on the bottom right, the green Protoss player, he really needs your help. He needs to come back into this game. Give it up for Showtime. But yeah, I think from the past game, Showtime had everything, or maybe most of the things, like faster. He did the upgrades faster. He had maybe the idea faster, but the execution, he wasn't completely sure what to do.
I think the lack of scouting was a big
Maybe
problem there,
this
because he had some pressure with the initial depths, but after that, basically not so much of a presence on Trigger's territory, and that gave the opportunity for Trigger to actually develop the attack in a surprising way, so to say. Yeah.
And yeah, but still, as I always like to say, it's a lot easier to watch the game, see the whole point, than to play it. So
yeah, like for example, yesterday when we opened up the tournament, the first series, MSRM versus Rainer, so it was a draw, right? From our perspective, it was a draw. But as you said, the players don't know that. You know, Rainer maybe thought, oh, maybe he has the drone somewhere, maybe he has the minerals to build one. So he GG'd out, and this is a perfect example of how us casters are very lucky to see everything these players are doing.
So yeah, and also we're just chilling here, watching the games, and the players are on fire. They are playing their life.
Okay, on stage it's different. Now we see a deviation. We see a Stalker Zealot from Showtime and two Stalkers from Trigger. I'm very curious to see what this Zealot is all about.
And a Sentry as well.
Yeah, it was a mistake. It was a misclick, right? So a Sentry is being queued up.
But still, it's different. No adepts in this game?
Right? Yeah. Well, I believe because the rush distance is a little bit longer here, so maybe the two initial adepts will get a harder entrance, but this is something very cool you can do. You can block your opponent's natural with a pylon like that, so maybe Trigger wanted to expand a little bit quicker. Now he won't be able to do so, at least until he handles this pylon. In the meantime though, Showtime is going to be the first that starts his second base, but obviously Trigger is going to follow.
Yeah, or not?
Or no, yeah, because he's actually queuing up a third gateway, Mr. No Thanks.
Yeah. He'll be aggressive this game.
Yeah, well, why not? Aggression worked for him last time, and like I always like to say, in the real-time strategy games, it's better that you're the aggressor, because by that you impose the rhythm on your opponent. He has to react to you, and when he has to react to you, he's not playing his game.
Yes, let's see, because he'll scout it. Yes. Oh, yeah. He saw there is no Nexus, so he saw that the Nexus is put a lot later. He saw the third gateway as well, and he decided to go for a Robo.
Yeah, Robo I think is very safe here. Last time, if maybe he had maybe 2 or 3 Immortals in the army, things were going to be different. But now Showtime needs to be very careful not to lose any unit here.
Yeah, he has the battery. He'll have a second battery in a second, and I think he'll be safe. He just needs to be very careful.
Oh yes, indeed. But again, Trigger is firing up the Twilight Council. I believe, of course, this will be for the Blink. And we see another proxy pylon. He is going to probably start another gateway there. And I really like that, especially when you don't have the Robo, right? When you don't have the War Prism. If you start doing the aggression, you need to reinforce your army as quick as possible. And by such proxies, this is actually possible.
Yeah, but we'll see, because Showtime will have the better economics. Like he's already mining from his second base, and if Trigger delays this attack, he'll probably won't succeed.
Yeah, but let's see. He's doing the pressure here. Showtime saw this pylon, so I'm curious to see whether or not he muster up his forces to go and deny that. So far, though, they're pretty even, and I believe
Yes.
that Trigger won't be able to break the wall here.
But yeah, he has batteries, he has the reinforcement advantage, Immortal is coming out, so it will be hard for Trigger.
Yeah, what do you think, though? If Trigger doesn't find an opportunity to attack right now, maybe he should expand to a third base,
Third
or?
base, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I think, but yeah, who am
Maybe
I?
maybe he has to stay here to deny the third base option of the opponent, and maybe he should fire one behind that.
yes.
But we see that Showtime isn't going for third base. He is queuing up a Warp Prism, which basically means attack.
Yes, because he knows he has advantage in economics, so he has eventually a bigger army. He has the higher tech, having an Immortal, and using the Warp Prism, he can reinforce a lot faster. So, yeah, I think this is a pretty good situation. And also, now, as we see the third base for Trigger, he is investing his minerals on a Nexus, so he won't be able to produce more army.
Yes.
So yeah, Showtime also putting a third base. And yeah, if he attacks, he'll have maybe little, but he'll have advantage for sure.
Oh, wow, he used the Warp Prism for probe transportation in order to start the third base quicker. Trigger, I believe, almost confirmed that with that unit. I don't know if he saw the third base of Showtime or not, but probably he is,
Yeah, he saw
he did. So he's aware
Yes.
of what position Dimauer is
I
in.
think both of us were talking about aggression, but looks like the players want to establish a third base and go after it.
Yeah, well, I believe Golden Hour is such a map. It's a big map, right?
Yes.
It's a macro-oriented map, and it allows the players to actually get several safe bases. Like the third and the fourth are quite easy to defend, in my opinion.
Yeah, it will be, and for me as well, it will be a lot cooler to watch a longer game.
Oh yeah, yeah. When the Blink Stalker Disruptor action comes, it's very exciting always because the Disruptors, they're a double-edged sword. Yesterday we
Yes.
saw Trigger kind of misfiring one of the Disruptors in his army. He still won, but it was dangerous to see.
It's really dangerous. And we see a bit of like 10 supply lead from Showtime. Will he attack? Because he's here already.
Oh yeah, well the Immortals here are going to help. We have
Yeah.
Archons for Trigger, but Archons aren't that great against
See the
Immortals.
position, very good.
Oh, great force fields by Showtime. Will he be able to go to the natural? No, he needs to fight this army right now. The first clash of the game is happening. Great feedbacks from the High Templar on the sentries. This will reduce the force field potential for Showtime. He has to back up a little bit, but his Immortals are here. They're shooting away. Showtime feels confident. He's blinking forward, but the Archon closes the distance. Still though, the Archon falls. We have Immortals against Stalkers. This is not a good matchup for the Stalkers. Now probes needs to be put, and Trigger might have done the defense. He's chasing the Prism. Will he be able to get one hit left? And no, Showtime will be able to save that.
And he'll try to warp in some more Stalkers and to continue the aggression. He lost all the Immortals, but he will be pushing back Trigger because he has like the higher number now.
Whoa, good
but the
snipe
Prism
though.
is dead, which is very, very good because there are no reinforcements, at least not very fast. And Zealots are coming, so Showtime should go back right now.
Yeah, absolutely. But still, though, the defense for Trigger was good, right? But he lost several probes, and now we can see 62 to 57. Showtime has the lead, and in mirror matchups, workers are
It's
very
really
important.
Of course. The force fields from both players were really good. They managed to do a lot of advantage in both sides because, but I like the idea of going Immortals, Archons, because they kill the force fields, and because they are really not very well moving, but if they are positioned well, they do a lot of damage.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They need to be in the front, and
Yes.
especially when the Zealots are rushing, they absolutely shred them. Take them for breakfast like I eat cereal.
Okay, so yeah, still Showtime, like from the last 5 minutes, has a bit of population advantage.
Yeah, but now Trigger actually has the lead in workers, so he very quickly recovered from the deficit.
Yeah, and he also put the fourth base.
Yeah, he is putting the fourth base. So is Showtime though. They both have it. at their disposal, and now we will see an economical burst for both of them. So we are getting to that somewhat later stage of the game.
Oh yeah, it's almost 10 minutes into the game, so yeah, we're moving definitely. And the upgrades are already going up.
Yeah, they're quite even though. Trigger has just a slight lead, but it's just a couple of seconds, so it's not going to be such a good opportunity for him. Charge is being done though. It's completed for Demauer. I don't know if Trigger has it yet, but I believe he should, because
Probably,
he's
he started with the Zealots.
yeah, the Twilight was faster for him either way.
Yeah, and he's cleaning the map here.
Yeah.
So we see another prism from Showtime.
Ooh, and a lot of Zealots actually.
Of Zealots actually, yeah.
But still though, Trigger has the Archons, so... but okay, the Zealots are going on the fourth base, and these are a lot of Zealots. Yeah, Trigger needs to respond, and he's nearby, so he won't lose any economy here. But Showtime is knocking on the door though.
And he has a really high number of Zealots.
Yeah, army supply
He managed to surround pretty good, and he's not very close to the Archons. Those Zealots could do a lot of damage. So yeah, it really depends on the positioning. It's really, really important.
Yeah.
So let's see. He's trying from the one side, from the other side. He's looking for the perfect location.
Yeah, but I'm happy that he doesn't overextend,
Yes,
right?
this
Because
is the most important.
It's very important, no thanks, because if you overextend, if you throw away your army, then the counter attack potential is huge, especially if you lose key units like Archons and Immortals.
Yeah, but still he's focusing mainly on the Zealots, and he has like three Archons and one Immortal.
44 Zealots against 20 Zealots,
Yeah.
no thanks. This is, wow.
Twice and even more.
Yeah, but the Trigger has the Immortal lead though, and now we have the War Prism here from Showtime in the main of Trigger. Trigger responds to it well though, but these are 4 Zealots, and there is going to be a bigger warp in even, and now this will force Trigger to defend, maybe allocate some of his army there, which will bring the army to Showtime to one of the other bases, but as it would seem, he won't attack on our base. He just wanted to make sure he has the space on the map to fire base number 5.
Yes. So yeah, we are going into the late game. We already see some High Templars from both of them, but yeah, they were for Archons. So, there is a Disruptor already coming.
Oh yeah, Showtime is the first one to do them, and I believe the Disruptor lead is something substantial in this matchup. Showtime will see Trigger's 5th base, or okay, just the pylon there. But while this is happening though, there is a big battle on the 5th base of Showtime. The Archons of Trigger are here, and as we said, they are very good against the
amazing
Zealots.
positioning for Trigger.
Yes.
All the Zealots met the Archons, which is devastating for them.
Yes.
He lost a lot of Zealots there.
And not only, perfect position, truly. Archons in front, Immortals behind. This is the way to go.
Want, yeah.
Yes. Now we see here a high-speed chase with Zealots.
Yeah, and also Trigger is going for a Dark Shrine. He'll probably try to do some shenanigans.
Yeah. Well,
because it's important. Like this thing that Showtime was doing with the drops, it's really important to get to some other places of the map to try to hit the economic of your opponent. Like they already have a lot of bases, they already have a lot of stuff to look for, and this is very, very important in the late game.
Oh yes, it is indeed, and both of them are actually researching observer speed, which I really think is a very important upgrade in the late game, because now we see Dark Shrines, right? If you snipe your opponent's observers, then it can be game over for them. So observer speed is quite important, but still though, Trigger is here, he's still pushing.
His army looks like really high tier army.
Yes, but now with the Disruptors though.
Disruptors. Yeah, I just saw the Disruptors. It's really, you have to be very precise with the Disruptors. As you already said, they could turn back on you, so let's see. He'll try to do a sandwich here.
Oh,
Will he be able?
Disruptor fired from Trigger though, but Showtime is here with huge army. He blinks forward.
Blink, but was that very good? I don't think so.
I don't know, where are Showtime's Disruptors? They're coming from the high ground. Oh my god, amazing explosions.
Yeah,
Immortals
still
are very low.
Only one Immortal died. Yeah, some of them are pretty low, but they're still here and doing a lot of damage, and his positioning is pretty good. But of course, as we can see, Showtime has the defender advantage. He'll be able to warp some more units, but are they enough? very good movement here for the Zealots. He has a lot of disruptors, but he needs to produce some more army because disruptors alone cannot help.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We see DT Blink actually coming from
But
Trigger.
yeah, actually Showtime did this pretty well because he was like 30 limit lower at some point, but still managed to defend this pretty good. And yeah, the important part, except of course killing the army, is probably trying to get one more base, and he wasn't able to do it, so everything looks fine. And now Trigger saw this gold base here from Showtime, which he isn't using, but still he'll kill it.
Yeah, you really want to mine from those minerals as it is the only golden base on the map, but yeah, Showtime is going to lose that. He tried to defend it, and he has army here, so maybe he can box Trigger's army
but
here.
he's
Nice recall.
recalling.
Nice
very,
recall.
very nice. And he has a Warp Prism that he'll probably use somewhere, which is also very important. But now Trigger starts to produce some more disruptors, so he'll be in the ball fight.
Yeah, he will. But still though, 6 against none right now, so the Mauer still has the lead there. But the Dark Templar are already on the map.
6 DTs.
Yeah, for Showtime as well, but they don't have the DT Blink, so those of Trigger are actually kind of scarier. And we see both players actually upgraded the shield upgrades instead of the armor upgrades. And I believe that for the Protoss players against another Protoss player, the shield is very important. Oh, but this Blink here though, amazing Blink. 10 probes.
12 probes already dead, and he'll try to move out. Will he be able to jump on top? He doesn't have a vision though, so probably these DTs will die.
Yeah, they will. The observer speed is
it's
impressive here in this defense. Yeah, but still though, 15 probes are lost.
Yes, and just for a couple of seconds.
Oh,
so,
and another
the-
base.
A base is okay.
Trigger is just like punching left and right, 1-2, 1-2, and Showtime is a little bit shook in my opinion. Again, you see in the top right corner, Trigger is taking another base. Showtime is trying to get the gold base again, but Trigger is already there, so I mean, he's everywhere on the map, no thanks.
Yeah, he left the Warp Prism here. I was thinking he would attack it somewhere, but yeah, he left it here with a couple of Zealots, so he's already here. And yeah, this is very important. He doesn't allow his opponent to get more bases. He already started some bases. He's already building up a Stalker Disruptor composition, which is really, really good. And yeah, if Zealots, if he does the good Disruptor shots against the Zealots, the Stalkers will manage to do with the Archons.
Oh yeah, absolutely, but again, Trigger is farming way more in
Yeah,
this game.
he has the bases already up and running, and he managed to kill some of his opponents, and he'll try to do more with those DTs. It's like there are 7, 8 DTs which kill a Nexus or a Probes pretty fast.
Oh yeah, especially when they have the +3 attack upgrade, they're amazing. Now they're coming here to the Nexus where there was a full blooming economy just several minutes ago. Now it's empty, it's like a ghost town there. While he's destroying that Nexus, he's again attacking the other position. But again, Showtime could save his Nexus here. Still though, Trigger lost 12 probes somewhere, so Showtime is counter-attacking here, which is something that he really needs to do.
Yeah, he had to do this earlier, but now he's doing it. Let's see. But yeah, he won't be able to kill the Nexus, and still the minerals are already almost mined out, so it's not that big of a deal.
13 probes are lost for Trigger.
Yeah, as we just saw, thanks to the observer, those base at 6 o'clock wasn't used. So he has some bases established, but he's not using them. But yeah.
Yeah, I
let's
see in the chat people are saying that they didn't expect Trigger to dominate so hard, but man, Trigger shows up in this tournament with a great form, and I'm so happy we have this young talent here.
He's like everywhere, man. Everywhere we go, we see he's winning battles, he's doing some little wins
here and there. Yeah, absolutely. And now Showtime though is kind of punishing Trigger though. He's like, brother, you're going to attack me so much, let me show you how I do the attack. So he is destroying some of the economy of Trigger, but he still has the lead in that regard. Trigger is counter-attacking, but the game is becoming quite chaotic. Showtime again here
it's
on
like
base number 5. Where is Trigger's army? I don't see any army here, so Showtime will demolish this position as well.
Showtime has like lead in 30 supply, so he should be better because he lost probes. but now Trigger lost a lot of probes. It's like it's starting to become pretty even.
Oh yeah, he's still losing probes. 39 in total to be exact. So finally, in minute 20, Showtime has the lead here. He's pouring all his zealots, all his immortals here. He has a big zealot count. The battery was overcharged, but it was defeated. Showtime is pushing harder and harder here.
He has a lot of army here.
Trigger supply is dwindling. Where is his army? We ask, well, it is counter-attacking. We have some sort of a base trade scenario. No thanks.
Yeah, but he's down like 50 supply, and he doesn't have the bases running, so it's all he has.
Who has the better army though? If you can see the unit tab, yeah, thank you. Shout out to our observers, Spy and Kowalski. They're doing an amazing job for this tournament.
Yeah.
We can see the Showtime's army is a bit better right now.
Yeah, it's actually a lot better. And he has the higher numbers, the
Yeah.
better composition.
The army size is bigger, but still, Showtime now only left on 3 bases.
But now he's separated, but he's trying to do a sandwich,
Such
which
a
is
surround,
really,
oh
really
my
good. And
goodness.
now that
Oh, Showtime actually exploded some of his zealots, but will that matter? I don't think
still
so.
he's on 50 supply, and I think Showtime has it.
Yeah, but Showtime did. Trigger was playing amazingly in this game, but the wall is called the wall for a reason. He withstood the damage like a rock against the sea, and we see that now he is in the lead. Just look at the supply.
Showtime was a bit passive, but at some point he was like, okay, I got this, and he really got it. So as we now see, he has like twice and even more the supply lead. He's doing pretty good shots from these disruptors, and looks like Trigger has only those 3 disruptors and
Yeah, and that's it.
5
GG, Showtime.
Stalkers and
Ties up the
GG,
city.
yeah. That's pretty. Have a game 3, and I think already they found the pace for the games. Like I just said, it's like Showtime was a bit passive, but maybe he was rethinking all the stuff happening around, and he managed to play really well. At some point, it's like he pulled up a switch and was like, okay, I know what's going on here, I'll do my best, and he did.
Oh yeah, he did. I think defensively Showtime is probably the better Protoss from those two, and he showcased this on the second map. I'm very curious to see on the third map though what these players decide to do, because in the first game Trigger opened with the Stargate, then he opened with a quicker Nexus, then with the Twilight. So I'm wondering, will he opt to go for the Stargate yet again?
We'll see. It depends also if the map is bigger or smaller. So yeah, but definitely both of them know what they're going against now, since they had like 2 games which were pretty even at most of the times. So yeah, we'll see where this goes in our third game. It's like maybe we saw the games yesterday with Hearthstone. I think I enjoyed these 2 more.
Okay, yeah. Well, every player when they match up, every matchup is different. This is why I love StarCraft so much. It's Protoss versus Protoss. We can see 10 PvPs in a day, but they all will be slightly different. Yeah, and just the strategy aspect of this game is amazing, and I see that our third map is actually going to be Ghost River, guys. So that would be very interesting. It's one of the smallest maps in the map pool. So yeah, once we jump into it, we are going to see how it goes. And ladies and gentlemen, here we are on the top right side of Ghost River. We have Trigger.
And on the top left, he managed to seal the deal, and now he's going for a win. Give it up for Showtime. Hell, it's about Showtime.
Yes, nice. No thanks, I really liked that reference. What do you think about our intro video, though?
Oh, everything is amazing, man.
Beautiful.
It's like pretty good production. I would like to say big ups to the production team. I was reading yesterday in the chat that some of the foreigners which haven't seen our production were like, oh, this is very good. And I'm like, these guys do this for a lot of years. They have a lot of experience, and we can all see that. Thanks to them. Big ups to the guys that are behind the cameras, that are around the players. And yeah, Bullstream are probably the best production team in Bulgaria.
Oh, I would say the best, of course, especially when it comes to esports. Oh my God,
The probe is
the probe of Trigger is just going
Sad
crazy,
probe.
like an EDM
the
concert.
probe
You
is
know?
triggered.
You brought your puns today, show. No thanks, I really like that. Or thanks for that. Oh,
Thanks,
awesome.
no thanks, right?
But this is actually not good for Trigger because it's still early in the game. One
Yeah.
probe is one probe, right?
Yeah. We'll see where this goes after the cybernetic score. I'm curious to see, will there be Stargate? Will there be Twilight? As you said, it's like one of the smallest map in the map pool, so this definitely is... Oh, okay, so he recalled the probe.
Yeah.
So the probe is no longer triggered.
But this is a chrono boost less, so which could become
Yes.
a big deal.
Yes,
Yeah. It's
absolutely.
50 energy to recall something, 50 energy to do a chrono boost. So
And yeah,
not the
still-
best situation
Yeah,
to
in the
block
beginning
your
of the
probe.
game, it's really, really important to have
Yeah.
this chrono boost.
So on smaller maps, what do you think? Blink stalkers are maybe good.
Yes,
They cover a lot of distance with their blink, so I believe that Twilight probably here would be nice. But let's see. Trigger for now is and Showtime. They are starting their second bases
yeah.
before the tech.
Trigger goes for Stalker, while Showtime goes for 2 sentries. So, but they already have 2 Stalkers. So I think Showtime will play more defensively. But yeah, of course, this is just my opinion. We'll see where this goes. I already see the battery. Oh, we see the Twilight
From both
Trigger.
sides, yeah. So the players actually agree with us. They think that the Twilight Blinkstalker opener would be best on this map, and I really agree with them. And I like the sentries. Sentries are great. They got a little bit of a buff in the recent patches, but
Yeah, that's why we see them more, I guess.
yeah, but not only. The scouting potential there is pretty nice. As we already see hallucinations flying to both sides. They want to keep tabs on everything their opponent is doing, and I believe that especially in such a tricky matchup like PvP, you really need to be on top of your scouting,
Yeah,
because if you aren't, we saw on game 1 what happened.
Yeah, scouting is like the third resource in StarCraft, but yeah, while playing a mirror match, it's really, really important to know every second what is your opponent going, because there is like a small gap where you can lose the game. But yeah, both of them going for Blink Stalkers. As we said, everything looks the same. They are scouting, they are checking if everything is going right. But yeah, as we can see, everything is almost the same.
Guys, it's only our second game
Yeah,
of the day.
and I'm already super excited, man.
Yes. And not only the first 2 games, 3 maps, you know?
Yeah.
I always like to watch the full map series because they're the most exciting. And when we go to the 3rd map, it's anybody's game.
Yes, and
Yeah.
also when we get to the lower bracket, it's like best of 5s.
Yes.
So,
And
yeah.
today, sadly, we will have to say goodbye to some players of the tournament, but at least they will have a best of 5 chance
Yeah.
to not be those players. Yeah.
I really like that decision to be best of 5 for the lower bracket.
Yes, I believe so too. And I like that we can actually showcase all of the matches one by one on the stage. I think
absolutely.
that's very cool because everybody gets a piece of this trio. Yeah.
Yeah. And also for the viewers, it's very, very nice to have all the matches upcoming. We saw Trigger having a bit more faster 3rd base, but a bit more slower blink. So, but everything will probably work out. And two dead probes for Showtime.
Yeah. Not the end of the world, of course. Showtime is heading towards robotics facility right now, so he will have those immortals coming shortly. Trigger, though, starts up his own robotics facility as well as the Forge. He will have some advantage in the upgrade if he fires it up immediately, because Showtime's Forge is just slightly behind.
Yes, and the robots are almost the same. So yeah.
I'm curious to see though, on this map, if you go to the late game, it becomes extremely tight. So basically one lost fight, and until you recover the army, already you're going to be dealing with the army of your opponent
your
in your
opponent
base.
is pretty close, yes.
Yes, so here especially, keeping the center of the map, I believe is very important.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's like when they're taking bases, they're getting closer and closer to each other. So if the games last longer, they'll be next to each other.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Especially those two middle bases in the bottom part of the screen, they will become very close to one another. And since the bases on this map are quite few, if you, for example, start mining from your opponent's side of the map, that could give you a lead in a very, very late game scenario.
Yes. And Trigger went for more gateways faster, I think. So if he decides to do some aggression later on, he will have a higher army count, but we'll see. Because Showtime is already here with the Stalkers, pretty cool blinks. He doesn't lose anything. Oh, one forward blink, but very good reaction from Showtime.
Yeah, well, this isn't like StarCraft 1 though, where you can have a missed chance if you're from the bottom side of the map. So
Yes.
he turned on Trigger's army just for a second, but he recognized that maybe it would be best to recover, regroup, and good snipe here on the Observer by Trigger.
Yes. But looks like Showtime has higher numbers, but
Yeah, Stalkers
Trigger
for sure.
Trigger has the Zealots.
And the charge is going to hit up in 5 seconds, so once the charge is done,
Yeah, it will be different.
Oh,
but,
yeah,
he
they
had
can-
to wait, I think.
they can close the gap to the Stalkers,
Absolutely.
even if they have Blink. And when the Zealots get on top of the Stalkers, it becomes very difficult for them.
Okay, so let's see. He
25,
has-
25 Stalkers for Showtime, but Trigger already has some Immortals here. The War Prism is here. He's going to reinforce with more Zealots, 30 Stalkers for Showtime. Purely Stalker army, basically.
Yeah,
Of course,
and
excluding the 3
He
sentries.
warped some Zealots, trying to go upper, but he saw them with the Observer, so perfect reaction.
Yeah, now he's shelling away the 4th base though of Trigger, of Showtime.
He'll cancel it.
Oh, he will not cancel it, he will destroy it. This wasn't a cancel, no
Actually,
thanks.
yes,
It was
yes.
like minus 400 minerals for Showtime. And he isn't super rich right now.
Yeah. And there are more reinforcements here. A lot more Zealots.
Oh my god, so many Stalkers though. But Trigger is very smart to position that Observer there in order for him to actually check the movement of the Stalkers, to know where they are.
Yes,
And let's see what the decision is going to be here. Because he already destroyed the 4th base, maybe behind that he is going to fire up his
Yeah,
own.
he should, and he should take this position here, not letting his opponent go out. And yeah, this will be the best scenario for him, I think. But let's see, he'll try to move up. Here is everything is about positioning, so both of them are trying to get the best of the situation. Forward blink here, he saw that most of the Stalkers of Showtime weren't there, so that was a really good blink by Trigger. And yeah, he's continuing to stay here, so he has the advantage of the base, but Showtime also has the base here.
Yeah, he rebuilt it, but still though, losing that 400 minerals back then
Yeah,
was not pleasant. A little bit like a rock in the shoe, maybe. Supplies though, pretty even. A lead for Showtime in economy. But he has the numbers lead, yeah, for probes, not mining from the 4th base just yet though. He will be very soon. The first robotics bay come for Demour, Showtime, so he will have the Disruptor lead if he opts to go for them straight away. Trigger though, he is pumping Immortals 2x2, and they are both right now equal on upgrades, but this won't be the case in a little bit, so maybe Trigger needs to find some damage here.
The Immortals are alone here, and Showtime decides to blink forward and try to kill them. But on the Trigger side, he blinked, really good positioning here, but will he have enough? Because the surround of Showtime is better. Still, he has the reinforcement of the Immortals on the right side. And yeah, everything here is about positioning and about fighting, but Showtime has the defender advantage.
Yeah, not only, he very smartly sent his Zealots to deal with the Immortals, and these 3 Immortals
Yes.
falling down, it forces Trigger to back up. And now Showtime can have some freedom, some open air, like our open air venue, you know, to breathe, to expand his probe count, which he lost quite a few of because 15 probes died on this defense. Still, though, they're pretty even in the worker count.
Yeah, yeah. Like, even though they exchange some armies, most of the stats are even. And the upgrades look even, so yeah.
Yeah, a little bit of a lead for Showtime there, though. So he will have the window with the upgrade advantage.
Yes.
And for example, when this is a Stalker versus Stalker fight, this is huge. Trigger, though, some very well-positioned observers on the map, Showtime as well. Once again, on such a small map, you really need to know where the army of the opponent is coming from, so you can prepare your defenses accordingly.
Yeah, yeah, it's really important. As you said, it's a small map, so you really have to know when and from where it's coming. So we see a Dark Shrine as well?
Yeah, he will be the first one
Showtime.
to fire it up. But Trigger is again here. He has the army supply lead, but not the technology
Disruptors
lead.
already?
The
Three
disruptors
disruptors
are here.
Are here.
4? Wow, okay.
Yeah.
4 against none. No thanks, this is a big lead. Some might say infinity times bigger.
Let's see
But
how
let's
he
see.
uses them. And Trigger attacks on both sides. Actually getting pretty good location. The Immortals aren't very efficient, but still he manages to do a lot of damage. But there
Oh my god, so many immortals here.
And,
No thanks, they're just
disruptors
shredding the
aren't
scouters.
doing
The-
anything here.
The stalkers. But
and
they're
he's
blinking aggressively on
forward
the...
because he saw there is no backup for the Immortals, and he'll kill some of them, but the Zealots are helping as well. And there are some more reinforcements, but if he loses the Immortals, this won't be really good. The Disruptor shot did some damage.
Ooh, great snipe by Showtime. He sniped the Warp Prism. Now Trigger cannot reinforce this position. And we see 140 supply against 119. Showtime has the lead, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, and like 3 attack from Trigger just finished after the fight, so he was
Oh
fight-
yeah, this was the timing advantage we were talking about.
Absolutely,
and it
yeah.
really helped
Yeah.
Showtime in this, in
Probably
this fight.
he wasn't in the perfect position, but those little things are what are important, as well as the defender's advantage and that little upgrade advantage. It really worked out well for him. But still, the gap between the supply is less right now.
Yeah,
and-
it is, but you can see on the production tab, we already have DT Blink for Showtime. We already have the shield upgrade. Right now, Trigger cannot afford that. He's just pumping 1-2 Immortals at a time, while Showtime is developing, and I believe that his elite is just going to keep on getting bigger and bigger, and now we can see that he finally moves on the map, and yeah, he is going to start pushing Trigger.
Yeah, he's looking pretty good with all those disruptors. Let's see.
So many Immortals, though.
Yeah, but the
no
Immortals
thanks.
aren't very mobile, so you can shoot at them with the disruptors pretty good.
Yeah, they're a little bit like roaches, right? A little bit clunkier, a little bit fatter, some might say. But it's normal. It's summertime. We need to relax, chill, eat good food, right? Maybe in the winter we are going to go to the gym a little bit more.
Okay.
He's,
so he has mainly Gateway army and the disruptors.
Yeah, I think his army is
Let's
very
see
cool.
the disruptor shots. Okay.
Wow, they
There are a
zone
lot
out.
of disruptors.
Showtime pushing ahead. The Immortals here are staying strong, but the Disruptor is going to hit.
Yeah, and he's shooting with them pretty precisely, like
Yes.
one by one, and he's not overcommitting with
No,
them, which
no.
is really, really important.
It is. It is for sure no thanks, because if Showtime fires all of his disruptors,
Yeah.
then that
can
leaves the
backfire.
opportunity to Trigger to counter-attack and jump on them. So it's very smart to just one by one.
Yeah, it's
One
really
might hit.
tricky.
Mhm,
and
it is
really-
tricky.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's a hard game, isn't it?
it really is, man.
Yeah.
That's why we are not playing it.
Yeah, that's true, that's true. But some people ask me, were you a player? And I say, no,
Well,
because my diamond player status, does it count even?
We both were, but still we are not like 1% close to the level of
Oh
those
yeah,
guys.
very casual, very casual.
But yeah,
But StarCraft,
really love the game.
this why it's very fun, because even for the casual gamers, I think that this game is super, super cool.
yeah, but even being casual
Mm-hmm.
is hard, and probably that's why it's not so popular these days.
Well,
Because you have to invest a lot of hours
Yes, to-
while you're losing and you get your ass kicked. until you start understanding like some of the basic stuff.
Yes, yes. I remember the first times I was actually getting into StarCraft 2, I was like, it was like an university learning, but still though, these DTs here that Showtime sent wrecked this location for Trigger. 14 probes, 15 probes going down. Trigger will try to counter punch, but Showtime though, he's feeling confident. He will jump again on the Immortals. One of them falls down, several zealots fall down. 20 probes are falling for Trigger. Showtime is beginning to show why he is the best props in Europe.
Yeah, he's
Or
actually
maybe
playing really
we'll see, because Skillus is in the tournament as well. Skillus is also
Yeah,
like
he did
right up there, and
really well with stats yesterday. That
Oh
was
yeah, yeah,
crazy.
yeah. So who knows?
Yeah,
If we
yeah.
see Skillus versus Showtime in this tournament, it would be very
Yeah,
interesting.
we'll decide.
Yes,
who
this
is-
will be the
Who
decider.
is the better?
Yes,
at least.
absolutely, absolutely. 8 disruptors against 3. 10 immortals against none though, so I'm curious to see how this army plays out. Great blink from Trigger, this was so clutch.
But yeah, it's like already in the late game, they should be really careful. And even though Showtime has the advantage at some times, he managed to stay back and put some more, like he's investing in 3 more Stargates.
And then a fleet beacon, so maybe he will do a switch. I'm interested to see whether it will be carriers or Tempest. I think Tempest are very good, but yeah, let's wait and see what Showtime has in mind. So far though, Showtime on 200 supply, so he is beginning to muster up a little bit of a bank. We can say that for Trigger as well, who has a slight army advantage right now.
Yeah, and he has a lower bank, but he still is banking some resources, so it's almost even. But yeah, all those targets, probably he'll start using them. And we see an Oracle as well as a DT from Showtime. He'll probably use it to scout the army.
Yeah, but still though, when you transition like that,
Yeah, you have to be really careful.
you have to be really careful not to lose your army in the middle of the
And
map though.
also, if you want to transition, you have to have some supply.
Yeah,
And
true.
they're capped, so if they lose something and their opponent sees that they are not producing
Ooh,
the
the
same
fleet beacon!
army,
The fleet beacon is going to fall though. We are not going to see the big scary starships from the Protoss. We are actually going to see it destroyed. So this was a great snipe by Trigger, but still though, he's losing 14 probes more here. Now he's counter-attacking. He's destroying one of the bases here for Showtime. Almost no probes falling down though. So Showtime will keep mining from his plentiful bases, but again he's attacking on the other side of the map as well. Now the Immortals are kind of stranded, and as we see, they are kind of hard to micro against the Disruptor balls,
Yes,
and one
they
or two fall just like that.
and like last games happened something like that, and we saw that Showtime manages to be everywhere a bit better than Trigger, but we'll see. Right now, Trigger is fighting with cannons. Will he be able to do, like here Disruptors could be really amazing, but very good micro from Showtime.
And very good target fire though from Trigger. He sniped almost all of the Disruptors that Showtime has here, so great battle for him. Still, he leads in the supply. The target fire here is amazing by Trigger, truly.
Yeah, he really did amazing stuff. It's like a bit hard for me because it's green, blue, but yeah, he managed to shoot those Disruptors pretty well.
Yeah. Still, I really like how Trigger can manage to turn somewhat of a bad position to an advantage with his control, with his micro, and this is what PvP is all about. You know, if you manage to snipe the other person's higher tech army quicker, then you're of course in the lead, but let's see who will come on top after this chaotic battle has finished, because right now it's chaos all around the map. Showtime is blinking forward. Oh my god, the Immortals here!
Oh, they did a lot of damage to the Immortals, but they are still alive. And the Zealots are probably going to kill some of them. But yes, he still managed to kill. Oh, so this is the forward blink one from Showtime here. He's focusing on the Immortals.
Yeah.
But as well, Trigger is focusing on the Disruptors. And we see the difference in the supply. Trigger is a lot lower right now.
Yeah, 73 to 33. The Trigger lost all of his army in this engagement, and now Showtime can actually push,
Yeah,
and he
if he
should go
counterattacks-
straight away.
Yeah, if he counterattacks, he'll probably have it. But yeah, let's see if he decides to do this. Because like Trigger did very good defense. Still, Showtime's focus was amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. Did Showtime rebuild the fleet beacon? I doubt it,
I don't
because
think
it's a very low economy right now. The
they
bases
both
they
lost
have,
their
they don't have too many minerals, but whoa, what is this? Showtime is already in the main base of Trigger, and he is going to snipe the upgrade probably. He has to deny that.
And with all those disruptors, he can manage this
Denied.
background really, really good.
Yeah, the
Oh,
disruptor.
let's see the shots.
Oh, is Showtime
Okay,
looking?
blinking back.
Okay, he didn't lose too much here. Oh, the zealots evaporated
Okay,
from
let's
those
see
disruptors
some
though.
more disruptor shots.
Ooh. Slam dunk.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah. Showtime is exactly where he wants to be, on top of
but
Trigger's
yeah,
production.
Showtime is killing the production of Trigger, which is really, really
Whoa.
important. Trigger is already a lot lower in the supply, so he really has to do something in order to survive here. And this is like the final game.
GG. Wow, Showtime managed to win the series after a hiccup on the first map, but yeah, congratulations to Dimauer, and I cannot wait to see, to hear actually how he feels after that game, because it was a hard one, no thanks.
Yeah, he read the first two games very, very well, and give it up to him. And let's hear from him.
Yeah, Bellum, take it away.
Just gonna wait a second, but yeah, those were some crazy PvPs, right? Game 2 and Game 3. Showtime. Two insane late games, right? Back and forth, all across the map, mining things out. How do you keep track of everything that's happening as it goes back and forth, composition change, everything like that?
I don't know, I feel like I'm dying, to be honest. It's pretty hot, and it's hard to keep track of everything. Very exhausting games, but very happy with the win.
Fair. I heard a rumor, by the way, that you and Trigger were running into each other quite a bit on ladder in Korea, right, kind of before this, and it was going very much a different way. So how much did that that experience, playing against him so often, how does that go into your preparation for this best of 3?
Well, when I played him on ladder, he was mostly going 1-gate expand. I 4-gated him, and he died every time, so I didn't think he was going to 1-gate expand, and I just thought he would play normal.
Yeah, fair enough. And then Game 1, we talked about playing normal, not playing normal. That going Phoenix opener against your Twilight, was that something that you were expecting? I mean, it seemed to work out for him, but we don't see a lot of that all that often.
Yeah, it's very unusual. I think he was maybe trying to blind counter like an Oracle opening, because Phoenix it's okay against what I was doing, but he would probably prefer like some Oracles. But the game came more down to me sleeping and getting 4 Adepts in my base, like 2 each times, and yeah, that was pretty bad.
Yeah, so now you're looking at running into Raynor in the next round of this tournament. You all have some history. You've played some incredible games each other. How are you feeling about that matchup?
Well, Raynor has been partying a lot, I heard, so it should be doable, I think. It should be doable.
All right, so the trick is you get Raynor to party more tonight. You play him tomorrow. It works out. But Showtime, we're going to let you go, take a little bit of break. Congratulations. Great games.
I was very happy about getting invited. I love going to new places. I've never been to Bulgaria, so I was quite looking forward to it. It's a lovely place. It's like personally, I also grew up in sort of like the countryside. But this isn't like a mega big city, so it's more like my style, a bit more nature. So it's very lovely. I love it. Too many expectations, I would say. I kind of just take it as it comes. In terms of goals, I always want to win, so let's say first place. I've had an open air venue once before, and I don't think it's too different. Maybe you're a bit more exposed to stuff like sun and I don't know, I have like allergies, so I hope they don't bother me too much, but we'll see. I don't think it's gonna be too different. It's feeling so-so. It depends who I play. I feel like I've improved a lot lately, like the past half year or so. So it's not that bad anymore, but I still feel like the top Terrans are very hard for me.
Okay, guys, welcome back. It's your second day of Bellum against StarCraft 2 Elite Tournament, and I'm really excited because it's almost time for the third game of today. But first, we have a national celebration today here in Bulgaria. It's a national holiday. So I would like to invite you all to stand up and we'll hear the national anthem. And I'll say a couple of words in Bulgarian. Честит празник, българи! Съединението прави силата! Whoa. I never heard the national anthem on stage. I was feeling like I won something, but yeah, happy holiday to everyone here in Bulgaria. But now it's time for the third game. I would like to invite the first player, Oliveira, please come to the stage and give it up for him. Hello, Oliveira. How are you feeling today?
Yeah, I feel very exciting to play with Carlos.
What do you think about him? How do you feel about the game?
Well, he's a very good player, and yesterday he beat Stace. It looked like it's very easy, and I think today will be very close.
Okay, so do you have anything special about him, or you'll just play your normal style?
Well, I will be a secret.
Okay, wish you best of luck. Guys, please give it up for Skillas. Please come to the stage. Hello, Skillas. How are you feeling today?
Oh, I feel great.
Yesterday, you beat Stats pretty solid. Were you expecting this?
Yeah, I thought I was a little bit ahead, but I was very happy with how the games went. So, yeah.
Okay, so now you're playing against Darren. How do you feel about it?
I feel good about my PVT matchup, but Oliver is a great opponent, and we already had many games played together before, so they're very fun.
Okay, guys, please shake your hands. I wish you best of luck. May the better player win. And to our awesome commentators. Enjoy.
Thank you so much, mate. Welcome back, everybody, to the second day of the BGE, where we are getting ready for an awesome PVT. One that I'm very excited for, one that you're very excited for. And there is some really cool history. Skill has already said they've played a lot of games against each other. But earlier this year, we had an event over in China. And obviously, it was back to the rafters, a lot of passionate Chinese fans.
Yes.
And Skillers beat Oliver in front of the Chinese audience.
Yeah.
I'm sure that Oliver didn't forget, and I'm sure he's out for revenge. I think it's going to be really good.
Oh, 1000%. Of course, this matchup is full of excitement. I'm having goosebumps all over my body. I really cannot wait to see the 2023 World Champion battle it out against this amazing Protoss player in the face of Skillers. Skillers recently has shown a big burst in form. He's feeling tremendous. And yeah, I'm very excited. You know, maybe a couple of years ago I would say Oliveira easily, but right now Rotterdam, I'm really not that sure.
No, I think it's close, but I think it's always been close between these two. Of course, Oliveira has his days where he peaks and he just becomes an unstoppable monster. We've seen that in Katowice back then. We saw a bit of that in Dallas a couple of months ago. We know that if he's absolutely on point and he activates the turbo, as Rain likes to call it, he is one of the very best players on this planet, and it's so hard to stop him. But Skillers' average level is very high, and he's already shown us that he can defeat Oliveira. Oliveira can sometimes become a tiny bit predictable in this matchup as well. And Skillers is a very clever player. He's a guy that doesn't just play a lot, but he thinks a lot about the game. He obviously makes some content as well on his YouTube channel. And he's, by the way, he's going to have a great video after this. This man is walking like 25,000 steps a day right now with a camera around his neck just to get a couple of cool pictures, get some nice footage. The vlog of this tournament of Nikita on his channel is going to be a banger.
Oh yeah, I cannot wait until he uploads it. It's going to be super cool. I already see that the game is about to start. So Rotterdam, before we jump into it, do you have a prediction for me?
It's so tough. It's so tough. I don't want to make a prediction. I just want to enjoy the series. Let's hope at least. I predict we're going to go see all 3 games. That's my only prediction.
Okay, that's a good prediction. Let's see, and let's introduce our players, ladies and gentlemen, because we are already on Oceanborn. In the top left side, we have the 2023 World Champion from China. Let's hear it for Oliveira!
Such a lovable character, such an easy player to root for, as it does seem like we have a minor pause by our observer, referee. Hopefully everything is all right. It seems that Skillers is opening the door, so maybe something is missing there. We'll give it a couple of seconds until we talk about the other man that's on the bottom side of the map. Apparently there's a minor audio issue right now.
Yeah.
It's all good. They'll figure it out.
Oh, yeah.
Still going to be a banging series.
Oh yeah, I cannot wait. Oceanborn is a great map for me to start the series on, I believe, because it's a very macro-esque map, right? It's very standard. You cannot complain, oh, it's very narrow, oh, there are these gold bases here and there. You know, there are basically no excuses for the players here.
No, it's good, especially I think in PvT we've seen a lot of games where both players get up to 5-6 bases, and Skillers kind of likes to play that, and yesterday I felt like Oliveira did show us some of his old school early game aggression, but he wasn't always able to end it. So then at one point it's like, well, now you're forced to play a macro game. And, well, he's like, well, there's a reason why I was the world champion. I can play macro games still, guys. And he played really well with a bunch of Liberators in the late game, those 3-3 upgrades. But it was fun. We've seen plenty of great games on Oceanborn in the past. Let's hope this is another one. In the bottom right side, we are looking at the main base of one of your favorite European Protoss players out there. This kid has been around the block, but he keeps on getting better. Representing Team Liquid, give it up for Skillers.
Yeah, I love the support of the fans. Thank you guys for being here, and thanks to everybody that is watching online. We are very happy that we have this big StarCraft 2 celebration here in Bulgaria, and especially today on the national holiday to have games like this is just amazing. And now I'm very curious to see what Oliveira will open with, because I believe that probably the Terran wants to be the aggressor here.
Yes, Oliveira is a guy that always looks for damage early on, or at the bare minimum wants to get a very good scout off. Now yesterday we saw him play multiple times a barracks into an expand into a factory, but then more barracks. One game he went for 2 extra barracks, second game he went for 1 Rex and then a slightly later starport. but obviously both builds include a late starport. Now, if you're a Protoss player and you see and you know that you're going up against a Terran that is willing to delay the starport that much, you may start thinking about the Dark Shrine early on.
Oh, yeah,
because obviously
absolutely.
they cannot have a Raven that early. That is something that I am sure Skillers has been thinking of, and I'm sure that Oliveira is also thinking like, well, okay, if I keep on showing openings where I go for a lot of Rexes, a factory, but my starport is mega late, there is a moment where they're going to hit me with the invisible guy.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and I believe these guys, they're super high level, so maybe the mind games, you know, they begin even before the tournament, right? And every game they play, the narrative just expands, so I'm very curious to see how they approach this. Of course, I'm interested as well how the Protoss will open this, because we see Adept, of course, this is standard, but will he follow that up with the Stargate? No, he is choosing to go for the Twilight Console, which is basically the bread and butter of Protoss against Terran.
Yes, but there are many ways to play it, right? We can go for a 2-gate with a Robo and then expand. We can go 3-gate and expand. We can also go 4-gate Blinkstalker, be very aggressive, or we can keep the doors open for potentially a quick Dark Shrine. If Skillers feels that Oliveira will just continue as the attack is going to show up, but it's just a split second too late. So it does get the SCV, that's obviously nice, but he's unfortunately not able to delay this command center from finishing up. That would have been big, by the way, because then Oliveira would have to send a new SCV to the low ground. That could also be a target for this Adept, and you're just waiting because you want to free up that extra supply. You want to go into something like an orbital as quickly as possible in your natural. Obviously, a planetary would be a little bit crazy, but I've seen it on the ladder. But no, it should always be that quick orbital. That is obviously what it is. And Oliveira once more, by the way, going barracks, factory, barracks, barracks. And I bet if Skiller sees this, he's like, man, I really should have hit him.
Oh, now maybe he should shade in, but no, he's afraid of the Cyclone, as he should be. He has the lock-on ability on the Adept, and the first Adept will fall down, so first blood has been drawn.
Yep, second Adept as well was a little bit derpy there. I think Skillers could have done a slightly better job in potentially saving them. This is a bit problematic because as a Protoss early on, you don't have too many units. And if you kind of plan on keeping the Terran busy on the other side of the map with your Adepts, but you lose them this quickly, you could honestly be in some danger at home. Right now, 14 army supply on the map for Oliveira, only 4 for Skillers.
Yeah.
Obviously, Warp Gates are going to finish up, but without a shield battery, this can honestly get very, very scary. And Oliveira has shown this a lot of respect for a long time. Well, I actually think if he just goes for it immediately, gets the first lock on. Blink wasn't ready yet. Skill is dodging a little bullet here. This could have been bad.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But right now the battery is up, the robotics facility is up, so again, Skills should be safe. But as you said, Roti, once he loses the Adepts, he no longer has presence on the other side of the map, and it becomes a dark and scary place for the Protoss. That's why he needs to pump out the observers as fast as possible, and he is.
Yep, how many gateways is Skillers working with? We're working with 3 gates, I believe, right? Would be awesome to just double check this quickly if we can, as the Stalkers are going to go to the other side of the map. They might get an SCV, that is the only SCV. Good old Observer, I believe it's Pi right now. Can we take a look at the gateway count of Skillers? I believe it's 3. Yeah, it is 3. So 3 is kind of like the middle down the road, where it's not all about aggression, but at least we have a little bit more production than if we would have gone for the greedy 2-gate into 3-base opening, which is still something you'll see. But I honestly think that would be a mistake because Oliveira is such an aggressive player, and he opened up with the 3 barracks. He's going to have a really big, powerful army in the mid-game. If Skillers can survive the first time Oliveira moves out, things look fantastic for Skillers, but it's going to be really difficult, Exalted.
Oh yeah, for sure. And but I like the confidence of Skillers though. He's going for the 3rd base. He's not feeling on a timer that he should end the game as early as possible. So I like that. I like that he's going into this series with confidence. We already see charges almost done. +1 attack has started, and an Immortal is being cut. I believe the Immortal is a very nice nuance here in this matchup, because when the tanks come, they can actually tank several hits and they can shoot them quite easily.
Yep, Immortals deal great damage against Marauders and tanks, but obviously getting them in range is going to be a problem.
True.
And I think Oliveira's got a very good read on what Skillers is doing, so he's not going to move out with like 8 or 10 buy units. He's just waiting a little bit longer, at least until Combat Shield is done, until these medevacs are out. He could also decide to open up with a tiny drop and then make his big push throughout the center. Still no 3rd command center for Oliveira, only 44 SCVs, but he is going to have a lot of battle units, and it's going to be powerful. without Colossus, without Storm. Is it impossible for Skillers to stop it? No, but he needs to do so many things right. Because
Yes.
Oliveira's army is coming, and it's going to be powerful.
It's very scary when you don't have splash damage and you're playing against the Terran. You really need to opt for either Colossi or the Storm, as you said, but even Disruptors could help, and now Oliveira is starting to move on the map. Of course, Skills sees that as soon as possible, which is the information he needs, but how is he going to defend against all that? I don't know. Maybe this Warp Prism will try to counterattack, and by this, probably Skills will be thinking, okay, I will make Oliveira turn around, but will that Prism be on time?
Well, maybe, because Oliveira throws down a scan at the third base of Skillers and says, you know what, I don't want to attack into that, which I'm a little bit surprised by, because his army was powerful for a while, but Skillers has gone up to a high gateway count. We got 5 more gates at a certain point, and I guess Oliveira just immediately made the read. Was like, wait a minute, you're not that close to Storm, you're not that close to a bunch of Colossus that I need to worry about. If you are just spamming gateway units, I am going to wait. Because if the armies are small or somewhat small, Zealot, Stalkers and a Guardian Shield can do amazing against Terran.
Yes.
But if the Bio Ball grows, and at one point all the Zealots just disappear quickly.
Oh, yeah.
So Oliveira feels that he just needs a little more firepower. But the longer he waits, we can't ignore the fact that Skill has been on 3 bases for a long time and even had a 16-worker lead. Like, Oliveira does really need to start finding some damage soon.
Absolutely, because as we see, Skills is already starting up his 4th Nexus, and if Oliveira lets this live, it's going to be a terrible economic spot for him, as he is just now finishing his 3rd CC. Now Skills, though, with a good economy, he feels a little bit more confident. He is trying to get some sort of a map control, as he should.
Yep, I would love to see a second robotics facility being warped in on the side of Skillers, and I think a second forge. He's got time right now. Oliveira kept so many units at home, is also waiting for stuff, so Skillers is fine. There comes that second robo immediately, and I think a second forge is something that's really going to help as well, where he's going to just get a bit upgrade lead later on. Honestly, this is just a perfect 9 minutes in the end for Skillers, where I don't even think he's done a crazy amount of things right, but apparently every time that Oliveira saw something, he got a bit scared. Perhaps the previous world champ is hurting a little bit in confidence, as he will make one final move out. These armies are close to each other, throws down a scan, sees the observer. Skillers, his zealot count is really high. A flank, however, would be fantastic though. If all the zealots come in from one direction, I do think it might still be hard for Skillers to take a great fight.
Yeah, but some zealots are here. They're just like annoying mosquitoes, you know, just 2 zealots, but again, SCVs are dying. Oliveira needs to react. He's trying to counterattack though.
And he's got drilling claws, by the way, don't forget about that.
Oh, yeah, so the mines are very quick to burrow. So Skillers needs to be careful here. Oh no, Skillers is going to lose a lot of probes here. 6 probes going down. I really thought that they might have been more.
Oh! We're gonna lose 4 more in the main base. I believe there is a cloak mine now in 3 different mineral lines. The Skillers didn't really have detection everywhere. He's warped in a couple of cannons, but there is a good chance that some of these mines will fire once more. Yesterday, Oliveira already showed us he loves the quick widow mines, and Skillers decides to just take this fight. He's got Guardian Shield, he gets the tanks, the Colossus lives, and Oliveira is forced to pick up his units and get out of there. Fantastic fight here by Skillers right after he took some economic damage.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He charged the Zealots in the perfect time, right before the tanks were sieged, and this was the opportunity he needed. Yes, he lost several more probes, but still though, this fight in the middle of the map slows down the Terran substantially. Now he needs to rebuild that army, and the Colossus count is getting higher and higher, so Skillers will have the tools at his disposal to keep on pushing away the Terran and probably finally overturning him.
Yep, and he's getting the second forge, he's getting a Templar Archives, he is trying to rebuild some of those workers he's been losing. Did not manage to kill that Widow Mine immediately. I mean, Oliveira has done a very good job in the TVPs we've seen in this tournament of just implementing mines, and not just early on, not just as a form of harassment or as long as I'm playing against Zealots, I want mines. No, even in the later stages, Oliveira seems to be quite fond of just increasing the Widow Mine count. And obviously, Hitman is very good in scanning. He can always spot them. This is double Liberator harass, by the way. Yeah. That is also difficult to deal with. Skillers can just blink in there because his Stalkers will melt.
Yeah.
And this is actually very cool. Oliveira is showcasing us that even if it feels like he's committed, he's not that committed, because he will find clever ways to take a decent fight or find a bit of damage here and there, and then obviously just make a relatively smooth entrance into the late game.
Yeah, but we already have the ghosts here for the Terran, though. They are pretty important, especially when the high shielded Protoss units come. So, you know, the EMP drains the Protoss army of their shields, and 13 more probes actually fall down from this very randomly placed mine there. Wow.
Yep, because the Liberators push the probes away. It's a real shame we kind of missed that, but
Oh
that
my
is a
God.
brilliant play by Oliveira. That was a
Brilliant.
Widow Mine drop from earlier still. He just moved that mine away from the cannon, sieges up 2 libs here, and the probes evacuated into that Widow Mine. Skillers is very fed up with these Liberators, so he has built a Stargate, he has warped in a Void Ray.
Yes.
This is man, it's an insane spot by Oliveira to just go for double lip harass this early on. And it's not even like we've got a +2, we've got a fusion core with advanced ballistics. No, it's just the basic Liberators, but they are fantastic.
Yeah, I
they found a
believe
really
he found
good
the
spot.
perfect spot basically on the map, to exploit, and this slowed down Skillers' lead quite a lot because he had a lead in economics earlier on. And still, no mining here, so great positioning. Now the Void Ray will come, of course, it will take care of these Liberators, but Rotterdam, I believe, that they already paid themselves in gold.
Oh, absolutely. So
Yeah.
Oliveira is going to be more than happy with those Liberators. Gave him a lot of time as well to get his own 4th base up and running. Maybe close that upgrade deficit a tiny bit. Oliveira working with +2 attack right now, +1 armor. Skillers has +3 as he's getting plasma shields and armor at the same time. His first armor upgrade about to finish up. Is trying to make his way into Storm. Oliveira is moving to the other side of the map. This would be a very annoying moment for Skillers to fight because Skillers wants a side Storm. He's 10 seconds away, but Oliveira is already here.
Yes, he's moving forward. He is going to the natural. The Protoss army is here. There are some Colossi, but there are some Vikings as well that can counter them. So let's see this fight. Oliveira is pushing strongly ahead. He is destroying the Stalkers in the front. The Colossi start falling. The Storms are here. Those amazing Storms on top of all of the Terran's army. It evaporated. But still, there are some forces remaining. The Medivacs are healing quite well. The army of the Protoss just is in shambles, and we see the substantial army supply lead here. And Rotterdam, I believe Oliveira did it with this push.
Oliveira has done it.
GG.
What a moment to just strike. That man landed some perfect EMPs and he went for it. And one of the coolest things about Oliveira always is that if he feels he's winning a fight, he's not taking it slow and steady. He's sending those bio units forward to get on top of those Immortals, get on top of the Colossus. And you can see Skillers there a little bit surprised probably by the way that they went. It's like, wait a minute, I thought everything was going kind of fine. I was a 5-base Protoss, I had double forts, I was seconds away from Storm. The fact that Skillers was a little bit out of position, and B, didn't quite have Storm yet in the very beginning was very painful because Skillers actually had the kind of army that could absolutely win the fight.
Yes, absolutely.
But Oliveira just decisive and clutch as ever. The man gets at least a tiny bit of revenge for what happened earlier this year when he lost 3-0 at an offline event. Not an easy game, but in a different way. Not even a game that really screams Oliveira per se. The opening, is sure, it looks a lot like Oliveira, but then he's willing to slow it down and still hit very sharp timings in that mid phase or even in the later stages.
Yes, we were talking in the beginning of the match. He's a little bit hesitant to attack, right? But when it mattered the most, he didn't hesitate. At least he just straight forward and he just destroyed the Protoss defense.
And that spot with the Liberators, that was
Yes,
awesome. And the
yes.
quick drilling claws that he seems to be very fond of right now in this matchup, where it's not about non-stop Widowmine drops, because that kind of stuff, sure, it can deal a lot of economic damage.
Yes.
But it's also a very big investment as a Terran, because you're very likely to end up losing those mines over and over again. You will lose the Medivacs, it's all kind of expensive. He just kind of sprinkles it in, goes for one wave of harassment. He forces out detection in 2, 3, 4 different mineral lines, and then he kind of just uses the Widow Mines for a bit of vision as well. They'll get their random connections because the observers are not always with the main Protoss army.
Yes.
And the fact that he sieges up those Liberators, force the probes away, and then that Widow Mine shot. I don't know how big it was because it already killed a couple of probes earlier, obviously. So maybe it was like 6 extra workers. I mean, that's an insanely cool play.
Oh, yes, yes. I really want us to ask if, of course, Oliveira managed to win this series. Did he do that on purpose? Because if he did, that would have been a masterclass decision.
Yeah, I think that's just the best spot for his Liberators. And the fact that he moved one of those mines away, he was kind of forced because the cannon was being warped in.
Yeah.
But I think it's one of these things where the moment you see it unfolding, you're like, wait a minute, this could be big. And it actually turned out to be very big. Just an awesome first game by our 2023 world champion of StarCraft 2. He will be a champ for the rest of his career in my heart, because what a run that was. And he's done it time and time again. And perhaps he's got something magical for us over here in Bulgaria, because so far, so good for this man representing Weibo Gaming. This is Oliveira.
Nice. This time he's playing with the blue SCVs. Against him, though, with the green. Will he fight back from Team Liquid? Ladies and gentlemen, this is Skillers! Awesome shots here. I really love the production. Thank you guys for your effort. And yeah, Ghost River Rotterdam, this is a A very dangerous map, in my opinion, for the Protoss.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised to see that we end up playing on Ghost River in a best of 3, because Skillers obviously has 3 vetoes. And apparently there are 3 maps in the current map pool that he dislikes more than Ghost River. Now, I do think as a Protoss, this map is slightly more pleasant for you against the Terran than it is for Zergs. I think for Zergs it's very tough.
For sure.
Yeah, maybe Skillers got something special that he really believes in. Otherwise, I don't see many great reasons to be playing on Ghost River.
Yeah, because if Oliveira was a little bit more hesitant on Oceanborn, here on Ghost River, you take a stroll and you're already at the other side of the map. So, yeah, his pushes are going to be tenacious and they're going to come way quicker.
Yeah, what I do want to point out is that even if it may have looked like Oliveira was a bit hesitant, and perhaps he could have forced the fight early on because he had an opening that gave him a lot of units, the man did still play it very well. Because it makes sense to really just go for it early on if you feel like your opponent is taking a bunch of gases, drops an early Robo Bay, is trying to invest into Colossus and extended Thermalens. That's where it makes sense to just go for it with your first tanks and your Cyclone and your bio units. But Oliveira looked for it, he threw down a scan, he's like, you've got no gases here, you just have a whole bunch of gateways. Maybe I can take an okay fight, but I don't really have to because you're very gateway unit heavy. And if my army grows and your army grows, it actually favors me.
Yes,
so
yes, yes.
it was an excellent game sense in the end by Oliveira. And there's a very good chance that if he would have scouted something a little bit different in that first game, that he would have actually just gone for it. And he would have looked a lot more decisive and aggressive in the early game. But this man has a lot of experience, and I think he just kind of knows when he wants to move out and when he doesn't want to move out.
Absolutely. I was wondering what type of technology Skills would try here. Oh, actually, he managed to do what he didn't manage to do in the last map, and this is delaying the second base. And now Oliveira needs to bring down several SCVs. He actually brings down 3 SCVs, and he will manage to finish this second CC, but good delay from Skills nonetheless. So we will have the Twilight and the robotics facility. No blink yet, Rotterdam.
No, because there is a chance that he goes for a Dark Shrine, but this is the one time where I don't think it is all that great. Yes, there it is. So Skillers says, all right, Oliveira, I saw you do it yesterday. I've seen you do it in the past. Now you did it again in the first game against me. You go barracks, factory, 2 more barracks.
Yes.
You don't have a Raven forever. You probably won't have any turrets. I believe a Dark Shrine is the player. That's cool and all, but this time Oliveira is opening up triple CC, triple the scans. I mean, there's still a world where Skillers finds great damage, don't get me wrong, but this is going to be way better for Oliveira than it would have been in any of the other games. Perhaps a little bit of lady luck on the side of the world champ, because he will have an additional orbital command and he will have way more energy to scan.
Yeah, seeing the 3 barracks being constructed, I was like, okay, this will delay the starport substantially, but with the 3rd orbital command, I believe you're absolutely right. The scans here are going to be crucial. Of course, that depends if the Terran decides to get greedy with the mules, because if he does, then there is no scan energy, Rotterdam.
And we can't ignore the fact that he did lose 3 SCVs in the early game, then he had to send a few more SCVs, so he may be eager to really make up for the tiny economic deficit that he's been in, and he might be a little more trigger happy on the mules. Drops an eBay now as well, that is big. I don't know if it's going to finish up in time. Let's take a look at all the orbitals, Mr. Observer. If you could take a quick look at the orbitals right now, that would be fantastic for us. How much energy is there? No scan, no scan. What about the one in the natural? Ooh, just 1 scan available. If he drops a mule right now, he'd be in serious trouble.
Yeah, I have my breath, hold it up, because I really am expecting some damage here. The first DT comes, but
Skillers could save it.
Yes, great play by Skillers here with the War Prism. That's very good. This missile turret is just now beginning, so it's not going to finish in time, and the DTs Rotterdam are going to find
and what
damage.
a play. He left 1 DT behind on the low ground outside of the scan radius. I was hoping Skillers would do that, so there is still 1 more DT active right now in the natural. Absolutely fantastic execution so far on the side of Skillers, where even if Oliveira could have been a bit more ready, even when he had more scans to work with, I think getting 11 SCVs, forcing out 2 scans is pretty damn good for just 2 Dark Templars.
Absolutely.
I think Skillers can be happy with this. However, it's still a triple Rex opening of triple CC. Means that Oliveira is going to have a pretty powerful bio army early on, and Skillers probably needs to make sure they can keep Oliveira busy a little bit longer. He needs to wait right here for that pylon. Your pylon is almost done, Skillers. You could have gone for it. He's finishing up now.
He's a little bit supply blocked, but now he can actually warp in something. Going for the 3rd base, that's of course important, especially when you're trailing against the Terran. But still though, as you said, from 3 barracks, the bioproduction is great, and the push that Oliveira will muster shortly is going to be very dangerous, especially if there aren't enough shield batteries, if there isn't any splash damage.
It's going to be hard, I think, for Skillers to keep this third base alive here. He doesn't have that War Prism. Okay, that's a bunch of sentries, actually. I think with 2 Immortals and sentries, he's okay. He could absolutely fight this. I think Skillers' army is big enough, and he realizes that now as well, as Oliveira kept some of the units at home, does activate a big stim, loses a couple of the bio units. Overall, solid defense here by Skillers. I didn't know he had a second Immortal already and 3 sentries. If it was like 1 Immortal, I'm like, oh, that's going to be scary, but with 2 Immortals, you're okay then.
Yeah, at least for some time. At least for some time though, and he needs this time to actually build the robotics bay. I don't think he has one just yet, so or maybe a Twilight, temporary archives, of course, for the Storm. Which one would you prefer on a map like that?
It's difficult. This could be a very good map for some storm drops. So if he decides to go into a quick Templar Archives and he tries to land a couple of storms, especially with the way that Oliveira has opened up, triple Rex, triple CC, and he's getting 2 more Rexes early, yeah, storm might actually be the way. Then again, Colossus are also very good if the tank count is low, and Oliveira doesn't have a build where he has a lot of tanks early on. So
yes,
maybe Colossus is a bit more reliable, but High Templar has slightly more potential.
Yeah, we would need to wait and see, because he is still just pumping out Immortals and Gateway units, but as you said, no tanks here, so the Gateway units actually are going to feel more comfortable.
Yep. You can really see that Oliveira's economy has been hurting in this game, man, because he just doesn't have a very big army. And Skillers, with a great move out here of just Zealot, Stalk, and Sentries, forces Oliveira to lift that orbital back up into the main base. Also allows him to kill a depot, a missile turret. It's all adding up. I don't think Skillers really needs to do this, but Skillers probably just wondering, like, how much do you have? He's got an observer here. I guess he wasn't mega terrified by it. There's now a tank in the mix, and I don't think we really need to attack into a bunker and a tank.
No.
Can always split up the War Prism, drop a couple Zealots in the main, but Skillers is already doing a good job here, as long as Oliveira has not landed that third orbital.
Exactly. Yes, it was built quicker, but he's not mining from the third base location, and Skillers already has the third base done, so he will get a lead in the economic race.
Yep, definitely doing good in that regard. As we take a little look at 2 Medevacs flying into the natural of Skillers, but Skillers picking up on that as well. Warps in a couple of Stalkers. He's seconds away from Blink. Obviously, charge has been done for a while. Second rover being warped in. Here comes our first Colossus. It is important that we don't forget about that extended thermal lens upgrade. That seems to be the most popular upgrade for Protoss players to forget across the board. Yeah. So far, Skillers is playing once more a very strong early game, just like he did on Oceanborn. Let's see if this time he can close it out, or he has a stronger transition in that mid game.
Oliveira has only 1 engineering bay though, so he's pumping upgrades 1 by 1. I would like him to include the second one as well as the armory, because if he trails against the Protoss in upgrades, that would be a hard position to be in.
Yep, I mean, last game he was a tiny bit behind as well. I think the most important thing for Oliveira is that his attack upgrades are doing okay against the armor upgrades of Skillers, and that's still the case. He has got +1.
Yes.
Skillers does not have any armor yet, but there we do see it. Second force gets warped in immediately, and if those upgrades start evening out, yeah, then Oliveira is in trouble. The last game, the reason why he was able to take such a good fight as well is that he did have more attack upgrades and Skillers had armor, and that just skills so well for the Terran.
Yeah, but these Immortals though, they bought enough time for Skillers to actually get out the Colossi, and here they are. Only 1 Colossus still, but 2 by 2 they are being pumped out by the robotics facilities, and yeah, Oliveira cannot move out on the map just yet, which is again giving the space for the Protoss to develop as he wants, and now he's counter-attacking with several Zealots in the middle line. He's going to destroy some missile turrets here, he's going to get some SCVs, and overall this is annoying for the Terran to deal with, and again it buys time for Skillers to develop.
Yep. Nice scan at least taking care of some of these DTs, and this stuff is not cheap, and it's important to keep that in mind for Skillers. Like keeping Oliveira at home and buying some time is nice, but we also cannot get too reckless and throw away too many units without really getting too much done. As Oliveira once more, even in this game, fires up Drilling Claws. That man just loves taking advantage of the fact that he's got a tech lab. He's been doing it pretty much in every single TVP as he guns down that War Prism at the bottom. That is nice, because Skillers was here with a pretty big, powerful army. Extended Thermal Lens is done, so it would have been incredibly difficult for Oliveira to deal with the Protoss army and deal with Zealots in the main. He doesn't have to worry about it for now.
Yeah, absolutely, and now we have the Disruptors coming here, so yeah, Oliveira is making Vikings, but he shouldn't really overdo them, because maybe Liberators are going to be a little bit more potent against the upcoming Disruptors. We will have to see what Oliveira decides to do, but of course he needs the Vikings to actually show away those Colossi.
No, I
which are
think you're
4.
spot on, but absolutely at first it's like so important to have an answer for the Colossus, and obviously Oliveira can do everything at once, and he says, all right, we're going to get a couple of Vikings. That is also very useful against War Prisms, and you seem to like those a lot, just like every other high-level Protoss does. So it makes sense for Oli to first crank out a bunch of Vikings, and then once he has stabilized, once he feels like he's got an army, he's got an answer for this maxed-out Protoss army, I think then he will absolutely start adding in those Liberators. This is probably the best map for Liberators in the entire map pool.
Yes.
Well, yeah, Skillers could have vetoed it, did not veto it, so we can't complain about Liberators later on.
Oh, no, and we already see the ship upgrades coming, so I believe that Oliveira will transition to those Liberators soon enough. Before that, though, a lot of Marauders being added up here, and I really like that Rotterdam, because Marauders are a little bit more tanky, right? They can actually go toe-to-toe with the Colossi, so yeah, Marauders here are a good addition to the army.
And Oliveira just obviously needs to match the size of the army of Skillers. This is where I think it becomes a bit more difficult for Skillers to start finding damage. Oliveira has added in a sensor tower that really does cover like 50% of the map, at least in this corner. Makes it so difficult to get a good run by going. They can give it a shot, but obviously Oliveira sees this coming from miles away, gets the alert on his minimap, sees all those little
but the big
exclamation
battle
marks.
is here, though.
Yep, the big army is still here in the bottom right side, and it's right before this base is a planetary, so that is good. But this is where these Vikings are so important. Without Vikings, Oliveira would have been cooked here. With Vikings, he is fine as he is chasing, and Skillers could really use a few more zealots.
The flank is coming from the side. Oliveira with his heroic Marines is going to finish all the Colossi here for Skillers, so the splash damage for the Protoss is non-existent.
We do have a couple of Zealots in the main. That was a very close competitive fight, and if Skillers would have had a few more Zealots showing up towards the end, then I actually think a lot of those Immortals and Colossus would have survived, and Oliveira would have been forced to stop chasing. Now Skillers does have a great economy, continues to have a great economy, so he can absolutely rebuild a lot of these expensive units he lost, but that is still scary though. If you lose all your Colossus, you lose your Immortals.
Oh, great save, great pickup of the Ghost. I really like those micro tricks, you know, they're kind of subtle, but when you notice them, they're super cool to see, because as you guys know, nothing unless the workers is automatic in this game, so you really need to click everything, and it's just impressive to see. So, Skillers here tries to put in a backstab damage with this War Prism, but great missile turret.
Yep, the missile turret was awesome, and I think that sensor tower that we had earlier could have been very useful as well. Maybe the Zealots took it out, because I actually don't see it.
Yeah, I cannot see it,
But there is a bit of sun on our monitor, guys, so we can't really see the minimap all that.
We're going to get some 10 here.
I know, man. We're going to be cooking at the end of this weekend. That is great. And hey, the sun does go down. Yesterday night it was very cozy here, and then it becomes all a little bit easier. But it's going to be difficult for both of these guys to really find an opening. I think Oliveira at this point just says, you know what, I just want to get my dream army. I know that if this goes into a proper late game, I am confident. I'm great with Ghosts, I'm great with Liberators, I'm great with Vikings. So far, Skillers is making it hard for him to ever relax. I think Oli knows that as long as he's on 4 bases, he can continue to keep these 4 bases safe. He is getting closer and closer to his Dream Terran army. Love that combination, by the way, of a Widowmine and a supply depot, just to make his defensive life a bit easier. Skillers may be out expanding Oliveira right now, but I don't think Oliveira is panicking quite yet.
Oh, no, for sure. When the Terran has the army on the map, he's okay. You know, if he loses the army, that becomes a little bit of a trouble situation. But now, I think he's feeling okay, and as we can see, he's probably going to expand to the bottom right side of the map. Of course, though, Skillers is adding the TT Blink, which is a great tool to snipe additional command centers.
Yep, Skillers had a couple of great moments in this game, but was never quite able to end it, as he does find this army here. This is not the entire army of Oliveira, but it is absolutely the entire army of Skillers, so Skillers should be able to find a favorable trade. He's going to fire a couple of Novas as well. He's picking up good units, but this is not the kind of army that can really run into a planetary. He lost all the Immortals in the previous fight, as he does make a nice defensive link, snipes a couple of the Vikings.
Oh yeah, but the Marauders, though, they're flanking, they're picking off Disruptors, and this is not the good news for Skillers. He's losing all of his high-tech army here, oh no, and he was forced to recall. But yeah, I mean, all of these engagements, Skillers is losing high-tech valuable units. Yeah, Oliveira is trading as well, but I believe that so far he's trading more efficiently.
Well, we can take a little look at that if the observer wants to show us the units lost resource step. It's just a single click on L. Now we got to do math. That is obviously hard, but I can absolutely tell you that Skillers has been losing indeed a whole lot more than Oliveira, give or take 4,000 or 5,000 resources. A couple of Novas do connect.
But the mind though, it was a great hit, and now Oliveira will chase this army away, and with the Marauders wall, the Stalkers won't be able to get out so easily. Now we have EMPs on the Zealots, and they're basically on half HP, so great deflection here by Oliveira.
Yep, Oliveira stands strong as he goes up to those 5 bases. He added in that extra starport with the reactor. He is starting to get those very terrifying upgrades. +2 ship weapons is done. Advanced ballistics is almost done. Means Stalkers are going to get 2-shotted. But if an EMP lands, and earlier I saw Oliveira producing 5 goals at a time, Stalkers can get 1-shotted. Skillers really needs to start finding some victories, because it is only going to get harder and harder from here on out.
Oh yeah, 4 lives at the same time. This is, as you said, this is a map that is great for Liberators. So yeah, the more they come, the harder it will become for Skillers, and another great EMP here. Some Colossi are joining the fight as well now, but still, I don't think that is enough, Rotterdam. Skillers though, he will fight his heart out here. He is trying to push, he is trying to split Oliveira's attention at several spaces at the same time, but Oliveira, I think, is doing good now.
Skillers is doing a really good job in making this a difficult defense, at least for Oliveira. We can even see the previous world champ making a couple of mistakes there with the units that were not stimmed, just kind of walking into the Protoss army. But Oliveira is just trying to buy some time for those Liberators, and here are those boys ready to spread some justice from above, and that is difficult. +2 ship weapons done. Advanced ballistics obviously done at this point as well. And this is, I would almost like to see Skillers just slow it down a little bit. Maybe he feels that he's got Oliveira on the ropes, and maybe he feels that it's now or never, but he does not have enough anti-air here. I think the Stalkers are going to melt. He does good on the ground, but the Liberators are still here exalted.
Yeah, there is no counter for the Liberators, but Skillers though, he's pushing. He will try to demolish at least what he can here. And let's keep in mind that his economy is good, so he can rebuild those losses. I actually like this push from Skillers, Rotterdam.
Yeah, it's going pretty well, and he's creating a lot of chaos, but he has to be careful, because there is a moment where those disruptors could be exposed, and if he loses all of those... Oh, there is a Widow Mine that's actually... Wow, they're surviving, by the way. Most of them are surviving, but one Marauder is setting in the chase. First disruptor goes down, second one goes down. We could not get the hot pickup there. Actually, we did. So this one disruptor, one Marauder, excuse me, has now killed 3 disruptors already. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, and Skillers is losing units left and right, and we can see that his army supply is kind of fading away. He still has several disruptors here, but they're going to be defeated before their Novas explode. 19 SCVs fall down though.
Oh, this is so crazy. Oliveira has just a few Marauders, and he's trying to micro them to the very best of his ability, but every time he almost thinks he's done it, more gateway units show up. That Warp Prism has been putting in overtime. Those final Stalkers are battling one more Liberator that gets picked off as well. Oliveira has a few more units showing up, throws down the scan. Observer gets picked off by a Widow Mine. There's a second Widow Mine in the mix. Oliveira just needs to get a couple of bio units to support these Liberators, but he keeps on losing the bio units, as these Widow Mines are going to get cleaned up as well. Super important that Skillers still has one Observer here in the mix.
Great split here by Oliveira, but Skillers though, what tenacity by the Russian Protoss player. He's really playing his heart out, but he needs to protect the Warp Prism. Oh my god, just one hit away from falling.
Now the question is, does Skillers want to go for the natural, or is he going to go for one of these planetaries? He's got 15 warp gates over at home, warps in 15 more Zealots. This is really not the most advanced Protoss army of all time. It's not very technical, but who cares? Skillers says it's all about raw numbers. But if it is all about raw numbers, then we need to continue to fight. We need to continue to trade. I think he's worried about losing that Warp Prism because it flew into the Widow Mine earlier. Oliveira may be in trouble, but he's absolutely not down and out just yet, because he's got a very strong army, and Skillers is incredibly gateway heavy.
Yeah, but Skillers, I see that he has a base on
the bottom right.
Yeah, in the bottom right, which should be Oliveira's base. Now he's going to take out this planetary fortress, which is great damage, and Oliveira cannot allow that. This is why we see his army coming up here.
But he doesn't get it, and that's actually very problematic. Losing a lot of Zealots, SCVs could still continue to repair it. The bio count is increasing, the Liberator count is growing. This is actually where Skillers is honestly going to have a very difficult time in finding some value in all these Zealots that he made. He doesn't have any Immortals, Colossus. I believe we have Storm, but I have never really seen it being used. I thought if we had a Storm a long time ago, doesn't really matter. Skillers needs to find tiny openings for these Zealots, but the Zealots can't get much done near planetaries. So how is he going to do it? I don't know. The numbers scream Skillers, but I actually think Oliveira is starting to get very close to being in a very comfortable spot.
Yeah, but Skillers he's not going to waste any time for Oliveira to get more and more comfortable on the map. So he's pushing, he's trying. But as you said, this planetary just cannot fall.
No, but it's so painful that we lost all those immortals earlier. I mean, sometimes you can obviously just go for it with a bunch of stalkers, but we have way more zealots than we have stalkers, and zealots just don't do that good against the planetary fortress. As Oliveira is now going to try to take the bottom right side, and he's going to see that Skillers already has it, but this is obviously a very difficult base for Skillers to defend. Like, sure, Skillers got a couple of resources, but I don't really believe this was worth it in the end. Now that Oliveira's army is in the bottom right, Skillers feels that this is his moment to maybe get on top of the Terran production once and for all. There are 5 goals on the production tab, 2 Liberators, but no Lips keeping the main base safe. If Skillers can crack open the main base of Oliveira and get on top of the production, that would be a massive play.
Yes, but he needs to be careful not to get himself cornered. Of course, Protoss always has the recall option, but still though, oh, great snipe on this Liberator, late siege here by Oliveira. Let's see if he can actually hold on against this massive Zealot heavy army. Yes, we were talking about how the Liberators are great against them, but still though, somehow, some ways, Skillers is finding ways to bleed out the Terran's army.
Yeah, this was massive, and it's all because of that base in the bottom right side. Skillers was just waiting until Oliveira would go for it, and Skillers gets the job done after a crazy wild game on Ghost River. Right when it felt that Oliveira was starting to get to his sweet spot with a high liberator count, a lot of goals, it is that base in the bottom right side, and Oliveira will be kicking himself for it because he was very close to getting an almost invincible army, and he didn't have to send that many units to deal with a few cannons and the batteries. He could have just sent a little bit less, he could have just tried to increase his liberator count a little bit more, but Oliveira was full of confidence after he kept those planetaries alive. He's like, oh, now I'm going to go ahead and take care of that base as well. If he slows the game down a little bit for himself, if he just harasses the mineral line and he takes care of the base a bit later, I actually think it was looking really good for Oliveira.
Yeah.
But he just got a bit carried away, a little bit overeager, grabbing his entire army to go for the bottom right side. And Skillers says, all right, this is it, this is my moment. And Skillers did this so well, where he sent like a solid 40, 50 army supply into the main base, but he also had the flank ready. So right when Oliveira tried to go back and he's like, oh, I just got to clean up my main, he actually gets ambushed from the left. So the Zealots and the Colossus start participating, and at that point, even if you're Oliveira, it's really hard to micro everything perfectly.
Oh,
just
yes.
Sick game finishing move there by Skillers.
Amazing game. This game was so back and forth, and he won Ghost River Rotterdam. So
Yeah.
maybe we were wrong. Maybe this is a Protoss map.
I don't think it's a Protoss map, but Skillers played it very well. Got close. Obviously did good in the beginning, like forcing out a couple of scans and killing 11 SCVs and forcing out missile turrets. That gave him a good start, where once Oliveira made that little move out with the Marines and Marauders, like, that's a tiny army. Like, it's supposed to be so much more. Yeah, but that's obviously because Skillers killed the SCVs early on with the Zealot Adept opening, and then he got a lot of extra economic damage done.
Do you think that we are going to see a lack of Raven here this time for Oliveira, or maybe he will give Skillers the respect?
I'm not sure. Like, now it is something that's definitely going to be in the back of Oliveira's mind, and I'm sure he always thinks about DTs, but yeah, then if you have to worry about a Zealot and an Adept early on, maybe you kind of start forgetting about it a little bit. Wasn't totally ready. I don't know. We have to see what the final map is. I know we took a little look at it before the series started, but I forgot.
Yeah.
There is a, I mean, it could also just be a 2-1-1 opening, right? 2 barracks, 1 factory, 1 starport. That's something that Oliveira has done. Or he could just go for the traditional 1-1-1 opening, where he will always have a little bit more map presence and a slightly better idea what's happening on the other side of the map.
Talking about our Terran player, let's introduce him. He's here on Alciani in the top right corner. Ladies and gentlemen, the Terran player, Oliveira.
And in the bottom left side, we are looking at the main base of the man that is representing Team Liquid. What a way to close out that game on Ghost River. He had his one shot, one opportunity, and he absolutely went for it. It's Skillers.
Wow, such a support from the public. Nice, nice, nice. Welcome everybody to Stara Zagora. It's an incredible weather here. Perfect for a StarCraft event, wouldn't you say so?
It's beautiful. I'm a little sticky, but besides that, I am loving it, mate.
Yeah. Well, it's still summertime, Roti. In the winter, we are going to be like, oh, it's too cold. We are always like that. Summer too hot, winter too cold.
True.
Yes.
I mean, I'm okay with the weather. It's awesome. It's really fun to actually watch a StarCraft event in an open air area. That's awesome. The only thing is this hill, man. I feel like this hill is becoming taller each and every single day. Like, I swear, you guys are moving this venue up the hill because it's getting more and more exhausting actually making it to the venue.
Yes, And on Gunga Babs, he shows that it's nearby, but every step feels like 10 steps, on this incline.
Either my hotel's moving further away or this hill is getting taller. I don't know what you guys are doing, but no, it's awesome. It's been so fun being here. And the games keep on getting better. We had a sick PvP earlier between Showtime and Trigger. Absolutely enjoyed watching those games. I was watching with a couple of the other pros that were just chilling in the back. We were loving it, and this series so far is delivering. Skill is reaching a very high level. Oliveira reaching a high level as well. Will obviously be kicking himself a little bit for like, man, I weathered the storm. I had so many good holds. I was so close to finally getting into my happy place. And then right when I thought I was in my happy place, I actually lost the game against the guy that just went for the main base. So he'll be a little bit unhappy with himself, but it's still a cool series.
Oh yeah, very cool series, and I'm very happy that even the third game we get to see the third map. So yeah, games today were very competitive, very close. We have two Reapers here though. This is not something you see every day in Rotterdam.
No, there are a couple of like multiple Reaper Hellion openings that people like, and a couple of Reapers into like Cyclone Marine is also a thing, where like a Cyclone and a few basic Marines can apply some pressure in the natural, and if the Protoss is really forced to pay a lot of attention to that, then maybe the Reapers could sneak in their main base, but yeah, losing one of the Reapers early on, that is actually going to give Skillers a lot of confidence, be like, well, that was a pretty big investment on your side early on. Making more than one Reaper is not cheap as a Terran player.
No.
So he's obviously loving life right now, whatever Oliveira had in mind. I guess we don't really get to see it. What we do get to see here is that it is a 1-1-1 opening. So he's gone a single barracks into a factory, into a starport. He's actually hitting us with the Cloak Banshees.
Yeah, the Cloak Banshee is interesting, because when I saw the tech lab I thought Raven for sure, right? But Cloak Banshees, they can be a bother. Yes, Protoss players like to go for the observers early on, but still though, if the Banshees manage to find a place in the mineral wine where the observer is probably not positioned, they can absolutely shred the workers.
Yep. Just because you have a robot, that doesn't mean that you are safe getting those observers where they need to be as tricky. I believe we have a Reaper in the main base of Skillers. Would love to take a little look at it. Reaper actually still alive. In the end, it does get picked off there by the
but it's scouted.
Yep, it's scouted and has a good idea. I don't think Skillers quite knows yet about what is happening here. And the problem is, if you're a Protoss and you scout this, then you're still not 100% convinced that it's actually going to be Cloak Banshee. Because Terran players do like to fool you. Where you scout, they're like, oh, you should really worry about Banshees. And then they actually open up with a Raven. And you're like, well, no, I made multiple observers for nothing. And it's very likely I'm going to lose them early on. This time, obviously, it is real. Skillers is going to move out with a couple of Stalkers. Has a War Prism out as well. He is going to get at least a single battery, but a battery only helps you against one Banshee. If the Banshees sync up, one shield battery doesn't do anything for you in the Banshee defense.
Oh yes, the simultaneous combined shot of two Banshees just one-shots the workers, and yeah, it could be very, very scary, but so far though only one Banshee here, so as you said, yeah, this battery is actually going to help. And I believe Skillers is probably thinking about getting a little bit aggressive. I saw the War Prism here.
Yeah, he is obviously taking a lot of damage on these Stalkers, and this is something that may not look scary right now, but it actually makes it so much more likely that you're going to lose them easier later on if there are a couple of Marauders in the mix, or if multiple tanks are able to fire. Like, you don't just want to save your Stalkers on 1 HP, you kind of want to save them on 80. You're going to lose the shields, but you don't really want to take too much real damage on the Stalkers, because that's HP you're never getting back. And in the end, it seems that Oliveira did get a few workers, by the way, with his Banshee, but I don't know if he ended up losing. It's very hard for me to see that. What's the Banshee count, Mr. Observer? Can we take a little look? Okay, he saved it. So he killed a couple probes and he saved it, and now he's going to show up with the double Banshee.
Yeah,
and that's where you can sync up the shots and you can one-shot those workers. And Skillers is bleeding out a couple of Stalkers here, and he's not done yet, I'm afraid. That was painful. A lot of tiny micro errors here on the side of Skillers, and he's about to, I think, take some damage at home against these Banshees too.
Yeah, let's see. They are going to get clogged up. Of course, Skillers should have observer positioned somewhere near the base, but let's see, he's going for the third base. Is there an observer here? Yes, there is. Forward blink, but these are two Banshees though. 4 probes go down and basically just some hull damage.
Yep, it's very clean play by Oliveira. He's actually making a lot of beautiful choices where the defense at home is solid, the poking with the first Banshee is solid, the second Banshee waiting for it, also kind of trying to get into different angles there, taking a little look at the third, seeing that there are plenty of workers there, getting a couple of shots off, and he should not lose any Banshee here. One of them is mega low on HP. and he's done a very good job in saving it. Skillers is adding in 6 more gateways that will obviously turn into warp gates to spam out a whole bunch of Zealots and Stalkers. Seems that Skillers does not feel that he's got time to get any Robotics Bay units out, so no Colossus, no Disruptors. He's gonna have to stop this incredibly big army, and the boys are being brought to the other side of the map as well. This is a really good call by Oliveira. At 62 army supply against 32 right now, but a lot of gateways are gonna finish up with a great engagement and a great Guardian Shield. There is a way for Skillers, but it's going to be really hard.
It's going to be very hard because the tanks are already here. They're sieging up. The army is teaming up here. Great force field though by Skillers, but still, will that be enough? I'm not so sure. The boss are here. There is a non-existing splash damage here for Skillers. He has to defend with only this overcharged shield battery and a couple of gateway units. They are not going to be enough, it would seem, and this third base, Rotterdam, is going to fall.
Nope, it is not enough. He had a lot of money in the bank during all of this. Maybe those gateways just finished up a little bit too late, because taking a fight against a 2-base all-in with 1,200 minerals in the bank is just a bit painful. Skillers is trying to buy some time, warp in more batteries. He knows that Oliveira is very, very committed. So if there is just a world where Skillers can spend that money, if he has 11 more Zealots here and they come in from a cool angle, he would have actually had a shot. But obviously the longer we wait, the worse it gets, as more pylons will fall. If this pylon falls, the batteries are unpowered as well. Here we go. This is it for Skillers. It's now or never.
It's now or never. The probes are being pulled. They're trying to defeat the Marines. Zealots are charging in though. The Immortal is there. He's going to start shelling away the tanks, but these are 4 tanks, Rotterdam, and I believe that Oliveira actually did, and he will close out this series. What a game by the 2023 World Champion. It's GG! Oliveira wins. Great matches.
Oliveira advances into the semi-finals of the upper bracket. The only player from China here to make it all the way to Stara Zagora, playing back-to-back TVPs and looking damn good in them. What a fun best of 3 that was, and what a great old-school aggressive play coming out of this man. Let's hear what he has to say about this cool series he just played versus Skillers. Take it away, Mr. No Thanks.
No? Okay. Sorry, guys. Congratulations once again. Give it up for Oliveira. Okay, so most of the games were pretty solid, but on the second game, at some point, you were overwhelmed. How that happened?
Well, when I kill his army, the first attack, 4 classes and so many immortals. So I think he was a little very behind. So I think I just defense and make a 5cc and make elaborate, and I will win. But I don't know what happened. I check replay. Even the last fight, the supply is very close.
Yeah. It was really close. Okay, so next game it will be against Clem or Solar. Who do you feel more confident against?
Well, I don't care who will come, but I heard Clem yesterday he's drunk, so I want Clem tomorrow.
Okay, thank you for the games. Wish you best of luck, guys, once again. Okay, thank you, guys. Great games are already coming up. Thank you, everyone, for staying with us. Short break, and we continue with Bellum against StarCraft 2 Elite Tournament.
Well, I'm just very exciting, and I'm very happy to come to Bulgaria. It's my first time come to Sofia, and my friend told me this city a long history in Europe, so I will very enjoy this time zone. Well, when the EWC World Cup finish and this new match offline, so I think I will just relax play, and I hope I can beat no one pro gamer don't want beat champ. So yeah, I just try to play my best. Well, just a little bit nervous, but more happy. Yeah. Well, of course, I think Clem and Raynor and Stis, Solar, they are all very good players, and this time is so many Protoss players. And I think my TVP now is not very well. So I think if you say, I think when I play with Protoss, I have a little bit, I think, hard for me. So others, I think, Raynor, Solar, Climb, I think TVZ and TVT is fine. Yeah, I'm very happy to join this time offline tournament, and we will very enjoy this time journey, and I hope I can play my best.
Hello again, ladies and gentlemen. What matches did we witness so far? Amazing series, and we are about to witness the final series of the winner bracket. It's going to be a true banger. We have the 2024 current world champion against the GSL champion. So let's bring them on stage. Clem and Solar, everybody! This is a matchup I'm super hyped about, and I cannot wait to see it transpire. Clem, hello again on the stage of BG, Stara Zagora. How are you feeling today compared to yesterday?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good, pretty good.
Yeah, I feel you would feel pretty good in a TVZ, but against Solar, how do you like your chances?
Yeah, he's sometimes a very hard player for me to play against, so I'm gonna have to play very well, and maybe I take it if I play very well.
Do you have something special prepared for him, or you're just going to rely on your amazing stellar mechanics?
Well, I'm not gonna reveal too much, but I think, I have some stuff in mind, but I'm not sure if I'm gonna use it yet.
Alrighty, and Solar, how are you feeling against the current world champion? He's a Terran versus Zerg machine, but you have shown us many times that you can prevail in this matchup, so how are you feeling?
Yeah, in EWC he did a really amazing runs against TBCs, and after I saw that, I really want to play against him in tournaments, so I'm very excited now.
All right, and you have been watching him, you have been studying him. Do you see any weaknesses you can exploit? You don't have to reveal, but just, you know, a little bit.
Yeah, he's really fast, he can control the armies every spot, but sometimes he's too fast, so he's overrun of it, so that's the only his weakness, I guess.
Alrighty, well, I really cannot wait. If you guys want, shake hands and let's get ready to rumble. Awesome, amazing. Well, we have a great caster duo right now, Bellum and Lambo. Take it away.
Just make Clem play better than Clem normally plays so he makes more mistakes so I can win the game. That's what I heard out of Solar in that interview. Lambo, does that ring true?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how to beat Clem myself. I've tried it so many times, but Solar is one of the Zergs players that does it more often than most other people. He managed to beat him a couple of times, I think, at Home Story Cup and some other tournaments. And I think he's one of the scarier Zergs for sure for Clem.
Yeah, absolutely. It's funny. It was funny. Solar yesterday in his final interview, he takes down Nidix, right? He moves on to the upper bracket, and they say, "Hey, Solar, what are you gonna do? How are you feeling about this matchup?" And he says, "I think Clem cooks." And what he meant to say, of course, was Clem is going to get cooked because he's good in the matchup, but, works out even still. So, Lambo, as we get ready into this series, right, there was a lot of conversation in the green room about how this map pool is pretty Terran favorite, unless you're talking to Clem, and then he's going to say, and it's a little bit more even. It's going to be Oceanborn, Delta, Amphion. I guess we're missing Alcyone maybe, but how you feeling about the picks?
I think it's not that bad overall in best of 3. The shorter the distance is, so best of 3 is much easier than best of 5, and then best of 7 gets even harder, and best of 9 obviously is the worst, because there's just not many Zerg favorite maps. So in a best of 3, usually you play the ones in the middle. It's not that bad for Zerg, and that's why I think Solar's chances here are definitely better than if they were to play in a best of 5.
Yeah, my eyes go to Amphion, right, for the decider map. Site Delta, Oceanborn, relatively standard. Obviously, you were vetoing Site Delta last season if you're a Zerg player. But Amphion, it's got that high rush distance. It's a little bit more weird. We don't see it as often. And, if I am Solar here, that kind of feels almost like a ticking time bomb. I go, even if I win a map, well, I still have to play Amphion in map 3.
Yeah, Amphion is a very special map. It's very good for Muta play, and it's also much easier to play in late game on that map against Terran. It's a little bit tricky because Terran can expand at the left side, and they can have some proper strong tank timings throughout the left-hand side, but Clem doesn't actually play it like that. So it plays out like a more standard ZVT map with a very large rush distance, so it's not actually that bad, I think, for Solar.
Yeah, certainly. And, we have seen if there's a weakness from Clem, and again, I don't think there really is, but we did see him losing a couple times to actually Mutilating Bane in the WTL, which, I look back to my favorite StarCraft games I've ever seen. It has been that Mutilating Bane versus Biomine. But the question... that's just mean. That's just cruel right there.
I hope he doesn't see that one himself. But, yeah. Solar obviously known for getting nuked once or twice, or even 3 times, I think it was, in a big way. But I don't think we're going to see that this time. Clem, even though he's super fast, he doesn't really nuke He sends more units across and then multitasks at 5 places at once. Honestly, if he starts nuking, it might be even more scary.
Yeah, right. Because then the entire army is right. Well, actually, I guess the army is not. But something. Maybe Solar can go, and he has this experience, right, playing it. Maybe he can just drag Clem's army into his own nuke and pull a Maru at the end of the day, and maybe you got something there.
Maybe. I'm not sure. I'm not sure that that's exactly the plan. I mean, I would like to see some Ling Bane Muta. We obviously try it because it shuts down Clem's aggression at first. He needs to chill a little bit more. You can get into your groove, and then you can also start counterattacking. It's usually super hard to counterattack Clem. Like for a while, all the casters always said, oh, you just get a counterattack. But he's actually the fastest, so he's also the best at dealing with the counterattacks. And if he has all his units on the map, then maybe you can deal some damage with the counterattacks. But then very often you don't have enough at home to defend, and the Muta is a lot better at dealing counterattack damage and dealing with like single drop play and stuff like that. So maybe we'll see some Ling Bane Muta, as you alluded to. He's lost to it twice in the World Team League, which is the exact amount of maps that he overall lost in the entirety of the World Championship. So maybe not a bad play.
Yeah, that is true. It's also worth it to point out that Clem does like his 3CC play. Hellion, Banshee, things like that. Then all of that play does delay stim timings, does delay the amount of Marines that you have on the map. So again, we're talking about, okay, yes, it can counter. Mutas can get on the map. They can maybe get more counter damage than a lot of this Hydroling Bane stuff that we generally see. Also, if you're going to delay your Marines a little bit, you're going to delay that stim timing, that means that 2-1-1 or that big ball of Marines that generally pops out right when Mutas were generally popping, you're a little bit less afraid of that.
You are a little bit less afraid of it. I think Clem always has one build that is super good against Muta, which is 3CC 2-1-1, and then he has the Banshee one, which is a little bit worse. But the one reason why we play Ling Bane Muta against him is because he doesn't really Ajax that much. Like Muta is very weak against tank timings. It doesn't really matter what you do at the start. If you do a strong 5-Rex push or even a 2-base 3-Rex push, you just straight up can't defend those. And then Ajax is also super difficult to play against with Mutas. But Clem doesn't do those. He always gets an early 4th CC. He wants to drag it out and play the multitasking war, and it's a lot easier to multitask if you have a flying unit that can chase down drops.
And I guess the other question we talked about this, because Muta Ling Bane is very much this mid-game style. It doesn't have a lot of late-game oomph. I mean, you can play battle Mutas, but it doesn't have that much of late-game oomph. And Clem's late game has been terrifying recently, right? You let him get to 5 bases on Oceanborn, he's going to build like 27 orbitals, and he's just going to out-trade you in a way that it becomes very, very hard to handle. So if you're Solar here and you're kind of paying attention to that, trying to figure out, okay, well, maybe if the game does go late, and Clem is very good at making the game go late, are we looking at how do you think Solar needs to start looking at that stage of the game?
I think in late game, you don't really go for the late game units per se. I think you just stay on the Ling Bane force and you try to catch him off guard. Maybe some Borrowed and Fasters. If he goes Muta, he should just... I wish he just stays on Mass Muta for the entirety, because I think if he goes for Broodlord, stuff like that, Clem will just pick him apart, and his micro is almost flawless in the late game. So yeah, I think just try to survive the first couple of waves, maybe do some counterattacks, and then go for big timing attacks, try to bust 4th bases. Don't let him get to the big orbital count, and try to win the game right there. Maybe a Solar's plan, that's usually how he plays, right? I think Pig calls him the Sponge Zerg, which I think is very cool, because he keeps absorbing the attacks, and then when it's his time to shine, Solar really gets across the map, he attacks in multiple places, and he's really good at that.
Yeah, kind of like a rubber band, right? The more you attack in him, theoretically, the more he pulls back, and that gives him more power on the counterattack. And yeah, that makes sense, right? Try to kill Clem on a mid-game timing. Don't let him go and take the map and do all of these incredible late-game moves that we saw him do in 8 games against Cyril. Forcing Cyril out of games when he has 10,000 resources in the bank. I mean, you're taking the best late-game Zerg and you're making that happen. That's pretty damn impressive.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that series alone was, I think, a statement about his TVZ. We've always known it, but yeah, he proved it time and time again, and this time 8-0 against Cyril, I think, is the biggest TVZ result I think we've ever seen out of anyone.
Yeah, no, just insane, insane results. But, Clem is coming back from a little bit. He took a week vacation, right? We have seen him lose some games. Again, maybe this is just a little bit too much of saying, Solar has a shot when Clem is that good. But luckily now, Lambo, we're just about ready. We have the game loaded in. We can start to take a look at it. And I think very quickly, we're going to see what exactly the players have in store for us. But for now, in the bottom right, in the green, the best Terran player in the world, at least in this matchup, for Team Liquid, it's Clem.
And his opponent in the top left-hand side of Oceanborn, representing Team Vitality, it is Solar.
Lambo, I think the one thing that we haven't really talked about this in this setup for this series is kind of this Roach idea that has become more and more popular. It's not really something that we see Solar do. He's not really a Roach guy. But these quick hives going into these timings that Solar or that Cyril loves, that we've seen Raynor do a little bit, Dark adores.
Is that something that we should think about seeing on Solar's playbook, even as he is kind of that more Ling Bane type of guy?
I think roaches can be quite strong against Clem. They enable you to survive no matter what, pretty much, and get you into that hive tech stage. But Clem got a lot better recently at noticing what exactly is going on. He knows, okay, this is the roach follow-up that he's going to do. Now I don't actually need to attack. This is also an evolution of his play, because he used to just attack no matter what, and then sometimes he would die against roaches because he's over-aggressive, and then the other guy either has quick ultras or he has quick lurkers, and then Clem would hurt himself by moving out consistently. But Clem got better. He's gotten a little bit wiser as well, knows when to attack, when not to attack. So I've not had that many good results with roaches against Clem, but then again, I don't really have good results against Clem no matter what I do. So
does anyone? I mean, but I think that's fair, right? You know, I think Clem, when we look at him, he's always been this incredible this incredible micro monster, this multitasking monster. But, you know, if there was one thing that we would criticize him back in the day is like, okay, well, his series planning is he's just going to do the same thing. You and I both know that he's going to go Hellion Banshee, 3CC. That's how he's going to play. Maybe at one point throwing an 8 Rex in there. It sounds like he doesn't do that as much right now. But you know what he's going to do really before the series starts. And more recently, a little bit more flexibility. You can't kind of build into countering him. And again, as you're also saying, this more patience, right? Reading the game and adapting to the game rather than just following the playbook that you have in mind.
Yeah, for sure. I do still think that he's super predictable, but he plays 2 builds that are both safe against everything, and they kind of counter, like one of them is good against Muta, the other one's bad against Muta, so you can't really blind counter him even if you know what's coming, because he's just that good. And TVZ is such a mechanical matchup, so Clem just plays to get into an even position. He doesn't really play to get ahead unless he run-bys the Hellions. He's also really good with the Reaper, so let's see how many kills he can get. 1 Zergling it is, and that's after building 6 Zerglings. So I would be quite sad with that start already if I'm Solar. And that Reaper is high HP, which makes it very annoying for the Queen to put the creep tumor at the very edge of the creep. You can see the creep being delayed so much here already, and Clem is also the best in the world at doing exactly that. Now he goes forward, he uses the grenade. But you see how far back that creep tumor starts, and it starts so late as well.
And that's super important, right? One of the things that you want to do, and if you're a Zerg player getting into the mid-game, you want to make sure that that creep connects really fast between your natural and the third base. That means that your queens can go and rotate over, and that means that maybe Hellion pressure is a little bit less dangerous because, again, the queens can rotate. You can deal with that. You can start spreading creep beyond the third base as well, and that gets you into your fourth base, and it really does power the Zerg into that mid-game, into kind of that map control that you need. And Clem behind this, of course, we talked about him being a little bit predictable, playing the same thing, but just doing it really well. There's the third command center on the way.
There's a third command center on the way, but it's a Liberator this time. It's not going to be a Banshee, so that's a slight deviation. Very often, when Terran players do go for Liberators, they do run by their Hellions. So we'll see if Clem does it as well. There's a little bit more of a risky variation. And that build is not actually safe against everything. And now he's also YOLOing in the 2 cars that he has. Even though there's 5 Zerglings and 3 Queens, they were slightly out of position. So the 2 Hellions are going to get in. And all of the Zerglings are dead, which means the drones are going to need to run.
Yeah, we should also point out as well that this is the 4-minute speed, the delayed clash build. That means that, yeah, Hellions running in against a lot of players. Speed's going to be there. It's going to be fine. Instead, these Hellions, they get right by all the slow Lings. Eventually, Speed's done, but not before the Lings die. That being said, nice defense from Solo. Yes, he loses 2 drones, but given all that, could have been a lot more. Loses a little bit of mining time, but at the end of the day, I'm so used to seeing Clem just do that and get like 5 or 6 and really start to put the pedal to the metal.
Yeah, I think this is approximately an even trade, even though the Hellions and the Reaper are worth more than the 2 drones, combined with the mining time, as you said, that was being lost. And it being this early into the game, I think it's about even. It will also enable Solar to spread his creep a little bit more easily, because once the Reaper is dead, it's just Hellions. It's a lot harder to poke at those Queens. So what Solar should focus on right now is defending that 1 Liberator and spreading the creep forward as fast as humanly possible.
And also Solar was a little bit more greedy in his opening compared to some Zerg players, right? Speed at 4 minutes instead of 3:30. You do get a little bit more mineral income early, which again means that losing those drones maybe doesn't matter quite as much as maybe a bit more of a standard opener. But again, as we're seeing this right now, 3 Queens on each side, you put them forward, and you're just doing what you can to really force these Hellions back. And as you talked about, establish that creep control, because the further it goes forward, the less powerful that initial push from Clem is going to be.
Yeah, there's a Liberator in the main base, and it's denying a lot of mining time, and he's even killing 4 workers, and it's still alive. He's re-sieging it for the Queen. The Queen will need to run all the way around. Never mind, the Queens from the natural are coming out to help. But this Liberator was well worth it. even forces 2 transfusions, I think that was, so that's a lot of queen energy going down there. I think that very much so favors Clem, so I would give him the slight lead here now.
Oh, absolutely. 4 drones, damage on a queen, mining time delayed, and also because the queens had to go back into the main base, that means the Hellions had a little bit more room on the map. I don't know if they actually were able to get any tumors, but still, that does mean that as Solar tries to get ready for maybe this 12 o'clock base, if that's where he decides to expand, he's not going to have that creep there. And it's so important as we get into this mid-game of this ZVT to get your creep past that base as quickly as possible. Getting it there, sure, fine, but that means the Terran push, it means that 4th base can be so much more vulnerable as Clem. Well, he's not going to move out right now. Stim is just done. Really what you want is combat shields in 1-1. But as he gets ready into this, 2nd factory on the way. Again, this hallmark of this Clem macro play, get a lot of Widow Mines maybe, get that 4th base going, and just really pound that economic engine.
He has very fast 2 Medivacs as a follow-up to this, because he only made a single starport unit, and he still has the 4 Hellions alive. So those, in combination, are very good at getting map control, clearing some creep. And the creep already is not actually that far out into the map. He's going to scan now. Yep, that's going to be 5 tumors, and all the creep towards that area of the map is going to be cleared in just a single scan, which is really good for Clem.
That it is. Now, ideally, if he can snipe some queens here, that's really nice. I mean, the amount of times that we've seen Clem go and snipe all the queens down and win the game, surprisingly high. But even still, Solar, very good as a defensive macro Zerg in this style of the game. He gets a lot of energy off the queens, though, which means that as the game goes on, less creep spread, less ability to re-spread the creep that Clem's been able to go in and shut down. And also, if he tries to dive on top of this again, there aren't going to be 5 or 6 transfuses. There's going to be 1 or 2. And that means that, again, theoretically, this wall, this beef line of queens, is not going to be quite as strong as it once was.
I think Solar is going to struggle for a little bit because he forgot his Bending Nest, which also means his Bending speed is not going to be done anytime soon. He's very lucky that Clem actually went for a straight-up Widow Mines, because a tank push without Bending speed is super hard to hold. Clem's 1-1 is now done, whereas Solar's 1-1 is just a little bit about halfway done. So overall, it's looking quite good for Clem, and this is really how he plays. He doesn't force damage, like he doesn't YOLO in his units towards the economy of the Zerg. Instead, he just wants to gain map control, deny the creep, get good trades, and he's setting himself up for a good later stage of the game as well, because he wants to mainly deny the 5th base. That's where Clem really wants to hit.
Yeah, and it's wild as well. You watch him in first-person view. He's just microing as close as we can. There's 2 spots in the same time, and while that's going to work out for him here, 3 queens are going to fall down. Widow Mines, they're not going to get on the backside, but it looks like a 4th queen, maybe a Hydra fell as well, as this multi-prong really starts to get terrifying here. It's like 8 Marines, but in the hands of Clem here, he's getting so much economic damage, macro damage here, and just forcing Solar to stay back. So in this macro game that Clem is building, he's already built himself a 20 supply lead. Solar, you want a 5th base? Clem's 4th base is already on location. There's no 5th base from Solar.
I don't think he needs to think about a 5th base right now. I think he needs to start 2-2 and just stabilize. I don't think, yeah, he's going to play from behind no matter what this game, even though Clem didn't deal that much damage in the early game. It was enough, combined with the good trades that he's taken now with the first couple of Medivacs, where Solar, I think he can only engage on creep. The one thing that he has going for him is that he has a very, very high Hydra count, and Clem has only Marines and Widow Mines, so engaging on creep against a high Hydra count with a couple of Banelings should be difficult, but Solar is a little bit out of position here.
That he is, so now we're going to see Clem dropping on the north side as well. He's always in 2 locations at the same time. It looks like he might win both of them as well. These Hydras are just melting here, and the drop's getting damage on the other side. We talk about how fast he is. That was a fast game number 1.
That was a fast and explosive game number 1 by Clem. It was just sheer destruction, and it was a death by 1,000 cuts, I think you say?
Yeah, a bunch of paper cuts there. He goes and he takes the printer paper and just cuts you up, and suddenly you're bleeding from everywhere, and you're just very, very sad about how that game number went. But, you know, Lambo, looking at that game, if you were to pinpoint one moment, it's like, okay, all of a sudden this is spinning around. What are we looking at?
I think the Liberator dealt too much damage. Honestly, if you think about it, it just killed 4 workers, so it sounds a little bit brutal. But when you're watching pro gamer streams and they play against Clem, they're going to be like, oh, this game's already over. And then everybody's joking about it, but this game really, it became very hard from that point on. He was behind in basically everything, and Clem doesn't let go of leads, ever. He's very quick, he's very strong, and he just keeps up the momentum whenever he gets it. So I think the first couple of mistakes are always the ones you need to look at and the ones you need to fix.
Yeah, I almost wonder as well as we take a look at, and again, Solar was behind his 4th base, or his 5th base was delayed. His 4th base was under heavy pressure, took a ton of damage, like lost so many queens, and that's injects, that's creep spread, that's a whole bunch of things. But almost you wonder, and I know your teammate has been, Scarlet has been playing around with these mass Hydra styles a little bit, but I almost wonder whether he made too many, right? Having more Banelings in that composition, at least defending that push.
Yeah, I think you needed some Banelings at the very least. You need enough so that they don't get sniped, but you want as little as possible, so you still get the the maximum amount of other units, so the maximum amount of Hydras. You can play Mass Hydra, but then he would have needed to go +1 missile as well, which he didn't go for. So sadly, I think he was just a little bit too far behind. Let's hope for a better early game from here in game number 2.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're going to be looking for as we spawn into Site Delta. And the bottom left, he's down a map in this series. Ideally, as Lambo said, looking to clean things up, not take as much damage in the early game. For Vitality, it's Solar.
And in the top left, it is the reigning world champion from France. For Team Liquid, it is Clem.
All right, Lambo, I've heard a story here that this may be the guy that everybody's talking about.
Yeah. A lot of people were talking about him already for a couple of years, besides one guy. But even that one guy started thinking about him, I'm sure, very recently, as, I mean, Clem is just so strong. Yeah, there's. I can honestly just repeat myself consistently. His TVZ is super solid. He just keeps going 3cc, and most of the time, maybe 90% of the games, he plays a super safe build, so either 3cc Banshee or 3cc 2-1-1. So whenever he busts out a build like this, which is maybe not as safe, you can't really punish it, because you can't do it reactively. As a Zerg, you need to blindly guess what your opponent is doing, and you need to decide ahead of time if you want to all-in it. So that's why when he does play a slightly more greedy build like he did here, he skipped the tanks, he went for the Liberator instead of the Banshee. It's so hard to punish him as well.
Yeah, I guess the other question as we get into this game number 2, Oceanborn is a bigger map. It's a bit more of a, it's still, arguably maybe a little Terran favorite, but it's a big map. It's a macro map. Site Delta is much smaller. So if you're Solar in this game, and again, we talked about just clean up your early game. Don't take 4 drones and a lot of queen damage and mining time from that Liberator, if that's where Clem decides to go. But how are you adapting your game plan to the map that we're playing on?
I think it's going to be very similar. Maybe a little bit more. This map, it's easier to get run-bys in, so he can go for that. I think for now, he's probably expecting a 2-Rex Reaper until he sees the SCV Scout, and then he will know, okay, I can get up my 3rd base quickly as well. You can see he already mined more gas than he did in the last game because he wanted to go for a quick speed. But I think he pulled out of gas now, and he's going to still try to go for that quick 3rd. Clem always tries to block it, but he actually didn't pay attention. That is a mistake that I'm not used to seeing from him.
I guess just the hangover from the World Championship, right? It's like, I can do it anyways. It doesn't really matter. But yes, 3rd base is going to get down on time, which, these small things, they matter a lot in this game. If you're trying to take down Clem, it really does feel at this point that not only can you not make a single mistake, but you got to find angles where you get a little greedy too. Cut a little corner somewhere to just give you 5% more in the mid game. Maybe that's enough.
Maybe that is enough, and that's a good start because Clem is banking on blocking that base in particular. Usually what you do is you try to fake that base and then you go to the other one, and then you have the 3rd base that you don't want, but Solar got away with getting the base that he wants, and at a very early timing at that. So I think Solar will be happy. He lost 1 Zergling once again, but this time around he can also start the creep spread right away. So it's already a little bit more clean. I would like to see him also just go for 4 Zerglings on a map like that. I think that really shows the respect that he has for Clem's Reaper. Going on for 6 Zerglings on a map where you have a ramp and it's not a very short rush distance is pretty crazy.
Yeah, no, that it is. And, we also talk about this. Because you pull the SCV on the other side of the map, you try to block that 3rd base. That means, well, it's a little bit more mining time lost as well. So Clem commits, again, we're talking maybe 20 minerals or something. Maybe not a lot, but it is something that Clem has committed here that is not really paying fruit for him. So, again, minor, much better, or better situation for Solar at this point. And as we can see, getting that first tumor down means that 2 more get started a little bit further, and you can start to make it go even further. And that's super important on this map as well. Depending on where you choose to expand, getting stuff on the high grounds, it takes away a lot of the first push power that Clem's going to be looking for.
Yep, 100%. Clem is going for his bread and butter, by the way, for the Hellion Banshee 3cc. It is the safest build there is. There is no blind counter to it, unless you're dark and then you get a Nidus on top of the main base of your opponent, which absolutely isn't supposed to work because the Marines are supposed to just keep patrolling. He's once again testing Solar here with the first 2 Hellions. I don't think this is a good run by Clem. He didn't get good shots on the Zerglings whatsoever. He's going to lose all of them for almost free, and this is exactly the start that you would want to see if you're a Solar fan.
Oh, absolutely. And then, by the way, this run by also about 20 seconds later than we saw Clem go for in game number 1. So that means that even though this was a 4-minute speed, it was still done by the time the run by happens. That means Lings get on top of the Hellions that much more. They get on top of the Reapers that much more. So at the end of the day, I think maybe one of the Reapers survived, but only 2 drones for all of this. And more importantly, the Queens aren't forced out of position, so they can continue to really push this creep forward.
Yeah, I was caught off guard a little bit there by the great production that we have. I think that's some fun. And yeah, Clem always executes this build in the exact same way. He goes across and he tries to kill a couple of workers with the very first Banshee. He doesn't play it like most other players. So yeah, he settles for a couple of worker kills and then just map control. Once again with the Hellion Banshee. He plays very conservative with his Hellion Banshee in general. So let's see how many drones he can kill.
Yeah, it looks like actually already the Banshee is taking some damage, getting forced away. So the drone is going to have to go reburrow a little bit, so that is not the happiest. But no drones have died just yet, or maybe just one.
Yeah, I think
not
one.
a lot of damage. And again, we're talking about, it's kind of funny, by the way, we're talking about this Hellion Banshee setup. You know, in my head, it's always, oh, Hellions want to poke the Queen, so the Banshees can go follow up. But that is, you know, that's 10 years old at this point.
Oh!
Oh!
Oh, Clem messed up there. The World Championship hangover once again, hitting him hard in, here on side delta as he does kill a couple more workers with his Hellions at Solar's third base, but this is a fantastic early game for Solar. He also went for a Roach Warren. Where did he put that Roach Warren? Can we check?
I'm assuming just in the wall. I don't think you're trying to hide this all that much. Yeah, there we go. Oh, that's a bit of a weird wall. It's not quite on the ramp.
That is not, yeah, I'm not sure if he really wanted to wall or if he just wanted to build the buildings as quickly as possible, but that is kind of a good place to put it if you want to hide it. Now, Clem, he skipped the tanks last game around, so if Solar was to go for like a 1-1 Roach attack, it would have 100% worked and killed them, even with a bad early game. So maybe he's thinking something along those lines. If he's going to scout and he sees there is no tanks, he might go for an attack. If there are tanks, then maybe it's going to be plan B.
Yeah, I think it's also important. So we've been talking a lot about creep spread in this game. How can you make sure that you get that map control, so that Clem's first attack doesn't really kill you. It doesn't get right on top of your stuff immediately. But I want to point out what Solar's doing here. Yeah, he's spreading horizontally across the map, but he's doing a really good job of pushing that creep into the middle of the map as quickly as possible. And if we're going on this idea that, oh, there's a Roach timing, well, that does power that. But even as we see, yes, there might be some sort of Roach timing on the table if Solar maybe sees an opportunity. But that's a pretty quick infestation pit, right? We talked about this Roach idea that just stabilizes your early to mid game so you can get something in the late game, whether that's Ultras, whether that's Lurkers, whatever it is. That seems to be the way that Solar wants to play this game.
Yeah, absolutely. He, at the very least, with the style that he's going for, he shouldn't die within the first 9 minutes of the game, which is exactly what happened on Oceanborn. So yeah, this is a good style to stabilize, get into a mid-game, get into an early-late game, and then go from there. Clem's actually moving out with the tanks. He has not scouted the Roaches up until just now. He now sees the Roaches. I wonder if he's going to unsiege. He sees this is not enough. Roach speed is not done, and he's actually fighting with the tank. So he's protecting it that way, and he keeps moving forward, and Solar is banking quite a bit. He didn't spend all of his money, and he doesn't have all of the units that he could have at this point in time.
Yeah, this is awkward. 1-1's not done for Solar. It is for Clem. And yes, you do have Roach speed now, so that makes this fight a little bit easier. Lings are trying to get on top of the backside here, but they're not killing the tank, so it's shelling away, getting damage done. But at the end of the day, with that Ling flank, it's going to be fine. Clem does have to back up. But already, we see in this game, that was still probably a little bit more than Clem should have got.
Yes. Usually, you don't want to attack at all with the tank because you're just going to lose it for free. But since Solar didn't morph 3 Ravagers, I think he only had 1 at first and then he had a second one, he couldn't just buy the tank. If he buys that tank there, that attack gets cleaned up for free. Not the case here. So I think Solar is going to go into an Ultralisk transition. It's probably going to be Ravager Ling Bane, and then with some quick Vipers, as we can already see the Hive third of the way down.
Yeah, one thing we've started to see some Zerg players do a little bit more is using Blinding Clouds from the Vipers, not just to go and get on top of tanks, not just using for parasitic bombs and abducts and things like that, but Blinding Clouds on Marines and Chokes just to really mess with the AI. The Marines, they're like, oh great, I have no range, let me run on top of the Banes, and it becomes very, very annoying if you're not paying attention to it. So again, we talk about this, a little bit more utility, maybe you can catch Clem out like that.
Maybe you can, yes, maybe you can. He definitely will make a couple of Vipers, I'm certain of that. And we'll see if Clem actually pushes, because this style is supposed to be very good against timing, since you can have a very quick Hive, you can have those very quick Blinding Clouds, and the moment you disable the Siege tanks, that army should be very, very powerful against pure Marine, since Roaches and Banelings themselves trade quite well against them. Oh, this is a good Ling run by Just as the Planetary is morphing. He's going to kill 5 SCVs. He's also going to lose some mining time, so that's a nice timing there from Solar. As we can see, the Helmets on the other side of the map. Not the best split there we've ever seen from Clem, so it's a decent pickup there from Solar as well.
And the scary thing for Clem right now is he's, again, trying to find this value on the map, continuously pushing and getting a little bit of damage done. The tech that he has right now against an Ultra timing, I was going to say, is not all that great, right? It's just Bio. It's just Biomine, +2's not even done. But he knows the way these things are going, right? Solar hasn't hit him with a 1-1 timing, with a 2-2 timing with these Roaches. So that means that there is this transition into Ultras or into Lurkers. And, you know, Lambo, there's this unit. It has a snipe. It's called a Ghost. It handles both those units very well.
It definitely does. Side Delta is a very open map though, so Ultras, it's probably the best Ultralisk map in this entire map pool, so I don't mind it that much. And Clem will need to trade out some supply before he can make any ghosts. He's maxed right now, and the one thing that you're absolutely not supposed to do is attack into this, because this army is very, very good, especially on creep, as Solar sees Clem is being exposed with a lot of his tanks still being unsieged, clears up all of the tanks and heads back.
Yeah, I think the important thing about that right there is that took down all the tanks, and more importantly, it took the wind out of the sails of Clem's push. We talk about these timings. Solar is in a bit of transition right now, right? Chitinous plating is on the way. Adrenal glands, not quite done. +2 armor, not quite done. A lot of gas invested into things that are not here just yet. So taking those tanks down, taking that fight means theoretically that Clem gets slowed down a little bit. But Clem, we talk about getting slowed down. He is speed incarnate, Lambo. It doesn't seem to matter.
Doesn't seem to matter. I mean, at the very worst, he can always pick up his units because there is no actual anti-air here. He's even pushing with this extra siege tank. How many tanks will he have at home? Because Solar will most certainly clear this up. There's only 2 Stinger tanks on the map right now. I think this is Solar's best chance. If he counterattacks now with the next bunch of energy that he has on the Vipers, I think this was an overextension from Clem and a very good moment for Solar.
Absolutely. Ultra's on the production tab. Chitinous plating done soon. Adrenal done. These Lings, yeah, they only have +1, but they are super feisty. So Solar's going to try to take advantage of this right now, getting on top of the tanks. The spread is really good, though. 1 tank in the north, 1 tank in the east, 1 tank in the west. Solar gets 1 of them, but the other 2 anchor that position so very well that at the end of the day, we thought this was this great position for Solar to go and maybe knock a base down, really get some good trades, and instead, Clem holds it like it's nothing.
I think Solar got ahead of himself there because a lot of units were picked up. He figured I can just chase this down, but he needed to wait for his Vipers. He needed the Blinding Cloud support, and he needed more Banelings there. I think if he waits, even though it gives Clem some time as well, I think he has a much better chance of breaking Clem exactly at that moment because he just gained some momentum. Now it's pretty much even again. Clem already taking a 5th base. It's a very exposed base though. The issue is that Solar doesn't know about it yet.
Yeah, no, getting a 5th base this early, if he can get away with it, is going to be fantastic. And, you know, Solar is waiting for things, right? He's waiting for ultra speed. He's waiting for +3 armor, +2 attack, burrow, so the infestors can actually do something. You know, again, we talk about this. Solar had a timing. Absolutely he did, where, you know, if you wait a second longer, maybe your ultras join the fray and something can happen. But he is still in this transition. He's getting ready for the late game. I think the thing that we need to start to talk about right now is when can Solar steal a base from Clem? Because eventually, this Terran player, when he has, you know, 10 to 15 ghosts, maybe more, 3-3, some tanks, some liberators, if he decides to push one area and attack one area or hold one area, that's very hard for the Zerg player to deal with. But up until that point, Solar can take maybe the north side base from Clem, maybe one of the more middle of the map bases from Clem. But for now, he's just going to try to attack right into this.
He's going to attacking into Clem's 3rd base as Clem is flanking the Ravagers from behind. Great Blinding Clouds there, a lot of unsieged tanks as well, but it's just a single Ultra fighting against all of that. The Ravager is still in the back, and Clem will stabilize, only losing 8 workers. At the same time, he now finds out, oh damn, there's a Planetary there already. That Siege Tank, even though it's a 1 HP Ultra, can't fire at it unless it unsieges, so that Ultra is a hero coming back from the brink of death.
Yeah, that tank totally missed out on watching Fury, right?
Yeah.
But for now, Solar's going to attack in once again here. Again, the army is relatively strong. If the Biles land, and they're not really going to land here, you can still make something happen. But this Banshee from the early game somehow is still around, doing a lot of damage to these Roaches, these Ravagers, putting what is effectively a timer on this attack from Solar. But again, he senses his opportunity right now. This is the timing he's looking for. He's got Infestors on the map. He has these Ultras, which actually has no HP, but he has more Ultras. He's got Banelings on the way. He's trying to make sure that Clem can't really get stable on 5 bases.
Yeah, he's going to keep attacking. The entire point is that the Zerg army is slightly faster and the Terran has to pre-split, and then you want to attack maybe half of the Terran army with your entire army, maybe get a fungal if the Terran is not paying attention while he's rotating from one side to another, and that way find a favorable engagement. I don't think there's that much at the 5th base, which is exactly where Solar wants to attack.
And one thing Clem is really good at, we talk about these Infestors, not only scanning in front of him, but scanning behind him, scanning on top of his army, really neutering the power of that Infestor. Unfortunately, that doesn't help him keep this base alive right now. 24 dead SCVs, and yes, Clem has a push on the right side, but that doesn't help him if Solar looks to push in right on top of the 4th base. Lings and Ultras are starting to swarm here. Parasitic Bomb make it so hard to heal. Solar's not going to kill Clem here, and he is going to get some counter damage on the other side, but that 5th base, as we talk about this late game for the Terran, Lambo, that is so important.
I mean, this was a great, fantastic moment from Solar. He saw that Clem was out of position, and then from behind he came with the fungal growth, killing a lot of army. And yeah, I think that was a game changer. For now, Clem feels like he's the one that needs to do something. You see Solar already has one of the corner bases on that map, which is very impactful. So he wants to now deal more damage. He wants to trade even better because he doesn't mind that much anymore. He also lost so many SCVs, so he wants to consistently be active. But that also is scary for a Terran. Once you get funneled, once you get parasitic bombed, you can lose a lot of units.
That you can, but still here, Clem making, you know, maybe not really nice lemonade, but okay lemonade out of these lemons that he's been handed. He kills the bottom side base, he gets the right side base, gets another cancel on that base. But now, this is not a planetary anymore. This is an orbital. There's really not a lot of defense, and the army's all in the sky. All that supply just stuck in the sky, and that means Solar, maybe he doesn't kill the orbital, right? He doesn't have any anti-air. Maybe he's got one Ravager. But it does mean that Clem continues to not be able to mine. But again, we talk about Clem being flexible, very good in this late game. He has taken the 12 o'clock base. He does have that 5th base on the way. And this Infestor, well, Snipe's pretty good.
Snipe is pretty good. But look at the HP on those medevacs. It's 1 or 2 parasitic bombs away from losing all of them. Even with Clem splits, I mean, if a parasitic bomb lands, it's going to be very scary for him. And there is no solid anti-air, but these ghosts are super exposed. A lot of them go down before picking up. Clem loses a lot of supply here.
Man, that is massive. I guess Clem was a little distracted by trying to take the base on the north side, but he's going to get deflected there too. Run by the way, on that 12 o'clock position that we were talking about him reestablishing. So you lose a fight, you lose economy, you don't kill Solar's economy on the north side as well, at least not enough. And now Solar is at the point where he's like, okay, oh yeah, there's still these problems. Liberators are going to start to join the fray soon. Let's drop that Spire down. I'm going to need to add some Corruptors into this. But with this macro lead that he, actually I was going to say, this macro lead that he had been building, he had a decent bank. He has spent it though. There's not a lot of minerals in the bank. He is mining more Lambo, but there's not really an extra army just sitting there in the larva.
Yes, I still do very much so prefer Solar's position at this point. He can re-drone a little bit, and that's exactly what he's doing now, because Clem's harassment was on point and killed a bunch of drones the entire time. It's just the timings at which he hits the most exposed bases of Clem has been perfect so far. Before it's morphed into a planetary, and whenever there is a planetary, Clem's army was out of position. So establishing a 5th base so far has been the bane for Clem in this game. On-site Delta, decent Widow Mine shot there. But yeah, he needs to stabilize and somehow get out with these units, which I don't think is possible because the parasitic bombs are hitting and all of these medevacs bar 1 are dying.
Ooh, 20 supply just falls out of the sky immediately. Man, by the way, we talk about this late game and the economic advantage that Solar's been able to build. I would love to see resources lost, right? I get the sense here that even, you know, we talk about trades. Yeah, we're 17 minutes into this TVZ, into this late game, and Solar is trading evenly against Clem.
Paused.
Oh, it's sunny.
You know. Someone get him some sunglasses, maybe? I got some on my desk, you know. Yeah, so, you know, hey, we are in an outdoor venue. It's gorgeous out. We are sitting here, I think, up in the caster booth is just about kind of a green room. You know, I think we can grow plants here in the middle of winter. It's quite toasty.
It is quite toasty. But it's nice as well. We have our fan here. And inside the player booth, it's not that hot because we have a nice AC. I think they have a good system going on. I know Showtime also was annoyed by it being sunny, and then they put some sun blockers there, so I'm sure they're going to do that for Solar now as well.
Yeah, we should be able to get this game started, you know, not before too long. It is kind of funny, though, we talk about this. You know, Clem's been absolutely on fire, and, well, sometimes, you know, sun is light, sun is heat. Solar trying to find his way back, trying to actually really claim this game that he's put himself in such a good position for. Well, I guess Clem, on top of everything else, he controls the sun, too.
I guess so. If things are not going his way, maybe just use the sun for his advantage. I mean, this is still a very, very tight game. Solar lost a lot of drones and thus also a lot of momentum. As you said, he doesn't have that much of a bank anymore. So it's really just one bad fight away from equalizing or even going in Clem's advantage. And it looks like they fixed it already, which is very nice. And yeah, that Liberator is going to be annoying, but I'm pretty sure we already saw Corruptors on the way as well to clean up these libs.
Yeah, the thing that just has me flummoxed at this point is that we talk about Clem, his multitasking, his control, his ability to make things happen. And the fact that he is actually down in resources lost in this game, down about less than 1,000 resources, sure, but the fact that Solar in this late game against a Terran player with all the ghosts and the Liberators, and well, I don't think there are a lot of tanks in the game right now, but in this setup, the fact that Solar is trading better than Clem is just boggling my mind.
Yeah, that's crazy. With this unit composition, the Terran should always be trading better because he can always pick up his units. But Clem was being caught out of position a couple of times too many here. And he made some mistakes. I mean, we have to call it the way it is, even though he's the world champion. Even he does make mistakes, and Solar is working for those mistakes to happen, because you need to be super active, you need to have good army movement, you have to have good army splits in order for Clem to make any mistake whatsoever, since he is so fast.
Yeah, we talked about Solar's bank. He being kind of broke there. It's totally gone. In the last couple minutes, as he's been able to drone back, actually really less than a minute maybe, he's been able to build a big bank again. 2,000, 2,500, almost 3,000 gas in the bank. And that means that these timings, these waves of Zerg become that much more powerful because you're able to go and reinforce so quickly. But for right now, EMPs on the Vipers is beautiful. That does mean there's not going to be blinding class. That means there's not going to be any parasitic bombs. But look at what these Liberators are doing. They're not sieging up. They're fighting anti-air. And yeah, maybe you deal with the Corruptors, but that does not handle anything on the ground.
Yeah, I think that was a huge mistake. They mostly shot down some overseers, but all of the Ghosts died on the floor, and that was 10 Liberators that could have been sieged up. It would have been very, very difficult for Solar to kill those with only 5 Corruptors. And even though the Liberators are overwhelming the Corruptors, the ground units can still just run around and find some damage wherever there is no Liberator sieged.
Yeah, it is these late games, by the way, when you see some Terran players, Bjorn really does this, for example, where, we talk about these late game planetaries, they can actually get pretty vulnerable, right, to a bunch of Banelings or Ultras when the Zerg has some money. So you see some players, again, I'm talking about Bjorn here, that just go straight into mass orbitals. They just put orbitals on these outlying bases because, realistically, a Terran player, do they need more than like 45 SCVs when you have 10 orbitals and you can drop mules everywhere? Not really. And it means that you keep the base alive, you keep the mining position alive, even if you kind of lose the workers that you were going to lose anyways.
Yeah, I think this is just because he's broke, though. It's very map specific, so on some maps, orbitals are just straight up better than planetaries on very defensible locations. But here, Clem is struggling to even just keep his bases alive, in which case I do think the planetaries would help him, but he's so broke that he can't afford them. That's why he's floating out the extra orbitals as Solar is charging into this Ghost army, and the Ghosts are just on the run. This is, I think, the first time where they can actually turn, because most of the Banelings are dead. But is it a little bit too late? Even some Banelings go forward, killing a lot of SCVs and forcing the Ghost back even further.
Yeah, even still, though, that was a sick EMP. Clem is doing such a much better job in this late game of making sure that these Vipers that are so powerful, I think they got like one parasitic bomb. Oh, the Ghosts are way far forward here. That's not where they need to be. You gotta run, and Medevacs, you cannot save them. There's no hot pickup available. Corruptors are gonna get on top as Solar now trying to take advantage of this opportunity. I think a lot of the Ghosts have gone down. All the Liberators are just falling here. There are so many Corruptors. Now we get some pew-pews, right, but that is still a beautiful position. And at this point, I mean, Clem's on 130 supply. He's on 48 workers. His army supply is horrible. The Ghost count is not where it needs to be. And with these Corruptors in the Sky Lambo, there's no quick save. There's no way to make sure these Ghosts, if they get jump spawn, there's no way. Well, never mind. The Corruptors are dying.
Oh, he misclicked those Corruptors. I'm pretty sure he didn't mean to fly through all of those Ghosts. But yeah, Solar was like game-endingly far ahead. And now Clem maybe can stabilize a little bit, because with the Corruptors alive, he could not have even made any Medevacs whatsoever. But Solar is still in a very, very dominating position here on side Delta as he keeps expanding towards the left-hand side, keeps remaking his units, remaxing with Ultras, with Lings.
I think it's important to point out as we get into this late game even further. Solar, he's mined out of all the gas in his main, his natural, probably the third. He's got a couple gas extractors that he just hasn't taken yet, and that means his gas income is just about non-existent. I'm watching this tech up. It's going very, very slowly. And, Lambo and a late game Zerg, yeah, Lings are great, but you do need a lot of gas to really power that army.
We will see if he needs a lot of gas, because this army is looking hella scary right now. He's maxed out with Lings, with Banes, with Ultras, and there's not even a planetary at the freshest base of Clem. A lot of Widowmine hits here. Very good Widowmine hits. Before the fight even started, Solar already lost 30 supply. He's remaxing instantly with the Ultras and Lings, but as you said, there's no more gas. So it will mostly be Zerglings. The Ghosts are going to go ahead and going to snipe one Ultra before the fight really gets going. But already the third base is forced to lift, and Clem's not mining enough minerals to sustain this, I don't think.
Yeah, it's important to point out, by the way, that yes, Clem is forced to lift, but that base didn't have a lot of money left in it anyways, and Clem is able to shut down the upper right side base again, knocking these high gas units down as well as the Ultras look to run away. So if Clem can keep doing this, right, knocking down the high gas units, maybe there's a shot, but he's going to have to run away right now. Lings are looking for the surround parasitic bomb on these Medevacs. Ghosts are going to have to run. They got to hide. The splits are good, though, and it seems like for now, Clem again is going to look at the supply all of a sudden. Yes, there's a remax for Solar, but that's the only one he's got. All of a sudden, Clem builds a massive supply lead.
Solar just straight up killed nothing in the last couple of attacks. He kept chasing the Ghost, barely not getting there, whereas all the Marines were firing with a great concave. Clem realizes he just killed a lot of units. He's now even counter-attacking, something that I would not have told you was possible merely 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, Solar's realized, by the way, we see 3 extractors on the map all at once on the production tab. He's realized he's got no gas. He's like, my economy's great. Look at this. I'm killing him. Wait a minute. I can't build Banes. I can build like one Infestor. I can't build any Ultras. I cannot build the things that allow me to actually fight these, what are we on, like 20 Ghosts right now, 15 Ghosts, these high-tech late-game Terran units. And now because he can't do that, that unlocks Clem on the map. He's going to knock another base down. Looks like the right side base is going to fall down as well. And this game that has looked so good for Solar, trading evenly up until about 20 minutes, has just absolutely flipped on its head, Lambo.
Wow, I think Solar is going for a desperation counterattack as all of his drones are stuck in the top right-hand side. Clem paid attention, he's following up and he's killing all of his workers. Solar's economy is in shambles. He's only at 45 drones. And I don't think he can keep going, man. He can't even max out at this point. He's struggling. A lot of ghosts are being surrounded, but with the medevacs above, the Zerglings are not enough to kill those either.
God, this is ridiculous. This is the, calling a spade here, this is the weakest we've seen Clem look in quite a while in the first 20 minutes of this game. And Lambo, it just doesn't seem to matter. He just finds what he needs, he runs away. Part of it was maybe Solar taking some less efficient trades, but you're in the late game against a Terran. Eventually, you're going to trade more poorly. And these Lings, they're +3 Lings. They have Adrenal. They can knock down some of the Marines. If they can find a Ghost or two on the rally, they can knock some stuff down. But you need so much more than that, and it looks like Solar with the last of his gas. It's a Hail Mary on a couple Infestors.
Can we check if they have Adrenal, by the way? Because those killed them very slowly. Yeah, okay, they do. No, wait.
Yeah, they do have Adrenal.
They do. Okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah, he got it quite early into the game, but still, yeah, they're just not trading well enough. And at this point, he doesn't have the economy anymore. Clem is out-mining him, he is out-trading him, and all of his anti-air is gone as well. So Clem now can freely move out into the map and then pick up whenever something goes wrong. A good fungal here, but there's no Banelings remaining, and so many Terran units still fighting from the back. Good parasitic bombs as well on top of the medevacs. Good surround from Solar. He keeps going forward, but his supply is pummeling.
It is all the Ghosts here. At this point, there's personal healings for almost every single Ghost. Solar, he might clean this fight. He might force Clem to go away. And actually, maybe more than just might. He does make it happen, but the damage is not there. Solar does not win enough. And despite leading this game for 20 minutes, trading even ahead for 18 minutes in this game, it doesn't matter. Clem does what Clem does, and that's a 2-0.
That is a 2-0. Honestly, I would have told you this was 95% over in favor of Solar. Clem looked a little bit sloppy. Solar looked on point, and then he went into the one trap that a lot of Zergs always do. You keep attacking because you think the game is won, right? You keep attacking into the same position. If he did those run-bys maybe a little bit earlier, he could have closed it out, but superior play from Clem in the late game on side Delta.
Yeah, a couple times there it felt like Solar was just going to win the game, and Clem gets far enough back, dodges some of the shots, and then, well, snipes go down, and that works out. But I think, as we're going to wait for Clem to go forward a little bit, I think we're going to have Exalted Clem on the stage, hear what he has to say about a pretty awesome game.
Amazing series, Clem. GG. It was a hard one. Yeah, give it up for Clem, ladies and gentlemen. Amazing, amazing series. The first game seemed like you were quite in the control, right? What happened there? When did you realize you won?
Yeah, the first game I did a lot of damage with my Hellions in the beginning, so at this point I was like, okay, the game should be in my favor. And then after that, the drops kept doing damage, and I was like, okay, if I can just keep the momentum going, then eventually, yeah, it's gonna win.
Yeah, but what about the second map, though? It seemed like Solar was playing his card out. He was so tenacious. He was just like pushing over and over again, but you showed your perseverance. You showed your World Championship caliber of play. How did you manage to pull it off?
Yeah, this game was really hard because I wasn't trying that well. Like the fights were going quite well for him, but I had a pretty good eco because I had a lot of CCs and I could drop a lot of mules and also a good harass. But the fights themselves weren't going that well. But yeah, I thought if I can get like one good fight, because at the end I had a pretty huge army because I had like 40, 50 SCVs, but a massive army. So I was like, okay, if I can just get a good fight at the end, then he should be broke.
Yeah, absolutely. And next up, you have Oliveira in the way in the upper bracket semi-final. How are you feeling in this matchup, TVT?
I'm not sure. I feel like I haven't been playing that much TVT in tournaments recently, so I'm not sure exactly where my TVT is at. But yeah, it's going to be a pretty exciting match.
Oh, absolutely. Any words for the fans?
Oh, thank you guys. Thank you so much.
Amazing. Thank you, Clem. See you tomorrow. There we have it, amazing games, truly. Guys, now we are going to move to the lower bracket. Elimination matches are on the way, and we are going to be starting with MSRM and Gerald, so stay tuned.
Well, I thought it was really cool to have a tournament in Bulgaria because I've never been to Bulgaria before, and I was very curious about the country, and yeah, it's a great experience, and yeah, I was very happy to participate. I'm gonna try to win, but I also I don't have any particular like expectations for myself. I'm just gonna play and see how it goes, but yeah, I'll just do my best. I don't think I've ever played in an open air venue, so that's gonna be really cool. I'm very excited to see the stage and stuff. So yeah, I'm not sure exactly how it's gonna be like, but it sounds very exciting. So yeah, I've never done it before, so I'm not sure. From what I've seen, yeah, it seems really nice, really peaceful, and very pretty as well. Yeah, it seems amazing. Well, I just want to say a big thank you. It means a lot to me that so many people support me and watch my games and cheer for me. So yeah, just thank you. And yeah, it just means a lot to me.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for match number 5 for the day. We already witnessed all the winner bracket matches, but now it's time for the elimination matches. So we are going to be starting the best of 5 series, and I cannot wait. Yes, sadly we will have to say goodbye to one of these players, but truly I believe that the games are going to be amazing. So let's bring out the players from Bulgaria, MSRM, and from Poland. Get out! Hello MSRM, you are the home competitor, so will this give you an advantage?
Maybe, I don't know.
How is your ZVP currently?
My ZVP is okay. It's like any other of my matchups. I do a no-win attack. It's not optimized well, but my opponent has no idea what's going on, so it works out in the end.
Geralt, do you believe what MSRM is saying?
100%.
All right. And how are you feeling today? Yesterday you had a rough match, but how confident are you feeling today?
Well, today is a better day for me. I had good sleep. I'm relaxed a little bit. I hope I can just give my best games today. So.
All right. And how do you feel against Zerg players currently?
Not too good.
So this is not your strongest matchup?
No. I'm really unlucky with bracket because if I win, I get Zerg. If I lose, I get Zerg. Then if I win this match, I will get Zerg. So, well, a little bit unlucky, but I hope I can figure out how to win. So.
Yeah, well, MSRM, have you played with Geralt before?
We've played a little bit. We've played only with one of us playing off race, I think. We practiced that way a little bit before. We practiced on the ladder. Years ago, I think we've played ZVT. But ZVP, maybe we've never played. So it's going to be exciting. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, for sure. Any words for the fans and to your opponent?
Enjoy the show. Let's have some fun. It's going to be great.
What about you? Any words for the fans or to your opponent?
+1.
Okay, guys, shake hands if you want, and let's get ready to rumble. Nice. No thanks. Rotterdam, take it away.
Thank you so much, amigo. Let's do it. For the first time in this weekend, we are going to take a look at a best of 5. We'll say goodbye to the best of 3s for now. We do know the 4 players in the upper bracket semifinals. Those matches look amazing. Clem Oliveira offline. A lot of people are still wondering about Clem's TVT. Can't wait for that. And Raynor Showtime has delivered so many times in the past. It's going to be so fun. We'll talk about that for days. But for now, it is time to take a look at one of the 2 Bulgarian players in this tournament. Yes. Do you believe in your boy, MSRM?
Of course, since he is a representative from our country, he is a very aggressive player. If his opponent, if Gerald knows this, he will have a lot of advantage, I think. He's known for being super aggressive all of the time. We'll see where it goes, but I'm expecting aggression from MSRM all the way.
He had a really fun opening series of this event against Raynor Stara with that first game that a lot of people were talking about. Ridiculous game for 20 minutes. Nobody really got above like 15 workers. It was the silliest version of StarCraft, but very entertaining. And I do think there's a good chance we'll see something a bit similar. I don't know if the games can be that crazy, but I feel like MSRM doesn't really know where his natural is, because wherever that first hatchery goes down, it's never really right near his main base.
Indeed, yeah. And we'll see what Gerald thinks about the matchup, because he's like a really up-and-coming player. And from what I know, MSRM is focusing on Stormgate as well.
Yep, he's
So-
very high ranked in Stormgate at the
Yeah,
moment. I
yeah,
think he's like one of the best Infernal players out there, like top
he's
10 or
like
even top
10.
5 on the ladder.
Yes. So yeah, he also told me that he has a tournament this evening. So I don't think his main focus is this tournament, but I'm sure he'll do his best to show us. And I see from the screen we're already in the game. So yeah, on the bottom right, give it up for one of the Bulgarian representative, MSRM.
That man is not just one of them. He's the one who won the official Bulgarian qualifier. He actually got the victory over Nidix in that one a couple of weeks ago. He will go up against this man, a proper veteran in the European scene. He's been around the block. He is always passionate. Online, offline, intercontinental, it doesn't matter. This man is there. It's Storm Gaming's very own Gerald. It's already a little bit different what MSRM is doing here because he's actually taking an early gas. It is a mega early gas before the 1 minute mark even with an early pull as well. Could obviously still mean that he wants to expand. Sometimes Zerg players will sprinkle in this opening just to really scare their opponent, set the tone for the series. Be like, hey, I've got quick Zergling speed. I can do so many all-ins at the back of this opening. But what I can also do is just hope you overreact and then play a nice macro game. I don't know what it's going to be with MSRM. He's going to take the forward hatch. This could lead into like a very early Rogeling Ravager attack. Even a Bailing boss is a possibility if he wants to be that crazy. Small chance he just does nothing, but I have the feeling this is already a big enough commitment that our Bulgarian man is going to be aggressive here.
Oh yeah, it will be. He will be aggressive for sure, and also it's a best of 5. So like the first game, yeah, it's important, but you can try some crazy things. And yeah, important for Gerald is that he went to scout how early is the gas, how early is the spawning pool, so he knows what he's up against.
And this scout right here is also very important because he sees the Zergling pool, the spawning pool is already wiggling. Yeah. Zergling speed is on the way, but at the same time, MSRM is still mining additional gas. So the moment, of course, this probe cannot stick around forever once the queen is out, once the first Zerglings are out. But this is scary. If you're Gerald right now, you're like, okay, there is a chance he's dropping a Veiling Nest. There is a chance he's dropping a Roach Warren behind all of this. I need to respect this. He is respecting it. He's going to go for the Stargate. That's obviously very safe. Oh my goodness, that is such a quick lair. Sweet baby Jesus.
Yeah, we'll see where this goes. But yeah, as you pointed out, there is a Stargate. He will try to use it. And let's see.
We need to prevent this scout. Oh, that is a big scout for Gerald. He will lose the probe, but he does see the very quick lair. So this could have actually been some sort of a drop-a-lord prey, right? Like maybe 8 Zerglings or even 16 Zerglings being dropped into the main base of Gerald once that lair is done. It's going to be a lot harder right now to pull that one off because Gerald has already seen a quick lair and he knows that he needs to worry about it. Could even be like Queen Ling-Nidus, but yeah, the double Overlord over here. It's basically screaming drop-a-lord play.
Yes, absolutely. But yeah, it's very good that Gerald is super precise about scouting. It's super important for him and he knows what to do. So now, since he has the information, he can prepare quite well. And yeah, drop-a-lord with queens and links will probably the choice of MSRM.
Yeah, I think it's just Zerglings for now as he's dropping a mega quick Hydra then at the back of this. I have the feeling that MSRM is a bit inspired by Uthermal Zerg over here because I feel like this is the stuff that Uthermal used to do when he was playing random for a little while. But Gerald did have the quick scout, so he should be kind of ready. But 16 links can still deal damage as long as all the links can get out because these adepts can get surrounded. 2 Zerglings do die inside of the Drop-a-Lord and really good adept positioning here by Gerald. So far, the man from Poland is handling this close to perfect.
Yeah, he also managed to shade them away, so they're still alive. But yeah, very, very good micro and very good positioning here. He manages to kill, I guess, 1 probe or even...
Yeah, I think it's a single probe. Man, 1 probe died earlier, obviously, in the main base. That was the scouting worker. Yeah, that is crazy good defense by Gerald. MSRM is going to have a bit of a follow-up with a bunch of Hydras, but Hydras are expensive units. And yeah, you can crank out a couple of them when you're working with something like 33 drones, give or take. You have one little push where you can make a decent amount of Zerglings and you can show up with like 8 Hydras, but that is it. That is really going to take up all your resources. And if that first Hydra attack does not get it done, I'm kind of afraid it's almost impossible possible to play a macro game from here on out.
Yeah, Gerald will try to do some damage here, and he will for sure. He also scouted the second expand, so he knows where this is going. We'll see if he saw the Hydra then. But yeah, 8 drones killed already, so very effective Oracle run here. The Hydra upgrade is ready as well. The 2 Hydras are already out, I guess.
Yeah, no, they're in the production. They will be out soon, but I'm afraid that this game is just kind of over. And it all goes back to that probe that left the main base. And I think that MSRM thought, hey, Gerald is going to send it home, or he's maybe going to build a pylon out somewhere on the map and come back later for it. I don't think he expected the probe to turn around that quickly. Because if the Zerglings were on top of that probe, if the Queen was like right at the ramp, there is no way that Gerald would have been able to get that confirmation scout that it was a quick lair, that it was going to be the drop lord play, and this could have been a completely different game. But the scout just kind of gave Gerald all the information he needed,
And also,
and he made the correct choices.
all those Hydras that came out, that they had not a lot, and he got them one by one with the Void Ray, with the Adepts, and he's doing so much damage here as well, killing 5 drones already, 7 drones, and the Oracles are here as well. So yeah, MSRM almost twice lower in supply.
Yeah, no, I think he knows it as well, that this game is pretty much over. But he's going to give it a shot. He's going to try to get a few Hydras out, a few Zerglings. But he's going to run into a far superior Protoss army, a larger Protoss army as well. There isn't really a whole lot he can do anymore. But he can use this first game just to get the hands going, feeling a bit more confident. Because obviously playing on stage, being in that booth is very different than sitting behind the stage in one of the practice rooms, warming up a little bit, playing for fun. So MSRM knows that this game is pretty much over. He does snipe one of the Oracles, but he's still going to enjoy his final moments, and he can already start crafting up a nice plan for game 2.
Yeah, probably. And yeah, also, here is the GG. Gerald takes game 1.
Yeah, strong game. Go ahead.
Yeah, it was, like I said, best of 5. So the first game you can try to do some crazy things, even though, like I said, MSRM is like his typical style to be that aggressive. We'll see in the upcoming games, but I think he will most likely focus on styles like this.
Yep, and it can work. This kind of stuff, it can really be effective. Of course, a lot of Protoss players will always go with the Gate, the Adepts to scout, and then the Stargate. People don't just build Stargate because they love Oracles to find damage on the other side of the map. They go Stargate because it's very strong against Zerg all-ins. Doesn't matter if it's Link Bane, Link Queen, or Roaches early on. If you have a Stargate, you have an answer for all these builds. But this game, it had potential if that probe would have just been chased by Zerglings immediately, if that Queen would have been right on top of the ramp. There is no way that probe gets in. And I've been there many times myself as a Protoss, and you're like, okay, I know something ain't right here because he took a very early gas, he took an early pull, and he was still mining gas, but you don't know what it is. Could be Banelings, could be a Zergling flood, could be a high amount of Zerglings just to scare you, and then the Zerg transitions. It's the fact that Gerald scouted that lair that kind of spelled disaster for MSRM, and it was the beginning of the end. But if you can just fine-tune that, if you can clean it up a little bit, he's got a really good shot at making one of these cheeky builds work.
Yeah. Really on-point scouting by Gerald. But let's go in game number 2. Here on the upper left of the map. Give it up for MSRM. He really needs your energy, guys. And on the bottom right, give it up for Gerald.
Since this is the very first series of the lower bracket, this obviously means that we are going to have to say goodbye to a player for the first time this weekend. Everybody had 2 lives, everybody in the lower bracket already lost one of them, and the loser of this series will unfortunately be the first player to be eliminated of this awesome event so far here in Stara Zagora. But I'm sure that he's going to stick around because I think MSRM is having a great time. And we were already talking about cheekiness, and he says, well, if this is going to be the end, we're going out with a bang. We sent a drone to the bottom side of the map, and we could go for a proxy hatch. We can also go for a hatch block, but I have the feeling that he just wants to build his hatchery somewhere near the 3rd base of Gerald, and then maybe make some progress with Queens, Lynx, and even Spine Crawlers.
Yeah, and once again, Gerald is super on point with his probe, scouting and looking at the gas and trying to block his expand and forcing him to go on the 3rd eventually. But he's going in front of him, so we'll see when he scouts it. But yeah, I'm sure he knows that something squishy is coming, and the probe now will scout the hatch, of course. Yeah. He's
Now I really
expecting
wonder
stuff
what Gerald is going to do. The first thing he does is that he fires up a Zealot. He's going to Chrono Boost it out immediately. That shouldn't really take away any production time from that first Adept or the first Stalker. But this kind of stuff can be really hard to play against. MSRM has mined 100 gas. He's going to fire up Zergling speed, stop mining gas. So it will be Zergling, Squeaks, and a couple of Spine Crawlers, I can only assume. And Gerald is actually going to go for a very early Forge. It's not a bad play, but what is important to keep in mind is that if Gerald doesn't have a Nexus on the low ground, he can never use Shield Battery Overcharge, because the batteries will be too far away from the main base. So it can actually be really hard to win fights against Queens, Lings, and Spines. Gerald knows that, so he's still going to build and expand as well, but it's just a little bit later.
Yeah, this is really important, but yeah, the Stalker is now out. He will start producing Spine Crawlers and try to defend them with the links. Let's see which one has the better micro. He'll come out with the Stalker, try to poke the Crawlers, and yeah, we can see Keyboard.
This is going to be fun. We've got a Sentry coming up as well for Gerald that can obviously keep his natural safe to make sure that these Zerglings don't stream in with high numbers. But eventually, I feel like the gap in the wall is going to be too big to plug it. I also wonder what is going to be the first target of MSRM. Is he going to go for the gate? Will he go for the Cybercore? Will he go for the Forge? I kind of think killing the Cybercore would be the best thing. If these Spines finish up and he can start gathering up some energy on these Queens and you kill the Cybernetics Core, that obviously means no more shield batteries for a little while. You kind of just want to let the shield batteries do the tanking, but oh my goodness, this man is just sending it. I kind of think this is a little bit too early on the side of MSRM, and I think he's being a bit too reckless with this attack.
And yeah, the Nexus is just there, so he can overcharge the battery, and he will probably be able to defend it, because he has 2 cannons, the third one is also almost out, and the battery overcharge went very, very well, so pretty good defense by Gerald so far.
Yeah, Gerald lost almost nothing there. He made that look easy, and it was really not supposed to be that easy. I kind of hoped that MSRM was just going to build the Spines basically away from the cannons, but in range of the Cybernetics Core. Chip your way through that, drain those shield batteries a little bit, and eventually, once you kill one of these big buildings, I thought he would go for it with like 30, 40 Zerglings. And don't forget, they could have also just ran into the main base. They don't even need to be battling these cannons, but he just went immediately so early, burrowed the Spines in range of the cannons. But that just wasn't really it. He did not have the amount of units there to get away with a move like that. That is a shame, because for the second time, I was like, man, I'm curious where this goes, as the Zerglings are looking for maybe a run-by, a surround, but they're not going to get much here. The DPS of the cannons is too high.
And also he had the opportunity here to move inside, but he didn't use it. But yeah, also if he kills the Cybernetics Core, he stops his eventual...
Ward Gate.
Yeah, and as well as some higher tech. He already has a Stargate as well as Twilight Council, so Oracle is almost out. So yeah, it probably would be a lot better. But yeah, let's see. He already put his first base, like the natural expand for MSRM. So
yeah, but it is very late. Once you open up like this, it is such a large commitment. And there is a world where you deal a crazy amount of damage and you don't quite win, and you can play a normal game from there on out. Unfortunately, this isn't really that world. I really wonder, by the way, has Gerald even lost a unit yet? As GG gets called, Gerald takes the 2-0 lead. Our Bulgarian Zergi did not have an answer for that Oracle, but was obviously already in a world of trouble, because he put so many resources into that proxy hatch, into the Spines. And I think that could have gone somewhere if he would have just taken his time a little bit. He went for it immediately when he only had like 10 Zerglings and the Spines obviously had to start burrowing. I would have loved to see him just wait. Get those Spines in range of the Cybercore, but away from the cannons. You kill the Cybercore, you gather up some energy on the Queens, your Zergling count will increase from like 10 to 30. And if you then eventually want to go for it, you can go for it. You could have also gone for a big run by into the main base while there are barely any Protoss units. It's such a shame that, I don't know, he got over-eager, I guess. He got too excited. He just went for it, but he went way too early.
Yeah, and he went really forward.
Yeah, he went in deep.
Yeah, he went in deep, indeed. But yeah, probably some pressure is also here on the ground, and like if this could be his last game right now. So yeah, his tournament life is on the line. And Gerald is probably feeling really confident. He already won 2 games. If he has to lose. He has to lose 3 games in a row. And yeah, the games were looking like he's pretty solid player. So let's see where MSRM style will go.
I would absolutely agree with that because Gerald is very solid. He is so experienced. He's been playing this game for a long time. And I said it earlier in the cast, that man is a grinder. Every tournament in Poland that he can go to, he'll always be there. Tournaments outside of Europe, he often shows up. ESL Masters, Dallas, Atlanta. Gerald makes the trip so often, and he's been doing this for so many years. So the man is incredibly solid. He does have his days where he peaks and he's no longer just a good Protoss in Europe, but sometimes he can be one of the very best. But it is hard for Gerald to, I think, find his ultimate level of consistency where he always brings his A game. But coming into a series like this, the man was a big favorite. Let's see if this man can at least get a point on the board. Wouldn't that be fun? Because yesterday he had an amazing best of 3. Stara Zagora, make some noise for your Bulgarian champ, MSRM. The love is there.
Yeah. And on the bottom right, the player that looks like will move on pretty easily. Give it up for Psystorm's Gerald.
For the first time in this series, MSRM has just taken a hatch first, so a hatchery before taking a gas, before taking a spawning pool. And I kind of wonder, is this just going to be his normal game? Are we just going to build a couple of queens and get a strong economy and take it from there? Because this is obviously nowhere near as aggressive as any of the other things that he has shown us so far. Not just in this game, but also in his best of 3 yesterday against Reina Sterren.
Yeah, actually, most of the games that we saw from him, he went for proxy hatch. So, yeah, this is the first game he's starting normally. But yeah, I also think that he has some aggressive style behind this as well. But we'll see what he'll choose.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be anything as aggressive as all the stuff he's done in different games because the gas is late. If we compare this to the first game where he took a gas like I think 48 or 50 seconds into the game, I was like, wow, that is quick. That is even quick for the aggressive builds out there. This time he went hatch first and he's taking that extractor 1 minute and 30 seconds into the game. So it's a much stronger economic opening, but obviously that does mean that you don't have any crazy aggressive tools to work with in the very beginning. You can still be aggressive in the mid game. You can still try to switch it up a little bit by making it look like something that it's not. I don't know, we're going to keep a close eye on it, but I do like that he's willing to try something different, even though I really did not hate his aggressive build so far. It's very easy to look at that first game and second game and be like, oh, that wasn't even close, what is he doing? But if he fine-tunes it a little bit, if he does a better job in denying the probe scout in game 1, if he just takes his time with those spine crawlers in game 2, there is potential there to really make something happen. So the ideas are good. Unfortunately, the execution has been lacking a tiny bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And also Gerald is being super on point with his scouting, which is super important. I like to say that the scouting is like the third resource in StarCraft, so he is using it pretty well. And yeah, we can see a Stargate from Gerald. So we'll see what MSRM will go. Is he going for a third base? Still no third base, I think.
No, we don't have it yet, but he may still take that in the near future. The Stargate just makes a lot of sense, because even if it looks like your opponent is playing standard, if you know they like to be aggressive, if they can be a bit cheesy, it just makes sense to go for the Stargate. Even if you're not worried about anything like that, Stargate is still always solid, and there we have it. It's not quite what we thought it was in the very beginning, because we still got a pretty quick lair. Could be the Dropper Lords, can also be some sort of a Nidus play later on. Honestly, I would kind of like to see some Queenling Nidus. I feel like that stuff, players like Young Yakov still have success with it, and I kind of think that MSRM could make that potentially work. It's not easy, but I believe that he's got a shot with it.
Yeah, he definitely should make it work because it's his eventually final game. So, as you said, it will be really nice if he has one game and we go to game 4, for example. But yeah. Now the Oracle is coming out. He'll probably scout. For sure he'll scout the lair. So he'll know what's going on.
He'll definitely know that it's not totally standard, as the Adepts are already killing a few drones in the natural, and now it's the Oracle that's going to activate Pulsar Beam in the main base. Poor MSRM just can't really get it going, losing 9 workers when you're a 2-base Zerg. That's just painful. He's going to go for a very quick Hydra then instead. Sometimes players get very wild, and it's not just Hydras, but they actually go for some sort of a lair tag lurker all in, which it sounds stupid, but it can be powerful. I don't know exactly what he wants to do. What I do know is that losing 9 drones, unfortunately, it's just too many. Like, if you want to take out guys like Gerald, that is one of the best, or he is one of the best Protossers in Europe, you need to have clean early games. And unfortunately, MSRM just can't really keep up with the aggression of Gerald here.
Yeah, he's using those Oracle, that Oracle pretty fine. Also 8 kills once again, so yeah, pretty effective Oracle. And he's also scouting with this. And after losing all those drones, he went for the 3rd base. So even though he had this Hydra list then, he will be probably delayed because Hydras are expensive.
Yep, I don't know if we were thinking of going for some sort of a low drone Hydra Ling all in, or if he just wanted to go into a quick Hydra den for a little bit of anti-air to make his life easier against the Oracles, and then macro up a little bit. We'll never really know, because what we do know is that he lost 17 drones, and unfortunately he didn't even kill any of these Oracles. He did a lot of damage to one, and he did manage to pick up the 2 Adepts that Gerald sacrificed earlier. But these Oracles of Gerald are absolutely outrageous. Gerald is cosplaying here like his teammate, because this is insane damage. We are now looking at 23 workers going down in a game that has not even gone on for 6 minutes. It's a bit of a shame, because I felt yesterday MSRM had such a fun series against Raynor, and even if it was Raynor's Terran, he played good, he made it fun, he made it exciting, and this is just one of these best of 5s where really nothing is going MSRM's way.
Yeah, the first game against Raynor was amazing. I had a lot of fun with it. But yeah, so now Gerald is moving out with the Stalkers. He'll have Blink in a couple of seconds. And as you said, he already did so much economic damage to MSRM. So even though he's building Hydras, he's building Links, he has the first upgrade of the Hydras, and the range will be done as well. I don't think there will be enough Hydras.
Nope, if we would have just lost a few less workers and we maybe killed a couple of these Oracles, this could have all been a bit more scary, it could have been a bit more intimidating. You already said it earlier, Hydras are expensive, and we didn't have a great economy to begin with, because obviously this was the 2-base Zerg opening rather than the traditional 3 bases for Zerg, and then they started attacking up. So you already have less workers, less larvae, and then he continued to lose the drones as well, and it is not stopping. Poor MSRM
always makes his way to the drones, and now MSRM probably will push, or I don't know, he has nothing else to do. He lost so much economic, and now he's attacking, and this perfect Blink micro, and also there is a battery on the back, as well as status trap. He's killing each Hydra almost without losing any Stalkers. And even though there are a couple of Links coming, the army looks pretty poor for MSRM.
Yep, the army is tiny, and these cannons and batteries would have always kept Gerald safe. Even if he would have slipped up a little bit with the Stalker micro, which he absolutely hasn't. This has been a very clean game, perhaps not as clean as game 2, where I think Gerald did not lose a single unit. But overall, a very convincing performance here in the lower bracket. Gerald will advance into the next stage of this tournament. And unfortunately, our Bulgarian champ, MSRM, is the first player to be eliminated. But he still gave us an incredibly memorable game yesterday. So I think that's a victory.
Yeah, of course. It was the perfect start for this tournament. I had so much fun. I was watching at home, and it was so much fun. But yeah, sadly, there should be one of them who is leaving, and this is MSRM. We have one more Bulgarian representative in the face of Nitix, who will play later on, or
yep,
tomorrow?
He will play later tonight against Fiont.
Oh, yes. So we'll see the Bulgarian pride once again. But let's hear from the champion, Gerald. Exalted, take it away.
Thank you, thanks, Neroti. And there we have it, the first eliminated player, MSRM. Great games by Gerald, and I cannot wait to hear how he feels. Gerald, please. How do you like this support from the crowd?
It's very good.
Yeah, thank you guys. And I want to ask you, in game 2, you made the decision to build the Forge instead of the Robo. Why did you do that?
I just went with my prop to his main, and I saw he stopped mining gas. So I realized it's just the Spine Rush, no Ravager Rush, because there is also build where you just build Roach Warren, you make some links, and you make Ravagers to break the wall. And when I realized it's just spines, I just go for it because I think it's the best answer to be economy ahead and to be safe. So I just go like that.
Yeah, absolutely. It turns out it was the correct thing. Did you in any way feel threatened in this series, and did any of the rushes scare you?
Actually, the first one with the 2 overloads drop, it's very uncommon to play against. I was lucky because we have some Zerg in Poland, he's Snockstar, and he's very famous for his unique builds. So I played against this one before, so I didn't die, but it was scary for a moment because first I was thinking it's going to be Nidus, yeah? And then I saw just 2 overloads and I was like, ay.
But you countered it very well though, and does this bring more confidence in your PvZ right now?
Maybe a little bit, but you know, Solar is a little bit different opponent. He's more macro-oriented, so we will see.
Alrighty, well, since we have you here, any words for the fans that are cheering you on?
Thank you everybody for coming. I hope you will enjoy games, and I will try play some more good one.
Thank you, Gero. Well, let's hear our Bulgarian champ as well, MSRM. If you could please come to the stage. Applause, ladies and gentlemen. So MSRM, I know it's tough losing on stage, it's tough being the first eliminated player, but still though, can you give me a recap of how you're feeling about this tournament and your participation in it?
Well, obviously losing sucks a little bit, but I didn't expect to be on this stage anyway, so it's a win for me.
Awesome, awesome. And the crowd was going crazy when we were announcing you, so any words for them?
I want to thank anyone who showed up, and hopefully with some more promotion for the next tournament, we'll get some international fans. There will be a next tournament, I'm pretty sure. It's gonna be awesome, just like this one. It's gonna be a lot of fun. So, yeah, enjoy.
And hopefully we see you in the next one. Ladies and gentlemen, MSRM. Well, there we have it. Geralt moves forward, and it's time for our second elimination match of the day. So after a short break, we will be right back.
I was excited to watch. I didn't think I would get to play, but here I am. I won the Bulgarian qualifier, which makes me the reigning, defending, undisputed StarCraft 2 champion of Bulgaria, which is pretty nice. I get to represent my country. I get to play against the world champion, hopefully. The bracket is not announced at the time of the interview, but hopefully I get to play against Clem or another former world champion. Exciting stuff. Thank you for everyone who's going to be watching live on stream on Twitch. A bigger thank you to everyone who's going to show up in person and buy a ticket. And hopefully the tournament goes well and we can have another one in a near time. It all depends on the fans, so I thank all of them. And I hope they cheer for me or boo against me. Either way is fine. And let's have some fun.
Hello guys and welcome back to the Bellum against Elite Stara Zagora Major StarCraft 2 tournament. It's the first StarCraft 2 major tournament in Bulgaria and I'm super excited. We have 3 more best of 5s coming up. The sad part is that each one of those best of 5s will be the last game for our players. So now let's talk with the next one. Kelazur against, let's see. Harstem, of course. But guys, come here. Hello, guys. How do you feel?
Pretty good.
You having a TVP? How do you feel about it?
I feel good about it. I think yesterday was unfortunate, but I learned from my mistakes, and I think today should be much better.
Okay, Harstem, how do you feel?
Yeah, good as well. I learned from his mistakes, and I think I will perform even better.
Yeah, yesterday you had a PvP, but how do you feel about playing against Terran?
It's a little bit harder than PvP, but I'll try my best, and there's not more than that I can do.
Okay, guys, wish you best of luck. If you want, shake your hands. Let the better player win. Thank you, guys. Back to our awesome commentators. Enjoy.
Thank you so much, mate. We are ready for this awesome PVT in the lower bracket, and I am joined by not just anyone, not just your regular commentator. I am joined by the kid that everyone is talking about, Liquid Clam. Hello, Clam. How are we doing?
Hello. I'm doing very good today. I'm doing very good.
Look at that. A little round of applause for the champ himself. You ready to watch some PVT with me?
Yeah, it'll be fun. I was very excited for this one. When I saw the match list, I was like, hey, that's a really good one. And I think a very even one as well.
I think it's going to be good. I actually think I favor Harstem a little bit, just because I think Diego's been playing a lot of other games. I know he loves the deadlock at the moment.
So do you.
Yeah, so do I. But I mean, I'm not competing over here, Clem. It's okay if I drop a couple hundred MMR, but if it's Diego who's dropping a bit of MMR and he's going up against guys like Harstem, that could become a bit of an issue. I mean, haven't you been grinding too?
I haven't been playing that much actually, just like a few games. But I'm not sure if it's too much my kind of game because mobiles and like the games usually last very long, so
it's kind of breaking my heart because I've always heard you playing Counter-Strike with the fam.
Yeah, I love Counter-Strike.
I was like, this is my moment to get carried by Liquid Clam one time in a team game.
I would love to play one time though.
We'll make it happen. We can take a little look at the map pool and the vetoes and the bans that we're currently looking at.
Post use, that makes a lot of sense. Golden Aura as well, Crimson Ban, Dynasty Ban, makes a lot of sense all around. Hearthstone picking Oceanborn might be a slightly surprise, but I think it's not bad for pros.
No, I think that's okay. I think a lot of Protoss players actually like it because they kind of feel like, okay, you know, 3 bases is relatively easy to defend. Once I am the 3 base Protoss and I feel safe, I can go up to 4, even 5 bases, and that's where I can start being a bit crazy with all the Zealots and DTs. I mean, I'm really going to pick your brain a little bit here in this series because let's be honest, Clem, the Protoss brethren out there, we need a bit of help. We need some secrets on how to take down these Terrans.
These Terrans? Well, I don't know. I think 4 Gate Blink is the best build ever.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think it's very good.
None of that quick 3rd base, 2 gateways, or even
well,
3?
that can be good as a mix-up, you know? But as a mix-up, after you 4 Gate Blink, you're like 4 Gate Blink, and then you're like, oh, all of a sudden you make a quick Nexus, but as we get... I mean, Oceanborn especially is a very good map for Blink, so maybe Harstem is going to be some Blink aggression.
Yeah, but Harstem's not really the guy, right, to really send it
Yeah,
up
that's
for
true.
games. He's too honest, he's too nice, he's too macro-oriented. Anyway, let's go. It is lower bracket round 1, tournament live on the line for 2 players that can really have a serious run in this tournament. So it's a bit unfortunate that they run into each other this early. They both had a fun opening round. Unfortunately, this man lost to Trigger. This man, of course, is our citizen of the world, spawning in the top left side. Originally, he's a Brazilian. This is Calazur. But there is no country that the man hasn't lived in at this point.
I like the citizen of the world. And in the bottom right, from Shopify Rebellion, it is Harstem. A great YouTuber, as good as a great gamer.
He's doing it all at the moment. He's also casting on Twitch. Harstem is everywhere. And you can say a lot of things about Harstem, but that man is so passionate and loyal about StarCraft 2, right? Whenever there is other stuff, all these other RTS games coming out as well, and I'm looking around, I was like, where is my captain? My captain is just grinding, whether it's with Protoss or playing a bit of off-race Terran or Zerg.
He just loves StarCraft.
Yeah, I mean, and rightfully so, right? It is a great game. And it's really cool to see Harstem still having so much joy with it after all these years. Harstem, of course, played against Showtime yesterday, and it really was an excellent series. It was damn close. He took the 1-0 lead, had his moments in Game 2 and Game 3. It really could have gone his way, but unfortunately, in the end, Showtime was barely a little too much. I think they both look at this series, and that's why I think you like it and I like it, because there's nothing better than loading into a best of 5, whether you're the spectator or you actually the player, but you're like, I think I can beat the other guy. And I feel like they both look at this. Like they respect one another, but they're both confident in their own abilities to potentially win this. And most of the time, that just means fireworks for us.
Yeah, and especially the way Jago plays, he really likes to get like a lot of bio on the map, a lot of drops left and right, and just play like super aggressive and a little crazy sometimes as well, like steaming in, and I really like watching him play in TVP especially.
Yeah, Diego's not afraid to load up 4 medevacs full of bio.
Yeah, exactly.
Just pull the trigger.
He's a big fan of that.
He is fun. it can be a downside, obviously, if you're known as the guy who stays like maybe on the basic Terran units a little bit too long, because then Protoss players are going to feel a bit more confident in giving up some of that map control, not necessarily expanding that quickly, because they'll think like, hey, I'm going to get a high-tech robo units here, and I know that you're working with almost pure Marine Marauder, so it is important for the to obviously once in a while switch it up and be willing to transition into those Ghosts and Liberators a lot later.
Yeah. And Harstem going first target. I was watching. It was Killis against Oliveira earlier with Harstem, and Oliveira went for the double Liberator on the 4th base at like a very abusive spot. And I was looking at Harstem. I was like, oh, you better place target against me on Oceanborn because then you're gonna use it as well. And now he actually goes target on Oceanborn as well. So I wonder if he's very scared of the double Liberator that Oliveira played earlier.
Yeah, it could be very nice to open up with some Phoenixes and not have to worry about that too early on. If you can keep them alive, or even if you end up losing them, at least you have that Stargate, so you don't find yourself in a position where you have to build a Stargate and then crank out a unit. But look at this opening, by the way, of
That's
Kalazur.
a crazy build.
Yep, I guess old school drilling claws
Just the
here.
drilling claws drop? That's crazy. I think it's maybe not that great against Phoenix.
Nope, unless we can get lucky and we can split the Widow Mines across 2 bases and we make it a bit more difficult for them to figure out where the Observer needs to be. But yeah, it is bad news here for Kalazur that it's obviously Phoenixes into a Robo early on. I have the feeling that if you open up like this, you would rather play against a couple of Link Stalkers, perhaps with a delayed Robo as well, right? That would be fantastic. But, you know, there's still a world where if Harstem doesn't find that medevac and the medevac goes in, the regular Widowmine drops, Clem, I'm sure you know all about it. They're pretty underwhelming these days. But with Drilling Claws, they still have potential.
Yeah, definitely. And they have the cloak as well now with Drilling Claws, so that could be good as well, although Harstem has a Robo, of course, and making an Observer right now. I think what's good for Kalazur at least is that the Phoenixes didn't cross the map instantly and didn't scout instantly, so he's kind of keeping the Phoenixes at home, hoping for Kalazur to drop, but he doesn't really have the information of is it going to be like a quick drop, like a Drilling Claws, and he could scout like the Tech Lab researching Drilling Claws, so that's at least the saving grace, I guess, for Kalazur.
I'm sure Harstem is thinking about a lot of things that Kalazur could hit him with, but I highly doubt that he's thinking about the quick drilling claws.
Yeah, definitely not.
Just completely fell out of meta. If I see this build, I often think back of Spirit a couple of years ago, and it really was his bread and butter. He did it almost every single game. Obviously, back then, the interactions were a little bit different, but he absolutely loved it. Let's see, because Harstem is going to send his Observer out to the other side of the map. Phoenixes are still at home. Just because you have Phoenix does not mean that you are safe. If he right now clicks those Phoenixes to the left side and the Widowmine shows up, oh, they were on
And
the
he has
move
no
there.
Observer at home either, so that could be very annoying. The Medivac is going in. Is he boosting in? Oh, the Phoenixes are right here, though. He's going to be able to pick up the mines.
Well, one of them burrows. One of them burrows going to get a decent shot, but
not
unfortunately
bad.
not the best targeting ever there by Kalazur. 3 out of 4 Widowmines just died. 1 remains. Harstem is chrono boosting out an Observer. Maybe if he would have been able to target that Widowmine towards some of the probes at the top side of this mineral line, he would have been able to get a slightly better connection.
Yeah.
But even if that happened, obviously this is not the start that Kalazur was looking for. Losing the medevac, losing all 4 mines for only 3 workers, while Harstem also went up to a quick 3rd base. What would you do if you are in this position right now, Clément?
Well, I think you just kind of have to take it from there. Like the pressure didn't quite work out, and now the game is very in favor of Harstem, but he's gonna have Drilling Claws. He could like go for the old school Widow Mines all over the map to give vision, and they're gonna be cloaked. So that's at least good for Kalazur, but yeah, that's the very worst spot to be in as a Terran.
We'll probably just get a couple of tanks. So far we only have a single tank, but I feel like it's going to be very hard for Kalazur to actually get the 3rd base up and running if we only have 1 tank, because then you can't really protect your natural and that wide open area between the natural and the 3rd base. I think Kalazur knows that, that's why he's firing up another tank, but he's probably going to need a few more. Good news for Kalazur is that Harstem is not exactly known as the guy that is willing to grab all his units and immediately end the game if he feels like he can end the game. Harstem is more about the slow and steady wins the race, so perhaps there is a way for Kalazur to eventually get enough of an army out, take a good fight, or find an opening somewhere. But it's safe to say that at this point, not really a lot of things have gone well for Kalazur. Pretty big investment with minimal returns.
Yeah, he does have the 3rd city like very quickly, so that is not that bad for him because he's gonna have a very good eco. Because usually if you go like 3 racks, a very fast Sim Shield, you get your like 30 base at what, like 8 minutes, and now it's 7 minutes and he has it on the spot. So at least he has a pretty good eco, and he can take the game from there. And I think if it survives like 10 more minutes, then he actually in a playable game, and
So
maybe it's not that bad for him.
I totally agree. Would you have said that Harstem missed maybe an opportunity to just go to the other side of the map with an Immortal, with a Colossus, with those Phoenixes, and not necessarily to end the game, but at least to prevent this from happening? Like delay this entire process a little bit of that command center landing.
I think Harston was also very scared of
The
more
next
Widow
wave.
Mine drops coming, so he left the Phoenixes at home.
Yeah.
But if he actually pressured earlier with the Phoenixes, that would have been so good for him. But
Yeah, I think that's exactly what it is, because we've all been there in the past where you defend the first form of aggression or harassment perfectly. You're like, all right, that's it, now moving out. And then a Widow Mine drop shows up and it drops across 2 bases. By the time
The
you clean
second
that
wave.
up, there is a third medevac that shows up. So yeah, I think that's exactly what he was worried about. Obviously, we knew that that was not going to happen, but yeah, Harston perhaps a little bit paranoid. And now he's kind of let go of that massive lead that he had a little bit. And instead, Diego is walking around with all those Marines and Marauders the way we know he loves to do it. And he actually has an upgrade lead too. So there is a lot going for Kalazur, but he does need to be careful because right now the combination of a couple of force fields, triple Colossus and an Immortal, it's incredibly scary to battle with just bio units.
yeah, like right now he can't fight at all. He can take some map control, but he really needs some Vikings, maybe some Ghosts eventually, and his upgrades to be done, and then his army is going to be way better. But for now, yeah, he kind of has to just defend for a bit and make sure he doesn't die to any Colossus timing or like a Prism rolling in his main, and then if he can survive long enough, he would be fine eventually.
He's building his first Vikings, and the Ghost Academy has been planted down, but it is not done yet. And this is where Archons are actually incredibly good units. Kalazur, I don't think I would hate it if he had like a bunker or two. I think that could have actually been very useful. He doesn't have that, but he does have his safety turret that actually is very useful to keep those Phoenixes at bay, because missile turrets deal crazy damage against these Phoenix. There are a couple of tanks. It's not going to be an easy hold for Kalazur, but it might be doable. Harston is not exactly sending everything yet, not really splitting up any units either, not sending anything into the natural. Every second that goes by right now I think is a fantastic one for Kalazur, because he's got 3 ghosts in the production tab. And if these 3 ghosts show up, suddenly I like his army a whole lot more. But Harston is coming in from multiple angles.
Yeah, the Colossus are shredding these Marines right now, and the Phoenixes are taking down the Medivacs. This looks very rough for Kalazur. He's losing a lot of SCVs. Actually, not that many SCVs yet, but now he has no tanks and he has very few Vikings, so it's very hard for him to actually get on top of this Colossus. And he's losing the 4th base right now. This is looking very rough.
Yeah, if only he had a couple of... sorry guys, we got a tiny update there, but if only Kalazur had a few more Vikings to put a bit more pressure on the Colossus, or if only those Phoenixes would have gone down, then maybe it would have all been a bit more doable. Here in the end, Kalazur does get one of those Broby units, gets the Immortal doing, he might even be able to get the 3rd Colossus. This is it, the Ghost and the Marauder working so hard, but Harston saves the Big Daddy Colossus with those final 2 remaining Phoenixes. But obviously the captain at this point, he can just pick up, he can go home, he can recollect his forces and go again, because he has killed a tremendous amount of SCVs, and that was good enough.
Yeah, he has it at this point. He's making more Archons, more Zealots, more Immortals, and I think the next wave is gonna kill Kalazur, most likely, because yeah, it's looking really rough at this point. And now he's kind of just going for the kill and being really careful about it, because yeah, you have Ghosts against Archons, and Archons are not amazing against Ghosts, but yeah, it's just a matter of number at this point.
A little bit of an understatement there, right, Clemmer?
Yeah.
Not quite amazing, those Archons. Whoop, one of them gets popped like a balloon. Kalazur really is microing his heart out here. And I mean, he does still have 50 SCVs, so I understand that he's trying. He's probably clicking on the units of Harston as well. He looks at these upgrades and be like, well, I'm in all sorts of trouble, but it's not like you're working with 2-2 here, and you probably have 3-3 on the way. So Kalazur hoping for a tiny overextension on the side of the captain, but Harston is playing this out incredibly well. Once more, grabs 15 SCVs. That low HP Colossus is soaking up a couple of Viking shots, but it just refuses to die. Kalazur is still microing his heart out. I mean,
Yeah.
he's bleeding out too many workers.
Yeah, he's trying because you never really know exactly how committed the process is, right? Like Harston could be like all-inning on 3 bases and being like really committed, and maybe then he would be fine. But yeah, Harston is on 80 probes, 4 bases, going up to 5 bases. His upgrades are really good as well. So yeah, I don't really see this going anywhere for Kalazur, unfortunately.
But indeed, Kalazur did try to get some map vision earlier with his move out, but he was obviously forced back because Harston had such a powerful army already after the great start he had with those Phoenixes. I think Kalazur, deep down inside, he knows that Harston is not the guy to be here on 50-something workers and a 3-base all-in. But yeah, as long as you've got this amount of bio, where you feel like you've got some micro potential, you can maybe win a fight. It is indeed a bit too early to leave, but the Immortal count is suddenly very high. And it's like, wait a minute, earlier you had 1 Immortal, now you've got 5 of them here. As Kalazur does go forward, grabs a whole bunch of them. More Archons show up as the Ghosts are a little bit low on energy. Kalazur really is battling.
He is hanging on.
Yeah, but it's a bit of an unfair fight.
Yeah. And the Colossus, man, this Colossus 16 kills, but it survived so long. Like, I wish you could see the damage of each unit. You know, this Colossus would have so much damage at this point.
Yeah, that's something I've said as well. I actually think other fun stats would be fun too. If
Yeah.
you could see how much a unit has traveled. You know, because sometimes you see a unit that's just walking around the map, going back and forth. Would have been very fun to see how much distance has been covered by some unit, or how many times they spotted enemy units. But this will do it. GG gets called. The man from the Rebellion takes the 1-0 lead off the back of a very strong start with his Phoenixes. Those Phoenixes are pretty good, eh, Clem?
Yeah, they're very good. That was a very strong game and a very clean game as well by Hearthstone, getting a very good start. Yeah, defending the matchup very well, and they have been in position. And then, yeah, if you get a really good start as Paras, then a lot of times you can go for a big push with a Prism and try to end it like he did this game.
And Hearthstone had a beautiful final attack as well, because it wasn't that his entire army came through the choke point at the third. He had a few Zealots and I think a single Archon coming up that ramp near the natural.
Yeah, that was very well executed for sure, yeah.
So the tanks obviously had a hard time figuring out what exactly should they be shooting at. Perhaps if Kalazur knows that this is coming, if he knows that he absolutely needs those ghosts ASAP, and he builds 2 bunkers and he can repair those bunkers for a little bit.
Yeah.
There
The
is
spirit bunkers, he likes making like 2 or 3 bunkers at the third base.
Hey, but
actually would have
sometimes,
been useful.
yeah,
this game,
but sometimes you have to, right? Even if you don't want to, and it feels silly if you're building bunkers when it's 3 bases, because it's a Terran. I mean, especially you, but obviously all the Terrans out there, they like to be out on the map. They like to be the ones looking for damage.
Yeah.
You make a big investment in drilling claws, you don't get anything done. Sometimes you have to slow it down a little bit, build a couple of bunkers, at least get that army out, because Marines and Marauders are great until you're going up against Immortals, Colossus, and Archons. So, and he had a relatively quick Ghost Academy. He had 3 Ghosts on the way. One's more beautiful timing by Hearthstone, because if Hearthstone hits a similar attack, let's say 30 seconds later, because he's like, oh, I really want like my +2 attack or something, that actually becomes worse for Hearthstone, because then those Ghosts are out, and EMPs are obviously amazing there against the Protoss army.
Yeah, I could have went somewhere, but it's very hard to play a PvP where you're on the back foot from the very start. So I think if Kalazur gets a good early game, next game, maybe some damage like a drop or something, then he could have a really good game. And he's also the kind of player that I think likes to be very aggressive, and once he gets an advantage, he just goes for it. And I could see it going very well for him.
Diego loves to multitask. Unfortunately, it kind of felt that his wings were clipped there in the beginning of the first. With a mind drop did not work out at all. But the second map is a very friendly one to the Terran players out there. So it could be fireworks, and hopefully we'll be looking at a close competitive series. In the top right side, it is your captain. 07's in the chat. Stara Zagora, make some noise for Hearthstone. A fan favorite everywhere he goes, eh?
For sure, for sure. And in the top left, the citizen of the world, as you call him, it is Kalazur.
Kalazur spent his time in his early days in Brazil, moved to America for a while, went back to Brazil, and then eventually entered his pro gaming years. And he's been everywhere. Lived for a time, I believe, in China, in Singapore, in South Korea, and he has been in the Netherlands now for the last 5 years. I do believe he's very happy in my country, so I actually think he's planning on staying here a little while longer. Yeah, it's good to see. I know he's got a job. He obviously finished his studies in the Netherlands as well. It's good to see that. He's been around the world, and in the end, he chose the Netherlands. Clem. That does make me a little proud.
He should have chose France. It's a very cool country to live in, and I really like going there for the Team Liquid boot camps and stuff. It's always very nice, very good time.
Yep. And obviously a country, even though we have a tiny country, a lot of great StarCraft 2 players and a lot of fun community members, and easy to be friends with guys like Hearthstone. And of course, Skillers is living in the Netherlands right now. And don't forget about Thermal that Diego gets along with very well too. As he went for the engineering bay block here, Clem, what do you think about it?
I think it's good, but Hearthstone scouted it pretty early, so he was able to take it down. But it's also not the end of the world for Kalazur, and he can take the game from there. I'm not sure what he's going to plan on doing. Maybe some reactor Hellions could be the play, or some reactor Cyclones. Maybe something like that could be cool. And the map is very short as well. So let's say you rally point 2 Cyclones across the map, they could hit very fast and very hard.
Yep, especially if they're backed up by a couple of Marines. Those basic Marines, normally you think like, they don't have too much potential, but these days, ever since they gave the Cyclone a little bit of its HP back, it's so different. Like the previous Cyclone, everybody was complaining about it, like, oh, it shoots so fast and it's so deadly, but it also died mega quick.
Yeah.
And I think in the end they gave it 20 extra HP, and you probably think like, okay, that sounds nice, but that doesn't change that much, does it? But in early game TVP, I feel like it has changed the world, man. Like, I never thought I would say it, but I want the other Cyclones again because those were way easier to pick off as a Protoss player.
Yeah, I think in the end it was a way bigger nerf against Zerg than it was against Protoss because yeah, in early game, like the Adepts and even Stalkers, they don't do that much damage to Cyclones. So this extra HP, you can really feel it.
Yep. Harstem has an Adept already on the other side of the map very early, and he just snipes the SCV, actually shades back in a very safe way. Cyclone wasn't quite out yet, so maybe he could have stuck around for a few more seconds, but the captain did not want to take the risk. We have a Twilight Council finishing up. Earlier today, we saw Skillers bust out not just the Twilight, but actually with a quick Robo as well and a Dark Shrine. What do you think of the DT drops, Clem? Do you think it's a bit underrated perhaps in this matchup? Because we don't see it a whole lot.
I think they're very good, but they became a bit worse after the Raven change some time ago, and then the Cyclone change as well. Because it's very good, but also a little bit greedy. Like if you get attacked very early on, then you're gonna be in a big trouble if you go DTs. And Kalazer is moving out right now with his army, but there's a battery, so I'm not sure how much damage they can find there.
Needs to be careful, by the way. Adepts may not be the quickest units, but they can shade on top of units, and he's actually going to lose the Cyclone here, I'm afraid. That is a big loss on the side of Kalazur. Maybe just battle that Stalker a little too long, right? The moment you see there's a shield battery there, like if there's no battery, absolutely always try to get max value out of your Terran units, but sometimes you just have to cut your losses. All right, if there's a battery there, then I'm not going to do these little micro battles because it's very difficult to out-micro a shield battery.
Yeah, definitely. And Hearthstone played that very safe, right? Making a battery. And now Kalazer has the setup that Oliveira really likes to have. 3 barracks, gonna go for Steam and Shield most likely, and some tanks as well. And maybe go for a big push. And on this map is very strong because of how short the map is. If Hearthstone takes a third base quite soon and quite early, then he could get punished for that.
Yeah, but the thing is as well, even as a Protoss, if you stay on 2 bases, it can also become gnarly because then it's obvious where the Terran is going to come from. And the moment they start sieging up their tanks, maybe they even bring a few SCVs and they build a bunker or two. It's like, okay, I'm not having to worry about defending my third base, but now I'm being contained on the original 2 bases, and it can be so difficult to break out of it. There is still no starport, just 3 barracks and 1 factory. I would not be surprised if Kalazur brings a couple of SCVs with his first push, even if it's not for bunkers, just to repair the tanks, right? Because as long as these tanks stay alive, I think he can get one hell of a setup going.
Yeah, and I think he's going to be pretty committed. No starport yet, no eBay yet. So he's going to go for a big push and he's going to have to do a lot of damage with it. Hearthstone going on for Colossus. Colossus maybe not the best against that many tanks, but they can still do a lot of damage to these Marines.
I actually think that a quick disruptor here would be the play for Hearthstone. Because a single Colossus will probably not have the impact that you're looking for. You're going to have to get extended thermal lens as well. That takes a very long time. There is a good chance that you're forced to take a game-deciding fight before you have extended thermal thermal lens. I actually think that one quick disruptor could have impact. Even if it doesn't connect with the bio units, if you just settle for the tank, then it only takes one more immortal shot, right, to maybe kill the tank. So if I was Hearthstone and I have scouted what I've scouted so far, I think I'd fire up a disruptor here.
Yeah, that would be very cool. And you also get a chance that he actually does a big strike and in the middle of this bio army. But yeah, I'm not sure how scary that army is for Kalazer. I think the third base might be in trouble, but I don't really see Hearthstone dying to this push if the Colossus is out on time.
There is a shield battery, and we could activate shield battery overcharge immediately. Kalazur definitely has been bleeding out some bio units, so that is a problem. But the tanks are already in range of this battery. Hearthstone is just going to let the battery fall for now. He's got a lot of Stalkers. I kind of feel like if Kalazur realizes this, he can take his time a little bit, wait for a few more bio units, because it's very likely that the forward blink is coming. This is triple tank, though. It is hard to blink into triple tank.
They're very well positioned, and Kalazer, I think he could also just be happy with killing the Nexus there. He has his own third base going on, building in his side of the map, and I think if he kills the third base, it's already very good for him. Oh, the pro pool was not good enough. 6 probes going down, and I think that again now is really good for Kalazur.
Yep, now Kalazur can indeed just unsiege and go home. Now you want to make sure that you don't get jumped by the Protoss player while you unsiege everything, but he killed one of the observers. That was big, and because the scan was active, Hearthstone was forced to pull that other observer way back, so Hearthstone actually missed that 1 point for Kalazur where he unsieged everything. Kalazur obviously knows that it's not going to be that easy to bring everything back home. Yeah, solid stuff. This is one more reason, by the way, why I maybe would have liked the Disruptor, is that the Disruptor just builds a little bit quicker than the Colossus too. So it's like, you kind of have that immediate tiny chance of doing something great. And perhaps Harstem had a moment where he had that shield battery and it was pretty aggressively positioned. If he activated battery overcharge immediately, he stands in front of it. Kalazor can still just try to gun down that battery, but then at least the Stalkers are right on top of the Terran army. Maybe he could have sniped the tank, then go back. It would have all bought him a little bit more time, right?
Yeah, I definitely think so. I definitely think so. And now Kalazor has a big lead this game, but it's not over by any means. The pro count is quite even, and the army count, like Kalazor, it's going to be very hard for him to push. Like pretty soon, because the Colossus are very scary and it's very hard going across the map with tanks if you have Colossus and Stalkers in front of your base. So he's gonna have to take his time a little bit, but that's definitely a good situation for him.
Yeah, economically he's in a good spot, and I think whenever as a Terran you are happy with how it's looking economically 8-9 minutes into a game, you're going to be pretty pleased with how it all went. Even if the timings now are a bit offbeat, right? The upgrades of Harstem are going to be very awkward and late, as he does find a few of these Marines and Marauders here, because I think there was another observer that Kalazor tried to scan. Can we take a little look? Did Kalazor now kill 2 observers in this game? Because if he did, yes. Okay, so he killed the second ops. Did lose a couple of Marines and a single Marauder, especially the Marauder is not needed, Clem.
Yeah, they don't shoot up as far as I know.
Thank the Lord, mate, because if they did, then I'm sure you'd never lose another game.
There should be an upgrade.
Ah, Clem, stop it. He's not satisfied yet, mate. I feel like we've had a pretty good summer.
That's true. Maybe Terran is not that bad in the end, currently.
No, I think you've seen worse days, mate.
Yeah, definitely. Oh my god, it's a lot of bio that could be caught by a force field.
Sick force field as well by the captain. Diego is making a couple of big mistakes here, and Harstem is punishing him for it. I mean, you said it a little while ago, that was good for Kalazor, but this game is far from over because he doesn't have the kind of army that can just end it. If Kalazor keeps on donating units like that, I mean, we were joking a little bit about losing a single Marauder, but that wasn't really needed. No, we just lost a solid 16 supply that was absolutely not needed.
Yeah, it more than brought him back into the game. Now he has a Prism on the other side, warping in Zealots in his main, and he could even go for a push at this point. He has a lot of army, and his Oracles are uncontested because there's no ghosts.
That is a lot of tanks though, and if the tank target fire is good, these tanks can still deal an insane amount of damage. He unsieges everything. Well, it does save at least one of them. That is one hell of a call there by Kalazor. Maybe he just felt that he did not have the right amount of fire units there, but I would have loved to see those tanks fire one more time at the Stalkers or Colossus.
Yeah, maybe a little misclick or definitely a questionable decision. Oh, the repair! It's gonna be enough.
It is going to be enough. 6 save here by Diego. What a fight between these two. Harstem has already killed 17 SCVs. He's happy with it. I don't think it was a misclick. I think it's something that Kalazor really wanted to do, to get those tanks up on the high ground, to make sure that he wouldn't die. But yeah, I mean, maybe it was a perfect play because Harstem did have an Immortal in the mix, and those tanks were about to become very exposed. So sick hold by Kalazor, but it's all could have been so much easier if he didn't donate all those bio units in the center of the map.
Yeah, exactly. Then Harstem probably couldn't have one for this timing and push the third base. And yeah, now Harstem is very comfortable on 4 bases. His upgrades are not the best, but not awful either. He's on 2 forges, and yeah, he's gonna pretty much equalize the upgrades very soon. And yeah, I'm not sure exactly what Kalazor is planning on doing right now.
Did Kalazor lose an eBay, or did we always just work with a single eBay?
I think it was just only a single eBay and only going for the +1 attack.
Yeah.
I think it's okay to not have armor against pretty much any other price unit than Colossus, but oh, the Prism going down. Oh, that's a good catch.
Go ahead about the armor, I'm curious.
Well, I was thinking, like, I think not having armor is okay if you only have like attack. I think it's okay against most Protoss armies, but if you have Colossus, the Colossus actually shred bio that doesn't have armor upgrades. So maybe if you can get enough Vikings to kill the Colossus, then it's not as big of a problem. But if those Colossus get to shoot, then it would be really bad. Ooh, and the Stalker spotting the drop. That's very good for Harstem.
Yes, but he still needs to get enough units in position. Now he has a few seconds to get ready. We got 1 safety cannon, but a safety cannon is not going to be good enough against all these Marauders. And that robotics facility is going to be perhaps in a tiny bit of trouble as well. But Stalkers and Zealots save the day for now.
Oh, and he guns down the medevac.
That's big. One unlucky Marauder wasn't able to hop in either. Seems like the Vikings were leading the charge a little too eagerly. Kalazor is making a couple of mistakes. Perhaps all that deadlock here is showing a little, because I know how Diego can look in this matchup if he's playing a lot of StarCraft, if he's on point. He's not playing bad by any stretch of the imagination, but he's making a few unforced errors that we don't expect from a player of his caliber.
Yeah, and against someone like Harstem, like, he's gonna take advantage of these mistakes, and that's exactly what he did by just moving out and pushing Kalaz the third base earlier. And yeah, I was a big fan of what Harstem did as well by going Speed Prism. I think it's very cool. and also getting DTs. Like if he gets Zealot and DT warping in the main, that could be that could cause a lot of damage as well.
I know you play a decent amount of Protoss yourself, Clem, and I'm sure just like every other player out there, you're like, oh, I love playing against my own race because I know exactly what's good.
Yeah.
What do you enjoy the most when you're playing Protoss against Darren?
Oh, I love PvT in general. It's such a fun matchup. I also really like going for 4-gate Blink and 3-gate Blink, like with the Prism. I think the most fun is microing Blink Stalkers and a Prism. I think that's so fun. That's like the most fun. Okay, maybe, I mean, Marines are really fun as well, but like except Marines, then maybe it's like the most fun combo in StarCraft.
And how would you rate your own 4-gate Blink Stalker execution?
It's not as good as Max Packs, of course, but I think it's what I know how to do as Protoss. Like I think it's maybe my best build against Terran. Like I think, yeah, I'm not bad at it.
I believe it, mate. I've seen you with Marines and Marauders, so I'm sure you can do some good damage with Stalker still. Arsem is maxed out. Kalazur is also maxed out. He's got a bunch of sensor towers, so he knows where this army is coming from. And it kind of feels like the captain is just looking for an opening. I do like that Diego still has a bunch of tanks. He's got 7 tanks in the mix. And there are many maps where I'm like, I don't actually like those 7 tanks that much in TVP. But I feel like on Ghost River, it's a really solid choice. It's just the ultimate tank map, the best tank map that I've seen in ages.
Yeah, definitely. There's very good tank spots. And also the map is very short, which is good for tanks because they usually have troubles going across the map. But if the map is as short, he could go for a big push and he's going to be in Harsem's side of the map very soon.
And it's cool to see that Kalazur has at least made it to being a maxed out Terran as he once more goes for a triple drop. Arstem activates battery overcharge. I thought for a split second maybe we got High Templars there in the mix, but it's a few Zealots. That's not good enough. Disruptor goes a little bit too far forward. We do have 1 DT in the mix. Kalazur has not thrown down a scan. He's actually just kind of letting go of these units. He is making a big move out, by the way, with his main army. That is a lot of blue moving to the other side of the map. He didn't bring all the tanks, but there are a bunch of tanks in the mix, and now the third base of Arstem is wide open.
Oh, he's going to have to be careful about the Disruptors. As long as he doesn't lose by to Disruptors, I think his army is really good and maybe better than Harstem's.
Yep, 1 tank takes a bit of damage. He is still active with an initial triple drop. Harstem having a hard time right now, wondering how he wants to deal with this as Kalazur is about to get +3 attack. He's got no armor, but +3 attack. I used to call this the nerd show. He was the first guy to ever do that. And whenever somebody asked him about it, he said, well, Protoss units one-shot everything anyway, so armor upgrades are useless. I don't know if that statement is totally accurate, but Harstem will go for it. Finally does get on top of these tanks, but there is so much bio remaining that I feel Kalazur can still get a lot of value out of this army. He was still active with that initial drop. There is a little bit of counter damage happening with a Prism, some Zealots, some DTs, but I think overall Kalazur is more than happy. We do see a recall. That's pretty crazy, but it does not go off, and that means this Nexus will fall. Most of these probes are going to go down as well, and we absolutely have a series on our hands here.
Man, what a move by Kalazur. That was so crazy, going for the Nexus and not letting the recall go off.
Oh,
and he might be losing this bio. Yeah, he only has 1 medivac. He's not even going to be able to retreat. Oh, okay, he picks up. Is he going to be able to retreat? I think so, but only 1 medivac surviving. So at least Harstem kills a lot of these bio units.
Yeah, that was a funny way to escape, because it kind of felt that most of the bio was able to just walk to the other side of the map, but then we just kind of tucked ourselves behind the middle line.
He was like, oh no, I gotta get safe. But in the end, yeah, he kind of loses a lot of these bio units. But yeah, I mean, army supply is still looking very good for him.
Yep, and obviously economically he's looking good because he still has those 4 bases up and running on the other side of the map. These few Marauders and that 1 single Marine. Clem, you would have picked up the Marine, I saw that. I saw you looking, pick it up for now. Unfortunately, Diego missed it, but he's still playing a sick game here with +3 attack, no armor. Now unpowering a couple of the gates, sniping that Dark Shrine. We do have 1 Zealot working on an SCV in the bottom left side, but Arstem is right now just, I think, kind of trying to stabilize, right? Finding his happy place, trying to recollect his thoughts. You look at his army and it looks cool, but that's just not a good army for the Protoss. We're way too Archon heavy in a game where we can't force a fight against the Terran that we know has no ghosts. Like, it's just, that's not a good army.
It's the kind of army that you make if you really want to defend a big push coming your way and you want to have like all of the units you can, but long term it's not a very good army because of these Archons that are going to die to the ghosts eventually.
I had a lot of fun casting with Artosis at EWC next. I think it was your game versus Hero, where Hero lost a lot of his robe units at one point, and then he did immediately remake a whole bunch of units. It was like basically pure Zealot, Stalker, and then 2 Disruptors. And Artosis called it, it's the army after I've just lost my entire army kind of army.
Yeah, exactly.
And I was like, yeah.
This mad Zealot when you're like 15 gateways.
Yeah, you're like, okay, well, I lost everything, so I'm going to rebuild an army. And yeah, you have a bit of an army, but it's obviously not the dream
Maybe
army.
not quite the dream Protoss army. And Man, what a comeback that game was by Kalazer. He was looking so much trouble earlier, and now he's flying.
Yep. Just great army movement, right? And Harstem, even though he had vision on the top side of the map, he knew that Kalazur liked to drop, that he was keen on dropping that natural. Just at one point, the triple drop doing a bit too much damage. Great job by Kalazur for picking up those units as well, unloading them into the main base, pulling Harstem even further out of position, and then allowing the bio and the tanks to get on top of the original triangle of Harstem. Harstem is still trying to make something of this game. He is even getting +1 air weapons.
Very surprised by that.
Yeah, that's a bit ambitious because I feel like we are nowhere near thinking about Tempest or Carriers. Like, we're just not rich enough for that.
Yeah, it could be a very good like comeback move eventually to get a few carriers and try to get a big push going. Oh, losing 1 medivac, losing 2 medivacs, but he kind of unloads enough bio to fight back. Oh, there's a big push as well on the field there. GG.
Well done. We've got a series on our hands. You were excited for this. I was excited for it because we thought this was going to be a good one, and so far it is a good one.
He's delivering.
Looking a little sloppy though in the early game. We can say that because we know what kind of a level Kalazur can have. If he's on point, if he is sharp, he can be such a fun and clean, aggressive Terra player to watch. Here we definitely had a few miss rallies. We kind of like stopped looking at our army, I think, and that's why our units were dropping
and that was the
a little
move that
bit.
brought Harstem back into the game, right? Getting like the one force field, catching so much of that bio, and then the push on the third base was so good, but maybe he could have pushed the issue a little bit more.
Yeah. The moment, though, that Kalazur stabilized on 4 bases, just kind of felt that he's like, all right, I'm back. This is me. I've got 200 supply, and I felt like he played very good from that point on. Great calls with the drops, great calls on the move-outs, and Harstem definitely had a good army, but just was not able to find good fights. And walking into that bio-tank army at the third, losing the Nexus, losing all those probes, it was just a bit too much. It started adding up, and eventually it was good enough for Kalazur to tie things up.
Yeah, very well played, very well played. I'm quite shocked by that comeback because usually those games are very hard to make a comeback in as the Terran when you lose a lot of eco and a price on 4 bases. But yeah, he just played that very well.
I loved it. Let's take a look at Game 3 as soon as our gamers are ready. This tournament live on the line for these 2 crowd favorites. Unfortunately already, Kalazur yesterday fell to the lower bracket after losing a best-of-3 against Trigger, where he also had his moments, but Trigger has been talking a lot about his PvT. I mean, you spent like 1 month in Korea with Trigger. How good is that PvT of his?
Yeah, he's very good in PvT, and I think it's also the matchup he enjoys the most. And yeah, I think it's historically as well. He's always been better at PvT and more comfortable at PvT. So yeah, I think he has, he's really good right now.
Yeah, so no shame for Kalazur there to not get the job done, but that obviously does mean that you drop into round 1 of the lower brackets, and there is a chance that you play, you know, some of the underdogs. We have a couple of underdog stories in this tournament, but unfortunately for Diego, he ran into this man, and this man is anything but an underdog. Played an amazing best-of-3 against Showtime and was so close to getting it done. Unfortunately, it was not good enough for him, and that's why he is in round 1 of the lower bracket. In the top right side of Alcyone, we are looking at the main base of our Dutch Protoss, Shopify, Rebellions, Harstem.
And in the bottom left, tying up the series 1-1 after a great comeback the last game, it is Kalazur.
Opening up with the double refinery here. Could go for multiple Reapers. Hellion can also just go for some quick Cyclones. Obviously in the previous game, Kalazur opting to go for Barracks, Factory, and 2 more Rexes. Oliveira has been fond of it lately, and I always think back of Riang a couple years ago at IM Katowice, where he kind of showcased that for the very first time. And every Protoss player was like, what the hell is he hitting me with? Why does he have so much bio? It's like, well, he's got no Starport, he's got no Medivacs, he's got no Raven or anything, but did have a crazy amount of bio, and Protoss players back then at IM Katowice really struggled with it. After that, kind of felt like it fell out of fashion for a while, but perhaps Oliveira bringing it back into fashion. And
yeah, he's a big fan of that build for sure.
I know, and sometimes perhaps to a fault, right? Where if you do it too many times in a row, I think Protoss players can start blind countering harder and harder up to the point where it can become silly, and it's so hard to
It's
get.
very nice to have the threat of a potential early medivac, right? So the Protoss has to be really careful about it, but
they keep units at home.
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
You can actually move out as a Terran without the moment you hop out of that bunker, there are 4 Stalkers one-shotting your Marines.
We're going for Reaper Reactor and CC low ground, so it's a bit of a greedier version of the 2 gas build. So we're going to see if the Harstem decides to send his Adept across instantly, pretty much like he did in the last game. It could be really good for him. But yeah, it's a little bit of a greedy opening, but could work very well.
Could be triple Reaper, double Hellion. Or is that another thing?
It's a thing, but you would still be in trouble against it quick adapt because your extra units wouldn't be out like quick enough, pretty much.
Probe will start working on this SCV. SCV will take some damage. Kalazur should obviously not lose it. This is always frustrating as a Terran. I do like what he's doing here, keeping it simple for yourself, just going for two SCVs to the low ground, one to build and one to get on top of this probe. The Reaper has turned around as well and is going to draw first blood. So overall, this was all quite solid on the side of Kalazur. Tiny bit of a delay on his command center, but didn't lose any SCVs and killed the probe, so we'll take it. If you're a Terran player, we'll take this. We are, however, a tiny bit supply blocked. That's actually a pretty big supply block for this phase in the game. What on earth happened there?
Yeah, maybe a little mistake or...
The probe, it distracted him.
Yeah, I mean, actually, probably.
The 31 out of 31 can be a killer.
It happened to me before, countless times.
We got our first Phoenix on the way. This time, no, Kalazur actually in the past has been very good against Phoenix openings. He was one of the first guys, if I think back of the map pool that we had on Grass 1, that would make devastating pushes with a double Cyclone, double Viking, and then a bunch of basic Marines. And he made it so difficult for the Protoss to ever go up to 3 bases, because every time they tried, he was there with the Cyclones, he would lock on, he'd break them, he'd go in and out of range of these batteries over and over again. And the feeling we might see some of that old school magic here as this Reaper Scout obviously is excellent. The Reaper may fall, but that's okay. We see 2 Phoenixes, we see the Stargate being chrono boosted. So now Kalazur can already exactly plan what kind of a move out he wants to go for. Still wants to go for the early move out, I think, just to make sure that Harstem can go up to 3 bases too quickly.
Yeah,
and we can try to be annoying in the natural, but we do have to be careful because there is a battery there.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to force the issue in the natural too much. His plan right now is most likely to just deny a potential 3rd base or delay it, and yeah, just be annoying and going for like additional barracks and an eBay behind it to have his transition pretty early.
That gateway is a bit exposed, so you can definitely try to be annoying at the gate. Instead, he's going to pick everything up, goes deep into the main base. Diego, this is pretty reckless.
Oh my god, that's crazy.
He is crazy because, I mean, he knows there are Phoenixes, so all of these units right now are committed. I really don't know how I feel about this. Gets 2 workers. I think that is going to be it. Maybe the Marines can find one more, but yeah, Harstem probably wondering what on earth was that. We can't say that Kalazur didn't know there were Phoenixes.
Yeah, maybe he thought they were somewhere else, but yeah, that was definitely very crazy, and I think that was so good for Harstem.
Yeah, that was obviously not worth it. We lost the medevac, we lost 4 Marines, losing the Cyclone, 2 more Marines in the middle of the map. Oh my. Diego is making some brilliant decisions, but he's also making a couple of questionable ones so far.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, I mean, he had a great comeback last game. Let's see what he can do this game.
Yeah, he's like, it's not fun to get to play from a position where I have a great start. I want to be behind. I want to hear these casters talk about how much trouble I'm in. That's when I'll prove them wrong.
He's that good, he want to make it hard for himself.
Harstem is going to fly into the main base, take a little sneak peek at what Kalazur is working with at the moment. It's just 3 barracks, 1 factory, 1 command center. Now Harstem will also immediately see the 3rd base being built. This is very nice as a Protoss. Even if you're already thinking about it, even if that's what you're expecting, it's just nice to get that confirmation immediately. And it's not that you 1 minute from now, it's like, wait, is there a 4th and 5th racks? Do I have to worry about something weird? Or no, at this point you immediately know it is a 3rd command center. Once more, by the way, a pretty big supply block on the side of Diego. 70 out of 70, a bit of money in the bank. He's going to call down for supply depots there. I guess that is one way to get out of trouble.
This race is so forgiving.
What's that?
This race is so forgiving.
Ah, those are your words. I believe Reina says that it plays itself.
Maybe I wouldn't go quite as far.
Yeah, to get out of jail free. I am no longer supply block card. It is a useful skill. And I kind of am surprised that you don't see it more often. I mean, I know that mules are great and mules give you a lot of income, but I think there are some moments where you don't have to wait until you are ever supply blocked. I think you can do some clever stuff with 50 energy for basically summoning 100 minerals immediately rather than over time. I feel like it's pretty useful.
Yeah, I wonder if there could be like builds where you do a depot on purpose, but I mean, the mule is very good as well, especially
the mule is good, but it still takes the mule a little while to get those 100 minerals. Well, yeah. If we're talking about seconds, if we have some sort of a timing in mind that is razor sharp, perhaps there is a way you can implement it.
That would be cool.
I expect you to dive deep into the lab as soon as you're home, Clem. And next event, I want to see the call down for a supply depot build.
Okay, I will try to cook up something.
Very early Viking production. I actually have a question for you, because what I've seen you do lately when you play against Phoenix openers is that very early on you go for starport reacting, you start cranking out Vikings way before Medivacs, and this was definitely not always a thing. Why is this? And yeah, you obviously find a lot of success with it, so I guess you're very happy with it. But talk to me a little bit about the Mega Quick Vikings.
Yeah, because pros usually go for Phoenix Colossus. I think it's quite rare nowadays for them to go Phoenix Charge Lot, and if you get enough Phoenixes out to kill Phoenixes and also, Vikings out to kill Phoenixes and also Colossus, then you can be in a really good position. And I don't know, it's kind of something I just thought about, and I was like, oh, I'm just gonna try it, and it ended up working quite well, and I've just kind of kept on doing it. I think it definitely has some weaknesses though, but it can be a good mix-up for sure.
I know a guy who makes some Phoenix Zelda.
Yeah, I know him as well.
Unfortunately, we are just not within the same MMR range. Unlucky, but
I also really like taking like the ninja bases, kind of like if there's a gold on the map or a rich cache, you're like taking the Nexus out somewhere.
Gotta keep the games fresh.
Yeah.
I want to make sure that the games don't feel the same. So
Yeah, it's good to make it fun for yourself as
yeah,
well.
exactly. Random base here, random base there, and suddenly you find yourself in these scenarios. Should I defend this random base, or can I just save the workers and now play a normal game from here on out? It's fun to be wild clam in StarCraft 2.
Yeah.
As Harstem is taking control of the center of the map with Izal Naga Watchtower, grabbing some vision. Kalazur going for once more a pretty quick Ghost Academy. I do like it. Obviously, in that first game, could barely not get him out in time. A lot of things went wrong there in the early game with the Widowmite drop. I mean, this start was perhaps not the hottest either. Harstem's probe count, by the way, is mega high. It's like 88, and he's still building 4 workers at a time. I mean, it's awesome to be rich, but I do think at one point you have to be a tiny bit careful that you don't make it impossible for yourself to ever win a fight.
Yeah, because his army is going to be quite smaller than the one that Kalazur is going to have, especially if he stays on a low SCD count like this. Oh, that could be a very good fight for Kalazur if he snaps the Colossus.
That's a good job with the Marines at least. He's pulling the Marines back a little bit. I mean, Harstem did still have a few Zealots in the mix, but I did like that, right? Leaving the Marauders in the front and then moving the Marines back. Harstem is Phoenixes all over these Medivacs though. Kalazur is ready to send in the reinforcements. The Vikings are getting a couple of big shots off on these Phoenixes. Harstem never a kind of guy that really wants to maintain a high Phoenix count. He doesn't really believe in them. He loves them as an opener, does not believe in quick +1 air weapons, does not believe in going up to like 8 or even 10 Phoenixes of a single Stargate.
Yeah.
He doesn't really like that, so I think he's okay with it. I do think it's mega important, if Harstem is playing this style, that he needs to get a crazy gateway count. And I don't know how many warp gates we're currently working with.
Only 8, that's not that much.
I think he's getting 2 more, but I still don't like that. I really think if you have this many workers, we're going to need like 16 gateways very early on into this game, and triple or even quadruple robo.
Yeah. What do you think about mid-game Storm like this? Are you a fan? Do you like it?
Yeah. I mean,
it's not very convincing yet.
No, because I'm thinking, but I do still believe that Storm is very good, but it's very player dependent. That's what I was kind of mostly thinking of, and I said like, yeah, no, because there are just too many Protoss players out there, like myself, I am 100% guilty, that slightly enjoy the F2 too much. And I think if you're a big F2 player, then going for a quick Storm or mid-game Storm, it is not going to do that much for you. You're going to drop 1 or 2 good storms, but you pretty much always end up losing your vast majority with High Templars. But then if I think of the slightly more sophisticated Protoss players, the Showtime, for instance, I do really like it in his hands, because you know that if he puts a High Templar in the 6th spot to drop a storm, or is looking for those flanking storms, I think it is very good. So I do really think it's player dependent, but yeah, Harstem, I also trust Harstem, who I don't think is a massive F2 enjoyer.
Yeah. This blink is so late, by the way. It's so rare we see a blink that late. I guess he realized he didn't have it yet.
Yeah, maybe he just kind of forgot about it, and he's been spending money on literally everything. Could have done it a bit quick, and the final of the Phoenixes will fall, but Harstem at least will be able to replace that supply with slightly better supply, and that's so important because we're once more looking at the workers. Harstem's got 98 workers. That Disruptor is not going to go off. That means the biggest army Harstem can potentially get is 102 army supply. Kalazur is already working with 127. I really think we've overcooked a tiny bit on the side of Harstem when it comes to the economy, but let's see if we can find some value with it.
Yeah, this drop is finding some really nice damage. He's going to be able to exclaim with 2 full medivacs, which is really good as well. Making a preemptive Void Ray to block the medivacs in the death space. I really like that. It's very clever. Oh, but he didn't fly. Oh!
Great catch here by Harstem. Snipes the first medevac immediately. He's going to get the second one as well. Tiny EMP goes up, but it's not going to be good enough. But Kalazur does still have a monstrous army in the center of the map. Lands an EMP on a High Templar and an Archon. And I am still worried, because even after Kalazur lost all those units, Kalazur has a bigger army than Harstem right now. And if these tanks start sieging up in gnarly spots, if the EMPs connect, Harstem can find himself in a position where he's going to lose 50 army supply, barely kills the unit, and then even the infinite amounts of reinforcements are not going to save it. He is going for it. That was probably not the cause. All the barriers got triggered immediately on these Immortals too.
Yeah, that was really. I mean, he probably thought he could go for it, and he saw like he had 4 tanks, so he was like, okay, he's retreating. But yeah, retreating against tanks when you start engaging is really hard, and yeah, man, Kalazur is finding some really nice damage here.
And now it's going to get harder and harder for Harstem to get on top of this army. He is trying to set something beautiful up, but it's still mostly now coming in from the top left. Maybe he just felt that he did not have enough units, right, to come in from multiple angles. It is scary to set up big flanks if you feel like your army is just not that big. Kalazur has such a big army over here on the left side, and he is just going to kite away from these Colossus. Now, he doesn't want to give up on his tanks. There are DTs, by the way, slicing up the tanks. Now, that is big for the captain. Harstem finds a way to get rid of all these tanks in the center of the map. It's the invisible man with a sword that saves the day for now.
That was really well done. That was really well done. Oh my god, Medivac is going down as well?
Wow, Diego just lost 50 supply.
That was crazy.
Yeah.
Oh my god. He likes the crazy draws, but sometimes he can backfire a bit.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of crazy draws, especially here, because he obviously knows that Harstem is rich. He knew that Harstem had some cannons and batteries everywhere, and the ability to warp in units, because they just had a big fight. That looked very dicey for Harstem for a little while, but in the end it turned out okay. Massive EMPs here though. Harstem does still need to respect all this bio. Fighting near a planetary fortress is very dangerous.
Yeah, but EMPs, I'm not sure.
It is a great fight for Kalazur. Oh my goodness. Kalazur wipes the floor with the entire army of Harstem after the EMP is connected. But that storm is massive. And Harstem is maybe thinking about turning around. Man, these guys are enjoying a proper old school banger game of StarCraft with apparently no risk or no fear of throwing it at all.
This game has so many comebacks, so back and forth. It's a really cool game. Oh my god, the versus loss is almost exactly even. Oh, this PF. That's a crazy PF. I've never seen that.
Very safe one. Maybe thinking that Harstem is going to be very heavy on gateway units. It's so good against gateway units.
Yeah.
And Harstem had a bunch of Immortals earlier, but they all died. Had a couple of Disruptors, but I think most of those got sniped as well. Yeah, I kind of like it. If you feel like you're rich enough. I don't think Kalazur is mega rich, but I think this kind of stuff is very cool.
He's going to go up and be like, what? There's a PF there.
And Harstem is a great Zealot run-by player as well.
For sure.
So against this kind of stuff, it is also amazing.
Harstem has so much bank right now and so many bases. He has a really good eco, but he's gonna have to be careful to, get a good enough army that Kalazur's army can't like overrun and overrun the repod. But yeah, it's looking really good for Harstem again.
We have Blink DT, right? Because we've got 14 DTs.
Yeah,
so
we must have it.
Yeah. And he's got 3-3. Well, it's going to be very hard for Kalazur to keep all these planetaries safe. Even if you have a sensor tower and a missile turret there, it is hard, man. 14 DTs really do pack one hell of a punch. These are the most fun games because they both have potential to really make something of it. Harstem needs to actually be very careful here because this army overall is not that great. We do have a couple of High Templars coming in from the back, but apparently they had no energy, so they morph into an Archon. Harstem could have really used the Storm or two. It does land one. Oh my goodness.
That was a good storm.
Full duration storm there, and at the same time the DTs did managed to blink on top of the planetary. So Harstem lands a 6th storm, kills a PF, but he did lose a lot of robo units once more.
Yeah, it often looks like Kalazur gets really good fights at first, but then like 1 or 2 storms come in, and then in the end, Harstem gets some good trades over there.
I'm a tiny bit worried though for Harstem because I do feel like we need to clean it up a little bit as the DTs here force one hell of a force field, and they actually blink back to snipe all those retreating units. I mean, they both just keep on finding victories over one another. But Harstem needs to be a tiny bit careful because I think sometimes he's overestimating the power of 2 Colossus, a bunch of Stalkers, and an Immortal a little bit. But Harstem, Kalazur scans, he's like, that's it, no Disruptors, no Storm to worry about. Well, I can just stim in, and he does. But yeah, then obviously Kalazur decides to shower in those storms, and that's where the fights often turn around again.
I think these are the kind of games Hearthstone really likes to play. Like so many bases, a really big eco, many cannons, storm, a lot of tech. He's probably feeling quite comfortable in this game.
Yep, but he does need to be careful because PFs and Ghosts are amazing. There is a tank here in the mix as well. That tank will live, but the Stalker snipe it. Great job there by Hearthstone, with reinforcements arriving. Once more, the High Templars from the back are showing up. The first storm is good, but Hearthstone needs a little bit more though. Those two Immortals seem a little bit exposed. Hearthstone is maxed out, but I'm looking at this army and it does not feel like a maxed out Protoss army.
He has so many gateways though, so I think he has like 18 or something, so he can make so many getaway units to reprod, and yeah, this Terran army is getting very low.
Yep, it is the reinforcements that are turning this around, and we see another monstrous warp in there in the bottom right side. Hearthstone with his massive eco and the 17 gateways. It's almost like bait, right? Where he's like, oh no, it's such a bad fight. And then Kalazur, he chases and eats the storm. He's like, okay, that hurt, but I can still go. And then Hearthstone just warps in 34 supply, and yeah, it kind of turns around.
Yeah, and I mean, it's the eco in the end, like the 100 probes mining for so long. You're going to have a lot of gateways, you're going to have a lot of zealots, reinforcements, and yeah.
Do you feel that Kalazur should maybe turtle it up a little bit then and try transitioning to Liberators, or is this just one of these games where you have no time for those transitions?
I think it would be his only chance, maybe, yeah, just trying to defend for as long as he can. Going back up to a 200 supply would be really nice for him. And no, it's what Gabe often says. Like, he says, like, if I'm maxed, I always have a chance. I think that's quite true.
Gabe says a lot of wise things on his stream.
He does.
Are you a fan of the Gabe stream?
Yeah, I watch him a lot.
Yeah. You agree with the statement that SCVs beat Stalkers?
Well, sometimes. He's very entertaining, you know, because he kind of has, I mean, he plays like a similar NMR as me, and he plays against like the same opponents, and it's like the same story, like, you know, like I feel like I'm watching myself play later sometimes.
Yeah, I love the game stream as well. A few more big storms land. Ghost Marauders coming in from the top left. Diego once more feels that this is a good fight for him. He goes in deep, snipes the first Colossus, gets the second. But here come those 17 additional Zealots that will again turn this fight around. The beginning of the fights often go in favor of Kalazur, but Hearthstone knows that he is relying on that big bank. Does need to be a tiny bit careful, because as rich as Hearthstone has been, he's not going to be rich forever. And you can't just keep on donating 3 Colossus and High Templars at a time. He's very close to getting the job done, but there is a moment where maybe the Zealots can take an awkward fight near a PF, or a couple of Widow Mines get sprinkled in on the side of Kalazur. So Hearthstone is close to getting the job done, but he does need to be a tiny bit careful that he doesn't lose all these high gas units over and over again.
Yeah, I think Immortals are really like solid units to not take awful fights. Like, I think they all, like, always trade at least decently, and I think if Diego was like taking these fights with a bigger eco, it would be really scary for Hearthstone. But like, yeah, he's on 52 SCVs, and it's going to be really hard for him going back up to 200 supply.
We do have a bunch of orbitals still in the mix, so we can spam a couple of mules. It is absolutely not impossible, but the biggest problem I think for Diego is just the mineral lines are going to start running out, right? Because the main base mega dried up, the naturals dried up, the third is pretty dried up, and then basically you're working with a 5th and 6th, or a 4th and 5th that have some resource, but if you're nowhere near maxed out and you've got no bank, you don't really want to be working with 1.5 mineral lines.
Yeah, I mean, definitely not. It's going to be really hard for him securing a new base, and I'm really scared for him in this game. He has a good army still, a lot of ghosts with a lot of energy, so he can take another amazing fight and maybe turn it around. But he really needs a new base at this point, and he's mining from the bottom for now, but yeah, it's going to be hard.
2 mineral lines is something, but it's just not the sweet dream if you're not maxed out and you don't really have a very big bank. This command center is going to take damage. A random disruptor, by the way, is leading the charge, but it does get EMP'd, and it will get picked off. Kalazur has a lot of units in the bottom right side, and I believe that Hearthstone warped in a bunch of DTs here a little while ago, but those DTs are going to go for the PF. Great job here sniping that pile, and Battery Overture is not going to save this base. Hearthstone, for the first time in a while, is actually going to take a lot of economic damage, and he's not quite finding the same damage in return. I believe we have a bunch of DTs between the 3rd and 4th base of Kalazur. He's going for it. Let's take a look. This is a big moment for Kalazur, but he can't save the planetary. Hearthstone gets it, so it's a base for a base, and that's obviously okay for the richer
Let's
player.
see if he can at least kill those DTs. They're going to try to be saved by the army, but oh, those DTs are very expensive. You don't really want to lose them. Oh, and he's cornering the Terran army a little bit.
Oh, Calazur did a great job there, by the way, not taking an awful fight, not being surrounded by those zealots, somehow finding a way behind that refinery, behind those mineral patches, to tuck that bio away safely. But we're going to take a little look at another big fight. Vikings are working on the Colossus, and Nova goes forward. Does not really connect, but it does force the bio away. Calazur microing his heart out. That disruptor apparently was not going to be sniped, so Calazur was forced to disengage. I mean, these fights are close. Can we take a look at the unit's lost resource tab, or the resources lost overall? Just L. Harston was lost 4,000 more. I would say that is acceptable because he's been so much richer.
Yeah.
But he does need to be careful because Calazur still has an army.
Yeah, definitely. And Harston not. Oh my god, he's going to take a fight. Oh, that was a big Nova. Oh my god.
Couple of Marines and Marauders going down, and obviously softening up this tank as well. This tank is now 2 Stalker hits away from dying. We have a little Zealot DT run by. Harston knows this is no longer a planetary.
Very
as
good
big
storms
storms
as well.
are landing in the bioarm in the top left side. It feels that Calazur had enough of Alcyone. He says, all right, this is it. It is now or never. Because the longer this goes, the worse it gets. Stims forward, guns down a whole bunch of these Disruptors. But there are so many Stalkers and Zealots and DTs in the mix. Great job against the Disruptors, but the rest of the Protoss army is just a bit too big. As Harston even blows off his own High Templar. But he's too rich to care. GG gets called. Harston takes the 2-1 lead.
That game felt like he had so many good moments Calazur has, but yeah, in the end, the eco of the 100 pros running for so long and the good storms and the good disruptor shots, yeah.
And don't forget about those hero DTs that snipe those tanks in the center of the map, because Calazur started to look really good there, and at that point he's in the middle of basically 3-4 bases of Harston, and because Harston had 98 workers at that point, it was really hard for him to take a good fight, but by battling the bio army on the left side of the Zelnaga Watchtower, Calazur was very focused on that, and he did leave a bunch of bio behind to save those tanks, so he probably felt, I don't need to look at what's happening there because I'm fine, but it's the DTs that took the tank out from like 4-1, and that obviously allowed those Immortals and Colossus to finally really take the fight.
That was a big turning point in that game for sure, because it was looking so good for Calazur at this point, and the DTs,
I think it would have been really hard for Harston at that point to take a good fight with like 102 army supply against 127 and a bunch of tanks already sieged up. Really fun game though. I'd say one of the better games of the day so far.
Yeah, definitely, and a really fun match overall. So many comebacks and crazy fights.
Yep. And I love how Calazur can just look like a god from time to time, and then he also makes the average a lot of Joe mistakes where he's just going for it. And we're like, no, Diego, stop it. And the storm, and he goes like left, right. And it's like, mate, we're not in the club right now. Like, get out of there. This is not the spotlight.
He plays so wild, like he just goes for it.
Yeah, there's a lot of things you can say about Calazur, but you can't say that the man gives us boring video games. It's been really fun. Unfortunately, it is Tournament Live on the line for these two favorites. I mean, I kind of want to say of the European scene, as Calazur has been in the Netherlands now for so long. I almost feel like he's European, but but then he always leaves us when the ESL regionals come around. He's like, just kidding, guys, still American. I'm like,
That's true. I mean, to me, he almost feels Dutch at this point, you know, because he's been in the Netherlands for quite a while. And
he speaks Dutch too.
Yeah.
It's not flawless, but it's pretty damn good.
And I see him as a EU Terran at this point.
Yeah, well, then I also want to see him do it out with the other EU Terrans at this point. It's like, next time we have regional competition, I don't want to see you beat up on Future and Epic anymore. Leave those boys alone. Dig it out with Clem and Gabe.
That would be fun. That would be fun.
In the bottom left side, a man that has been around since, I want to say, IEM 2012. I think that's the very first time that I ever got to see this man over in Brazil back then. Lovely character, and it's awesome to have him. It'd be so sad to see him go here, but someone has to go out in the first round of the lower bracket. He's down 1-2, but he's playing a fun series. Make some noise for Calazur.
And in the top left of Amphion, it is Shopify Harston.
Our Protoss taking the 2-1 lead over Terran. Now, Clem, obviously, I do understand that you don't want to give away all your secrets, even though you've had such a good year that I don't think it would really hurt you. But what is the one thing, besides the 4-gate Blink Stalker that you obviously mentioned, what is one thing you feel Protoss players don't do enough against Terran, and this is why they end up losing more games than they should?
I think, like for me, I usually feel like the carrier, like +1 carrier transition in the mid game often looks very good. But I know it's not every process style. Like I wouldn't really see someone like MaxPack doing it too much because it's more like a slow, a bit campy style. But I think the carriers are really good. I feel like they could make some more carriers maybe.
Yeah, so carrier timings like the Korean protoss stats and creator like to do.
Yeah, or even just like
Classic.
micro, carrier, storm. I think these armies are so hard to fight against.
Okay. Yeah, you struggled a bit with that over at Dallas, but
Yeah.
I mean that feels like a lifetime ago at this point. I feel like at this point you would snipe them with your Marauders and be like, Clam! It's not possible.
I wish. The
All
Balance
right.
Council, if you hear me.
So you want to say some more carriers? I mean, we might actually get some
Yeah.
patches, right? Who knows?
Yeah,
Maybe we
that
can make
would be
those
cool.
carriers a little bit cheaper, a little bit quicker. What do you say?
Hold on. Hold on a second. That's not the kind of patch that I was talking about.
We were shaving off 10 seconds of the production time. Fleet Beacon a little cheaper.
Let's not go there, maybe.
All right, fair enough. We've got a probe of Harsum scouting on the other side of the map. Skalazur left the Marine behind to take it out. Actually, it's Marine into more Marines. No Reaper this time. To be fair, I feel like the Reapers of Kalazur really haven't been all that great, because even when he's scouting, he's like, all right, so you're telling me Stalkers and Phoenixes? Like, I'll pick them all and setting it everywhere. I was like, if that's how we're going to play, then indeed let's not go for a Reaper at all, and let's just go for more battle units, as this Marine movement is pretty good. He might get the adept. He does get it. Excellent chase there. Great micro on the side of Kalazur. Harsum, I know, will be kicking himself for that kind of stuff, because I always feel like Harsum, he gets upset at things that in his mind should not happen.
Yeah.
And he should never lose an adept against 3 Marines, right? Because Marines are not quick enough to actually kill an adept.
Yeah, of course, it can happen sometime, but yeah, definitely not the start that Harsum is dreaming of. Oracle, that's quite interesting. Usually you see process going for Phoenixes, that's a start game most of the time, but Oracle into Blink is also quite good.
Almost makes me wonder if Harsum was worried about this being some sort of a Marine Hellion opening.
Oh, maybe.
Where he felt like, I just need some burst damage here. I need Pulsar Beam because a single Phoenix is not good enough. He's going to go Oracle into Phoenixes. Yeah, that's obviously not what it is. And I actually think it's going to be really hard for this Oracle to be mega valuable, because the first Cyclone is out, second Cyclone is being produced. Right now, I don't think that Cyclone is at home. The first one is in the middle of the map. But Harsum is busy microing at home against these Marines. Shield battery not quite done yet. I don't like going for the pylon. I feel like that is the worst thing you could have gone for. Either you go for the battery or you just go in deep. And in the end, Kalazur does not get a lot done, but I think the second Cyclone has saved him. Missed opportunities here by both players, but I think especially by Harsum, because if he would have been a bit more crazy with that Oracle, he absolutely grabs a few SCVs.
Yeah, definitely, and that battery finished right on time for Harsum, so in the end, not losing any probes or any units. And, oh, that's a really good cleanup as well. Is he going to try to use the Oracle to kill the Cyclone?
I don't know if he can
not
kill this,
quite.
man.
No energy? Yeah, he's going to have to run away after all.
Yeah, how the tables have turned. It's like, you're not trapping me, I'm trapping you guys. And obviously, Harsum worried about some additional units being streamed to the other side of the map. Harsum goes up to 3 bases. Do you feel like on Amphion it's ever worth it as a Protoss to take the base underneath your main here? If you're Harsum, or would you say low ground base, always the better base to take?
That's a really good question. I'm not exactly sure. I think the left base could be really good if you're scared of getting attacked by, let's say, tanks, Marine, and Vikings, for example, like this kind of pushes. Then taking the left base is safer because it's very hard to attack. But the problem if you take the left base is that taking the fourth base is really hard. So you kind of have like, yeah, two different approaches. I think they can be both good, but I'm not exactly sure.
I'm so surprised, by the way, and the observer showed us. He's like, look at this guy, cybernetic score, and it's Harsum opening things up with +1 air weapons.
We wanted more carriers, we might get carriers.
I mean, I'd be surprised if it's for that. I just think he's about to go a little bit heavier on the Phoenix count, because he really wants to play Phoenix Colossus here. But obviously that left side of the map is scary when you play PvT, and especially against a man like Kalazur, who loves to go very heavy on bio and is not afraid to drop you, even if he thinks you might be somewhat ready for it. So I think Harsum is just going to build a few more Phoenixes than he normally does, and because of that he said, you know what, I'll give Roddy what he wants. 100 minerals, 100 gas, it ain't all that bad, let's go +1 air weapons.
I know you talk a lot about like air weapons against Zerg, but do you think they're also good against Terran? Like, do they make a big difference?
Yeah, I think they're mega important. And I actually feel like if you're building 8 or 9 Phoenix, it is so silly to not get it. Like,
it's not very
that
expensive, right?
Like,
Yeah.
I do get it if all you want to do is open up with a couple of Phoenixes to deal with a Raven that's annoying you with the first medevac. Like some Protoss players, they build, the tank, by the way, gets massively repaired and it gets saved, but as long as Harsum doesn't lose any Phoenixes, it's not that bad. Yeah, like, I know there's different ways to play Phoenix, right? And sometimes Protoss players don't even necessarily know in the beginning of the game how many do they want to build, because it really depends what they're playing against. If you only plan on making 4, max 5 Phoenix and you lose one of them early, it then it's not worth it. But if you are going pretty ham on the Stargate, and we might even get a second Stargate and a fleet beacon, then I think it's so nice to get these +1 air weapons early. It just makes the Phoenixes deal so much more damage against Vikings and medevacs. It's a night and day difference.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. Do you think there's any chance he goes for +2 attack for the air? Maybe he wants to get some carries eventually?
I wouldn't hate it. I actually kind of feel like this is the kind of game where Harsum could potentially go for a fleet beacon. Yeah, I mean, you don't always have to go Zealot charge, but the one thing that kind of makes me feel like he's not going to do that is the extra gate. Oh, well, there is our fleet beacon. Yeah, I love it. I love it, Clem. Then we're going to get a second Stargate as well. Woohoo! Sick.
I think it's a really good idea. I'm a big fan of how he plays.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of anti-impulse crystals too, because it only makes the Phoenixes good against the Vikings. I feel like without it, if the numbers are kind of even, Vikings do really good, because they often have a bit of support on the ground of the Cyclones or Marines randomly shooting at it. But if you can get anti-impulse crystals, then the Phoenixes do really good against pure Vikings. And as a Terran, you're kind of like, okay, now I'm going to need some ghosts or maybe a random Widowmine here and there. Oh, this is cool. Fun strategy here by Harsum. I mean, Gerald has been trying some double Stargate against you recently, but he does it in a very extreme way.
Yeah,
right?
that's
like,
such a crazy build.
Yeah.
I've never seen it before from like anyone else.
I mean, I've seen for Jumi have some fun with that kind of stuff on the ladder in the past, but I didn't think it was that serious.
Yeah.
We do have our first carry on the way. I mean, Harsum, if we're not getting any impulse crystals, I'll be mega disappointed. Because how many Phoenix we have? Like 6, 7? He already has +9. Like, come on, Clem, back me up here.
Yeah, I mean, he has to, right? He has to eventually. I'm not sure if he's gonna do it, but it would be cool, especially to gun down these Vikings. Like, yeah, I'm not sure if Kalazar has any Vikings right now, but if he does, okay, no Vikings. Oh, so he's gonna try to maybe counter the carriers, maybe with pure bio and ghosts. But
Kalazar even know?
Yeah, he might not even know.
I don't think he knows. I think he's just kind of ready for. He's getting ready mentally for 22 gateways once more. But
that's gonna be a very bad surprise for him.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Because he's probably gonna be very Marauder heavy and. Yeah, he might take a really good fight on the ground. He might just gun down those Colossus. But if you can't deal with those carriers and Phoenixes into the sky, then we might just see what Harsum actually pull one of these moves that Creator and Stats like to do, where they just kind of win the fight and then they walk straight into the Terran main. Like, this is our main now, and they get on top of the Terran production and it's just over.
Yeah, they're so good at doing like one big push and just winning the game with it.
And even if they get completely obliterated on the ground, it does not matter.
Yeah.
If you win the fight with 5 carriers alive, yeah, you're going to get on top of the Terran production. Every Marine that gets built gets zapped down by interceptors immediately. The Vikings that spawn will die immediately. Poor Diego, he really needs to figure it out. And once he figures it out, once I would really love is just a bunch of missile turrets, by the way, too. In case you have one of these fights where you kind of do good on the ground, but you do really bad in the skies, at least you have a wall of turrets to rely on.
Especially in a situation like this where he's going to have to kill the interceptors. He's not going to have anything to snipe the carriers themselves, so he's going to have to fight interceptors. He's making a lot of ghosts. The ghosts are very good against interceptors. I also recently learned that you can EMP interceptors.
Yep,
I didn't know that
shields.
before. Yeah.
They die a lot quicker at that point. You can EMP everything, Clem.
Oh, you wanted it. You have it. The impulse crystals.
Ah, there we go. Yeah, it's a little late. Now I kind of feel like we've lost our mojo, but sure, I'm still passionate about it. It helps. If we got 9 Phoenixes, it helps. I hope for Kalazar that he's going to finally realize what is happening here. He's got 33 Marines, 6 kills, but 18 Marauders. I mean, honestly, if I was Harsum at this point, I'd almost leave these Colossus home because the Colossus are going to get obliterated. Now, Kalazar throws down a scan. He sees a carrier. He's probably also wondering, like, what the hell? You got random cannons and a
he's
battery
going to
there.
get cornered.
Oh, everything gets caught. A time warp, maybe. That'd be very cool. Is ever going to cloak this army. All 4 medevacs with bio will fall here. This is not a fight that Kalazar can ever win. And he's probably going to build 1,000,000 turrets immediately, trying to buy some time. See 5 turrets, 2 Vikings, more Marines, more girls. I mean, if Harsum does not pull the trigger, this was not the end of the world for Kalazar. Stasis Trap is everywhere. He's not going to get much done here. He's not going to get much done, Clem.
Yeah. And Harsum decides to go for the base trade, actually.
Oh, no. He's stuck. It was a force build as well, as Kalazar now can't even get in range of these cannons. I mean, Harsum could just kill maybe one of the bases and then he could always recall, right?
There's another one. Oh, no.
He's got a recall for days. Yeah, the entire army of Kalazar is stuck. He did build a bunch of missile turrets, but it's just not enough to deal with this many carriers and Phoenixes.
Yeah, that's a super hard army to deal with if you don't have enough Vikings or enough Marines and Ghosts to kill it. And yeah, he also doesn't have the best upgrades ever. Going for +2 armor right now, but the interceptors are +2 attack and +1 armor, which is really good for the products. And yeah, he's going for the main, like you said.
Been a fun series, and it was really cool to have Calazur in this tournament. I kind of feel this game is going out like a candle in the wind, because Calazur just saw it way too late. Was mentally once more preparing for some High Templars, a lot of Zealots, Immortals, Colossus, Disruptors, but what it actually was a quick Fleet Beacon, a bunch of carriers, well upgraded Phoenixes, and unfortunately Calazur just had no answer, and Harsum did pull the trigger this time, and he just made himself at home in the main base of Calazur, who's gonna try to take a final fight. And he's got some anti-air, and I believe we've killed a couple of these air units, but 5 healthy carriers. Well, some of them are low on HP. I just kind of feel Calazur has nowhere near enough anti-air.
Yeah, it was exactly what I had in mind when I was talking about carriers. Like pushes like this are so hard to deal with for the Terran, and at this point it's only Marauders and tanks remaining.
And we see that the Colossus are gone. They sure got melted. A couple of these Zealots are still alive, but it does not matter. It is Shopify, Rebellion's Harstum that will advance into the next round of the lower bracket as he gets a 3-1 victory over his friend Calazur. This obviously does mean that Calazur is the second player, unfortunately eliminated of the BGE here in Stara Zagora. He will join MSRM into just having a whole bunch of hot dogs, perhaps. Clem, it was a pleasure listening to you. But let's hear from the man who won this best of 5 as he's on stage with Exalted.
Harstem, what a game. The last game was crazy, but let's go a bit earlier. The second game, you lost it. What went wrong there?
I think it just was a little bit better. I felt it the entire series where as long as the games were stable and he had a chance to stay alive, it felt very difficult for me. But every single time in the early stages, I just got a very big lead and then I kind of prayed I could finish the game. That's why I went for such a risky play in the last game as well. It really felt like he kind of had my number today when it came to the longer game. So I was like, all right, I'll just save up 6 carriers and pray he doesn't scout for the entire game. And sometimes praying works.
Indeed, it worked, yeah. Okay, so you said you feel more confident in PvP. Tomorrow you'll play Skillos. How do you feel about it?
Well, Skillos is very good. When I say I feel confident in PvP, it's about players that are my level. I think Skillos is a little bit better than me, but maybe with a good day, a little bit of luck, and some sun in his eyes, I can do it.
Okay, congratulations once again. Thank you for the awesome games. Guys, give it up one more time for Calazur, because as Roti said, this was his last game in the tournament. Thank you. I'm really liking that here the venue, even though it's pretty big, it's starting to get more crowded, so thanks to everyone coming here live from Stara Zagora. We'll have a short break and then we move on with a PvP. Stay tuned.
So I was quite surprised when I got invited to this tournament. I told my girlfriend, who is Bulgarian, and she was also very surprised because she thought there were no StarCraft tournaments in Bulgaria. But we were both quite happy to actually be playing in her home country, and her whole family is going to come and watch. So it's fun, it's exciting. I love Bulgaria. I mean, the people are always so warm and friendly. The food is great. I love the culture. The cities are really quite beautiful. I've been to many cities now, maybe 4 or 5, and I always leave with a happy memory from them. Well, I'd say most people were worried about the heat. It's very warm in Bulgaria right now. But I did hear that there is going to be AC, which is unfortunate for me because I'm very used to playing in heat. Growing up in Brazil, it's warm 10 months of the year there. So unfortunate, there goes my advantage. But honestly, I think the venue looks really cool and I'm excited to play open airs. That's not something you see very often.
Hello guys, welcome back to Bellum Games StarCraft 2 Elite Major Tournament. Welcome back everyone. How are you feeling? I hope you're fine. It's getting darker and darker. We have 2 more best of 5s, and I would like to invite the players here, DNS and Stats. Give it up for them. We'll have a PvP. DNS, how do you feel about it?
Well, I went out last night, sadly, and I'm a bit sick, so I don't know, it's going to be a fun one anyway.
Oh, I hope you'll do your best. Stats, how are you feeling?
Good.
Okay, We're missing Solar, who is our translator, so we'll keep it simple. Guys, wish you best of luck. Let the better player win. Okay? Switching to our commentators. Enjoy, guys.
Thank you, no thanks, thank you. Excitement is through the roof. Stats is going to play DNS. We have a European / South Korean derby, and I cannot wait to see which Protoss comes out on top. Bellum, what do you think about this up-and-coming series?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, right? We saw Skillis play stats yesterday, did a very nice job. Clearly, he had the download. He has that YouTube video, he says, you know, he's going to A-move me on +2. Let me just kneecap that, not let him make that happen. And I was talking to DNS before today, or before this series, and I'm like, okay, how are you feeling about this? What do you think? And he's like, well, you know, I could do what Skillis did, but I want to march to the beat of my own drum a little bit. So I think I'm just going to make a lot of oracles. I'm going to stasis trap the map, and then any sort of move out, well, we saw how useful it was in that Kalozer series. It makes it really hard.
Yeah, but Stats is such an experienced player, though. I believe that he probably investigated his mistakes last night, and I think he should have worked a lot on them.
Yeah, maybe. It's kind of interesting, right? We've had a little bit of time, but, you know, a lot of that time is sleeping. I don't know how much time you are spending going and really developing this as much. And, you know, more importantly here, if you have a style that works, if you have a way that you want to play the game, I mean, we think of like Raynor, he goes triple orbital, he goes 3CC, you know, that's how he wants to play. He wins a lot of games while doing so. If that's how you play, does it necessarily make sense to go and change things up just because one player probably had you figured out? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think you should. I think you should be doing your own thing. Of course, you know, you should reminisce on some of your mistakes, but either way, I think this is going to be a banger, and I see that we are already ready to get inside of the game. So everybody, how are you feeling up for this match? Yeah, this is what I like to hear. Thank you to everyone that is here. And ladies and gentlemen, let us introduce our players. In the top left side of Side Delta, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the legendary Shieldwire. This is Stats.
And at the bottom right in the blue, representing Berserker Esports, looking to do what his compatriot did already. He's the blue Protoss player. It's DNS.
I love the passion from the fans, Bio. It's so cool to have these offline events. Online is very cool as well. You know, we see some cool games, but the energy, the feeling from the live stage, it's unmatched.
Oh, absolutely. Offline matters so much more as well. You know, you can play online from the comfort of your home, and you're sitting there, and I don't know, you got music on your second monitor, and you're having a good time. But offline events, when there's that added pressure of the crowd and being in the booth and just playing a little bit differently, you're all playing on the exact same ping. So you have that. There's no mitigating factor. It's not like Pyun versus Max Packs, and they're playing on US West or Central.
Yes.
No, it's as even as we can make it, and that means that we often get some of the best games that we possibly can. But as we get ready into this early game here on Site Delta, well, Site Delta Special Exalted, it has a low ground ramp on the natural, and now we actually get to see the Korean player, Stats here, do something that he doesn't do all that often. The Korean players, they don't really like this single gate expand. That's not how they like to play, but on maps like Site Delta, it's almost a given.
Yeah, because in the current meta, right, it's almost unnecessary not to go for the quick second expand, especially when there is a ramp leading up to the base. So already we can see both of them are gearing up for that second expansion. But the first one that is going to get it is actually Stats, because his prop is still here, it's still relevant, and it's not giving the DNS the space to plant the Nexus, and even the pylon goes down, so this will delay it even more. And he will scout the timing of the Stargate as well.
Yeah, you know, I don't know how much. DNS was actually saving the money for the Nexus, so it does make sense that he's going, and it does make sense that he's, you know, just a little bit delayed. But how upset is he really that he's going to get that Stargate out? Again, I was talking to him in the green room. He's like, yeah, no, we're going to build oracles. It's going to be a Stargate play. Now, I love this from Stats as well. You just continue to punish. Yes, a single Zealot will eventually deal with this. But this is Stats, game one, trying to get just under his opponent's skin just a little bit. Be annoying, delay that natural. I mean, pretty much this natural is getting started as Stats' natural is done.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and this will give you a substantial lead. And now, do you think the DNS is forced to attack? I believe so.
Nah, you know, I don't... regardless of whether he's forced to attack or not, I don't think he can.
Okay.
Right, he's gone Stargate. We're going to see an Oracle on the way. There's no tech. Nothing really enables an attack from DNS at this point. But DNS's response, I love this, didn't even notice. He's like, okay, you've delayed my natural. That's fine, Stats. You can have some fun. I'm going to try to take, actually, no, I'm sorry. I thought he was going to take the third base. He's taking his natural at the front, and that is actually a little exposed now to the Stalkers.
Oh yeah, absolutely, but good decision making by DNS. He didn't want to be too delayed, so I think that this was the correct decision. It looks a little bit like a PVZ, right, when you delay or when you block the hatchery of your opponent, but still though, now he has to be careful not to lose this Oracle though, DNS is, because if he does,
yeah, it can be a little dicey here, but
Yes.
Stats understanding that he has this opportunity right now. There's no wall in the main base, but this is still a single gate expand. Yes, there is a second Oracle on the way. Yes, there's a Stargate. But he realizes, okay, look, I have this position. My economy is better right now. I can run across the map. And you don't have a shield battery just yet. I killed your pylon. You can't get that up, which means a third gateway on the way, which means you can warp in Stalkers here. And Stats understands that he has a timing right now. We talk about him as the shield of fire, this defensive Protoss. But even the most defensive players, if they have opportunity, they will pounce on it.
yeah, well, some say that the best defense is attack, right? So I think the Stats is showcasing this right now, and I really love this proxy aggressive pylon that is here, because we see that the aggression is piling up, and already DNS is losing some probes, but somewhere something is happening. DNS is counter-attacking with his oracles.
Yeah, I mean, I take a look at this, and yes, that Oracle is really annoying that Stats is going to have to deal with. I don't know if he has a shield battery in the main base, certainly not the natural. But the problem, as I was going to say, is these Stalkers are a problem. That being said, you put stasis traps on things, it becomes a little bit less problematic. Even still, it's a 1 Stalker to 4, and there is no way that DNS can defend against this one. So Stats, Exalted, sees an opportunity, forces the natural at the third base, and just immediately, there's the follow-up. Third gateway going down, you're going Oracles, you don't have that production. What really is DNS supposed to do?
Well, GG out, basically, and this is what he did, but wow, what a killer instinct by Stats in this game. We can see him right now on our screens, very focused, very relaxed. He doesn't want to be on the receiving end again in a PvP.
No, absolutely not. Again, while it may be a bit of a surprise to, I think, a lot of people, that Stats did fall down into the lower bracket this early. Skills, of course, very good. Maybe even the favorite in that series. But still, you know, Stats top 4 in the GSL. He's been fighting for like #2 Protoss in Korea with Classic for the majority of the year. Sometimes when Heroes results aren't as you'd like to see, you know, maybe even the #1 Protoss player in Korea. And so to see him drop to the lower bracket that early is surprising, but now, in game 1 of this series, I think we're starting to see that Stats that we really expected to see coming into this tournament.
Yeah, well, maybe he needed some time to settle in, you know, it's a new country, new stage, so maybe the nerves got to him yesterday, but now he should be very calm, and I think he is by looking at his expression.
Yeah, I know, absolutely. So the question now is, we talked about this +2 timing, right?
Yes.
That Stats loves to go for. In the words of Skillis and Roddy, yeah, I got +2, I just A-move them. It's fine, it's okay. Well, now Stats has shown us something a little bit different. You talked about this in the start of the series. How do you adapt to players figuring you out? And in this game, Stats, great, we're going to go 3-gate. This is fun. I have a 2 base behind this. If I don't kill him, whatever, I got damage done.
He's a hit.
And if I kill him, awesome.
Yeah, well, 1-0 lead, very quickly. We didn't even settle in too much in this series. And still, we are 1-0. And our next map is going to be Golden Aura.
Yeah, you know, kind of an interesting map, right? Gives you that more macro play if that's exactly what you want to go for. So, you know, maybe that does factor into this +2 timing. But for now, let's talk about our player in the bottom right. He's down a map. The stasis trap was good, but we're going to have to see more for him. Again from Berserker Esports, it's DNS.
And looking to double his lead in the top left corner, we have the South Korean Protoss from Twisted Minds. Give it up for Stats!
So this is not a map where you, well, okay, if you're max packs, you go single gate expand.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah, if you're max packs.
Yeah.
Most players are not going to go for that single gate expand, and if they do, it's still going to be a gateway on the high ground. You know, it's a little bit more, we've started to see players like Hearthstone mess around with this a little bit more, where it's still a single gate expand, but you're on the high ground, and they just, or maybe even go double gate expand, but you don't get units out of the gateways, so you still speed up your Nexus. And,
yes.
You know, there are these ideas that you go for, but again, this DNS, this is Stats, I think we're going to see them just really stick to what they're comfortable with. Double gate expand, go from there.
Yeah, absolutely, and let's not forget this is an elimination match, so you have to feel comfortable in your approach, and I believe that playing your bread and butter here is super important. Your tournament life is on the line.
And so what I'm really curious to find out is what exactly is that bread and butter? You know, DNS again talked to him in the green room. He's like, I like Stargate. Stargate's great. I love that. Okay, sure. You know, maybe that's what he's going to go for. Stats, maybe more of a Twilight guy. We talked again about that +2 timing, but also how do you get there? You know, do you go and do you try to counter things? Just, you know, we're talking about stats. The +2 timing, it's going to pile on the map, you know.
Yeah, well, I'm very curious what he's going to build there. It might be a Stargate though, because it seems like it's in a very close range of the worker mineral line.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's actually DNS's pylon.
Oh.
You know,
Also,
green,
he
blue.
fact stats.
Oh,
He's
yes.
showing, okay, I have a proxy, but it's kind of not of a proxy, right?
Yeah.
Maybe this will force stats to overreact a little bit, maybe invest in some shield batteries that he doesn't need. So I like this move from DNS.
Yeah, we'll see. I think really when we see a lot of these like Schrodinger's pylons, you know, is there something there? All I know is there's a pylon missing. I don't know exactly what it is. A lot of that doesn't even necessarily feel about something that matters in the map that you're playing. I mean, it does. You do have to go and kind of second guess your scouting a little bit. But more importantly, it sets the tone for the series because like you put nothing there on the pylon in game number 2, you don't do anything with it at all in game 3, and then game 4 you put a proxy.
Oh, yeah.
And then you kind of lull your opponent into some sort of false sense of security. But for right now, look at this. Stats, Robo as a follow-up here. So actually he's not even as a follow-up. This is a 1-base, 3-gate Robo coming out of Stats, and it seems like his idea about how to play DNS, don't play the mid-game, that's not fun. Let's go kill him in 5 minutes.
Yeah, I really like this Robo. It shows that he's going for aggression, so I'm very curious whether DNS will be able to stop this, because let's keep in mind the Frenchman is already building the second Nexus, so if Stats doesn't find damage here, DNS is going to be way ahead.
Yeah, now certainly as we take a look at this, one of the benefits of the buff to the sentries, that means you can get them because they do bonus damage to shields. It also means that you have enough of them that you can put a sentry, or you can put a hallucination in the main base of Stats and see, oh, there's a Robo. There's a third gateway. I know what's happening here. And now it's incumbent upon DNS to figure out how he wants to hold. Low ground, probably going to be really hard. High ground, maybe a little bit easier. But this shield battery is extremely exposed.
Yeah, DNS should maybe go down a little bit on the ramp, but it's dangerous and scary there. There are 4 stalkers. They begin to shell the Nexus and Stargate follow from Stats.
Yeah, really interesting to take a look at this. So it's like, okay, Stats knows that he's been scouted.
Yes.
He knows that this pressure's happening. Looks like a couple force fields whiff. He knows what's happening, or he knows his opponent knows what's happening. So his response says, I'm going to keep pressure with it. That's going to be fine. But I'm going to go try to go and take down your follow-up. So there's going to be this Robo follow-up coming out of DNS. He's going to get his own Immortals, get his own Prism. For now, though, the force fields are solid, but they arrive right as the Prism arrives. So now that's just a little bit of wasted energy from DNS as he continues to try to take this fight. And with this pseudo-blink out of Stats, that is something that is... DNS doesn't quite have the tech to handle this easily.
No, and there was the battery overcharge used basically for nothing, so great job by Stats to bait this, and we have now Stalker versus Stalker battle, but Stats has the Warp Prism to support his Stalkers. DNS though, fighting hard.
That he is. And, you know, hey, the damage here is being done. The Stalkers are starting to get a little bit low, but again, I'm just really worried here, Exalted. There's that Oracle that's now done. He might even, he's waiting for 2 here. And that next hit, right, with a couple more Stalkers into the natural and double Oracle in the main, not that you even need to wait, right? There's no shield battery here.
Exactly.
But that next hit, that's where life gets extremely scary for DNS.
Yeah, and let's not forget, he doesn't have the sentry energy no more to go and scout, so basically he's in the dark for this technology.
Yeah, that he is. So now here comes Stats once again. The Oracle just about done. Now the front probably not going to get broken anymore. There are 3 shield batteries.
And 2 Immortals.
Yeah, 2 Immortals, right? And DNS is going to be feeling really good about this. He's like, I got my natural. I got 2 Immortals. I got you. Well, there's an Oracle that's going to dive in the main, and that we'll see how much damage that gets done.
Well, here the Oracles come. Let's see DNS's reaction to that. He's for sure going to lose some probes. And yeah, now he's like, oh no, you baited me to think that you have only Stalkers maybe, but nah, the Oracles are here. 6 probes going down. Not a single Oracle will fall, so I believe that this damage is quite good.
Not enough. No, take a look at this, right? Stats' Nexus is only just now done. He's probing up now. But even with those 6 workers going down, DNS, he maintains the economic lead. He has the tech lead. He has more Immortals. And, you know, maybe he has less gateways. He's down a gateway. Sure, fine. But because Stats was not able to break him, well, that feels rather difficult. That being said, we're going to have a Prism showing up in the natural here, trying to find a little bit more damage. But again, this was committed from Stats. His natural was very delayed. The Oracles, they get 6 workers, that's great. And now if they get a little more, that becomes a little bit more viable. But as it stands, Micro's, it's okay, it gets a couple workers, but it does feel like he could have gotten a couple more.
Yeah, for sure. But good job of DNS to position those 2 stalkers there. And now we see a Phoenix from Stats, and I like this. It can meet the War Prism mid-map, which would be bad news for DNS, for sure.
Yeah, common follow-up from this one when your 3-gate doesn't really work. And again, 3-gate plus stuff, right? As we can talk about this from Stats. Common follow-up is, okay, well, I have Immortals. You don't. I have a Prism. Maybe it's been sniped, maybe it isn't. But now I can run onto the other side of the map and start to get heavy economic damage done, which is exactly what he's going to try to do right now, targeting down these Adepts as they get warped in. You know, Adepts, as a counter to this, maybe not the best, but at least they're ranged. At least they don't take bonus damage. But the problem is now is there's going to have to be a recall eventually, because that Phoenix is going to start to show up on the other side eventually. Which means that this damage, these 5 probes, very good, absolutely. DNS very happy about it. But the moment that Phoenix arrives, just got to recall home. It's not worth losing this.
Oh, no. It's a substantial loss if you lose this War Prism with 2 Immortals inside. So great recall here by DNS. I believe he managed to do that. Behind that, of course, he is gearing up towards Blink. So he will be the faster Blink player. And here starts it, loses the Prism. Oh my God, this was a big loss.
Well, now, that was an attempt, right? It's getting a setup here, making the Oracles dive in as you go in, and making it really difficult for DNS to handle things. And, you know, he gets a couple more probes. But a Prism, 4 Stalkers in this game, that was the majority of the pressure.
And recall energy as well. You know,
absolutely.
this is also supposed to be mentioned, because this less chrono boosted stuff from Stats side.
Yeah, and now on top of this as well, DNS third base much faster here. You talked about the Blink much faster here. So it'd be tempting to, you know, for the last couple of minutes, have looked at the supply and say, well, you know what, look, Stats, he's up 10 supply. He's in a great, no, the tech is so far behind, right? I mean, this didn't get enough done, and I'm not saying Stats can't win this game. I mean, this is Golden Aura. Attacking into 3 bases is very hard, and I do trust Stats late game. I do trust his macro ability. But I like that. We've been seeing a little bit more of this, right? So Exalted just pointed out the fact that, okay, Glaives are on the way. And generally, I really like that, because they shred Zealots. And we actually saw a really cool game between Showtime and Hearthstone earlier today about it. Problem is, you know, that Glaives are going to be done, and before DNS even has charge on the way. And if he moves with a bunch of Stalkers, we'll see. For now, though, again, these Oracles. You know, the first hit didn't do a ton. We're starting to really see that value.
Over time, things are piling up, and already we see a 10 probably from Stats. So if he continues to defend well now, he's going to be ahead in the next several minutes. But still, though, DNS's Blink is a big thing to have on the map.
That it is, but you have to be allowed to be on the map to make use of it, right? That's the thing. DNS, he does have his third base faster, you know, doing well on that front, but he hasn't really been able to do anything until right now. And Stats is on 4 Immortals. He's got Glaives, sure, but more importantly, Charge is going to be done soon. +1 is going to be done soon. And attacking up a ramp, attacking into Golden Aura feels really hard.
Yeah, it does, and I like the, you know, the upgrades that the Twilight Console of Stats is producing. It's a Charge, it's a Glaive Adepts. The Blink is last, actually, which is kind of weird to see, because it's just too good of an upgrade. But if the Charge bots close the distance with the Blink Stalkers, they can be great. They can be great against Immortals, though, but the army of the Blue Protoss is nothing to...
that's exposed right there.
To not be afraid about.
Yeah, force field now. Those 2 Immortals very exposed, trying to go and chase the Adepts down as much as they can. Counter force fields are there, but I think the big thing that Stats had, you know, he's going to have, I mean, +1's very big. Let's be real about this. But he had that Immortal lead. He had 5-4. He has this defensive setup. And, you know, he loses one of those Immortals. Second one gets a little bit low. So now DNS is going to try to poke again here, look for that Concave. And that's where life gets really hard, because the Concave doesn't really exist through this choke. He has to run a little bit further forward. And for right now, Archons are on the field. Those are very hard to kill. But he has burnt shield battery overcharge. So maybe he moves in. But Stats is very confident in this. He's got the army supply lead. He's got these Archons, which are, by the way, stuck at the back of this army.
Yeah, they shouldn't be there, but still, though, Immortals are falling for DNS, and yeah, he needs to back off, but now he's forced to recall his counterattack damage.
I mean, I like it, right? It's like, okay, I'm going to try. Maybe the Phoenix isn't there. I can get something done, and worst comes to worst, I am going to recall. I'm already retreating back home anyway, so It's not quite like I'm in a really awkward spot, but now Stats, again, this opportunity. He's got 6 Archons on the field. He's got 5 Immortals, and he has enough charge lots to make the life of every single Stalker, every single Immortal, just a living hell. Now, attacking up the high ground, up that ramp, very hard. But this 4th base, Exalted, extremely exposed.
Very exposed, Bell. I agree with you. And DNS should defend it for sure, because this is his advantage right now. We see Stats building his 4th base behind that, and if he manages to destroy DNS's one, he will be in a very good position. And yeah, it seems like he's going to be able to do it. DNS should sack that because he doesn't want to lose his army just like that.
Yeah, sometimes it's better to go and lose a base than to lose the game. It's very easy to overcommit on a position that, like, I need this. I really need to hold on to this. And then it is a bit of a problem. So DNS holds the high ground. We're going to go see him expand at the pocket 4th base location a little bit in closer. But even still, as I look at this, yeah, attacking up that ramp is really hard. Just attack through the other side. This army from Stats right now with this +2 timing, we've been talking about it all weekend. +2 A move, and Stats is in a great position to do so.
Oh yeah, and now the Archons are kind of in front, so they're in the correct position. The Immortals here for Stats are too much, and yeah, he's pushing forward. Good force fields here by DNS, but Archons, of course, destroy the force field so they can march forward. And oh my god, just look at that army Bellum.
Yeah, I mean, the Archons were stuck behind the Immortals and the Zealots, so the force fields did a surprising amount of damage. The problem there is just the supply, right? DNS has taken too much damage, hasn't been able to grow into the mid-game the way he would like. And at this point, this is the +2 A move. We're looking at 6 or 7 Archons, 4 Immortals, 5 Immortals, and Stats, you know, his early game wasn't quite as good as he would have liked. Still able to make a comeback happen. Those Oracles eventually find the value that they need.
Yeah.
And Stats etches himself relatively quick 2-0.
Yeah. I mean, please guys, give us a longer series. I really want to watch more Protoss players battle it out against one another. It's very fun to watch PvP mirror matchup. It's one of the better matchups in my opinion.
Yeah, it's pretty fun, especially if we're lucky enough to get like that, Trigger Showtime earlier today, Hearthstone Showtime yesterday. And I think, DNS can do that. He really held on very well. It just, you go, attacking through that position gives your opponent the concave massively. So it's a little hard to attack into there. That's awkward. You're trying to really capitalize on this lead that you think you've made because I held the 3-gate. Great. Well, because Stats realized that was what's going to happen. Forge faster, right? He's able to grow into the mid-game just a little bit faster, and we saw what happened.
Yeah, 2-0. Stats is 1 map away of knocking DNS out. Will DNS manage to do it, and what does he need to do? Will he go for bigger aggression this time?
Yeah, I don't know. Really, it's interesting as we take a look at this series. Stats, I'm thinking of this. Okay, well, I think Stats is the overdog here. He's the defensive player. He's someone that's probably going to play defensive, probably going to go and, sit back, maybe not even sit back, but kind of go and get ready and receive DNS's aggression. But that's not how this series has been going. Yeah.
No. And I think this might have thrown DNS a little bit off guard because, maybe he expected Stats to be more passive on the map, but no, he hasn't been. And yeah, talking about the player that needs to start equalizing this series if he wants to continue his tournament run, ladies and gentlemen, from France and Team Berserker, this is DNS.
And on the bottom right, in the green. He's up 2 games in this series. Aggression, macro play, both working incredibly well for him. For Twisted Minds, it's Stats.
Yeah, he is twisting the minds of his opponents, it would seem. And yeah, I'm happy that we are seeing this side of Stats in the tournament because he said he wants to reach at least round of 8, right? So this is the way to do it.
And that it is, and it's also kind of interesting, right? Just taking a step back for a second, looking at the story of the tournament as a whole. I feel a little bit bad for Stats because he plays PvP in the upper bracket, PvP round 1 lower bracket, and if he wins this one, he's playing Trigger in the lower bracket round 2. So it's like, you only have so many builds, right? You're giving Trigger a ton of footage right now, you're giving Trigger a ton of footage right now to take a look at. Don't know how much that's going to matter, but he's only been playing 1 matchup, dude.
Exactly. But if he finds himself in another matchup, then his opponents wouldn't have seen him.
True, and he is also, again, fairness here, fair play where it's deserved. He's playing this series very different from how he took down skill, or took on skill. So still his skill has took him down. But, you know, we're talking about things. You said, does DNS get a little bit more aggressive on the map? Do we see more aggression from the Frenchman in game number 3? Well, I don't know if he's going to do anything with this pylon. We're going to have to see. I think the probe is still there, but there is a pylon on the map.
Ooh, and it's a proxy robo.
Ooh, the French special, right? You know, Art loves to do that one. Absolutely. You know, it's like, 3-gate robo. It's going to be fun. So DNS having enough of this aggression early on. He's like, no, this is my turn now.
Yeah, I think this correct call from him. Win or lose, he should try.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And it's kind of, it's funny in the context of a best of 5, especially. You do want to go and throw multiple looks at your opponent. It's tempting, you know, Clem does it a lot and he wins, but it's because he's Clem.
Yeah.
It's tempting to throw the same look over and over again to say, like, this is what I'm comfortable with. This is what I'm good at. But especially in a mirror matchup, especially in like a PvP where the mental game is as important as it is, doing the same thing over and over again, it's not going to work out all that well. But Stats has the read on this, by the way. This is going to get a little bit weird because it's proxy 3-gate exalted versus in-base 3-gate.
Well, yeah, the in-base 3-gate kind of has the advantage, doesn't it? Because you have your robotics facility exposed. If Stats manages to find it, it becomes a little bit harder for DNS to execute his game plan, but so far, so good.
Yeah, I mean, you say Stats can go and take the pylon down. Unlikely, right? Because this play from DNS is all about getting in his opponent's face. So if Stats can find a way to get a couple stalkers on top of this pylon, the game's already probably over, you know, realistically. So now it's all about defending. An Immortal on the way first. We should see a Prism on the way behind then. And DNS, by the way, crossing his eyes, dotting his T's. He's like, okay, well, there's Oracles. That transition in game 1, I don't want to lose that. There's a shield battery on the way, I'm assuming in the main base, just to make sure that he doesn't have to spend warpins at home, which is so important as we talk about this robo play.
Yeah, you need all the forces you can get in the front of the opponent so you can strike as hard as possible, and DNS is relying on that hard punch, one-punch knockout blow, basically, and Prism is already out, so let's see what DNS can manage to do with this timing attack.
Yeah, the problem is Stat scouted this way too early. So we take a look at this, you have to go up the high ground, and generally that works out because you got 3 gateways, you got a robo, you have more units. Well, there are more sentries right now, and yes, there's a Prism that can go and save it, and that's okay. But Stats is building as much stuff, if not more, right? So this position right here is not like DNS has more units right now, so he can start to take the production down and start to snowball this. This is not, I guess he's going to get one of these gateways, but again, Stats already has more stuff.
Yeah, that's true, and he has the defender's advantage either way. So now he's also feeling confident. He's going to queue up a War Prism by himself as well, and yeah, if he defends this, the counter attack is going to be very scary.
Yeah, the Prism is by far the most important part.
But 2 adepts are sneaking in though.
Yeah, but there are a bunch, there are like 7 adepts from Stats, so it's really not going to get a lot done. Now, that is interesting, as we're going to see the force fields go down. Immortal just runs away for the time being. But what is really interesting about this, as a couple, hey, that adept got a couple probes. What's interesting here is generally, the Prism is the most important part of this push, right? It gives you that micro ability for both the Stalkers and the Immortals. Well, Stats has built a bunch of adepts here. He wants to go get on top, trigger the hardened shields, snipe the sentries. And well, that is a bit of a very different approach to this build.
Oh, I really missed the War Prism Immortal versus War Prism Immortal micro. We used to have that all the time in this matchup. Now, not so often, so I really like that. But again, this time DNS is actually going for Phoenix, which I really like. Maybe he saw that from Stats the last game. He liked it, and now he's implementing it, which is pretty cool to see.
I mean, I think adding the Phoenix here is a very different idea from what we saw in Stats in game number 2. That was all about, okay, there's going to be a Prism, there are going to be Immortals. I have to go shut that down. This time, well, I guess we do have a natural on the way, so hello, hi, hi, wave hands, it's good. But more importantly, right, if DNS decided to continue to be aggressive, you can lift up an Immortal with that Phoenix, and you cannot save it with the Prism.
Oh yeah, you're very, very correct, and I like this idea a lot, so let's see if that will be used. So far though, Stats destroyed the proxy location, and this is the dangers we were talking about of building your technology in a proxy location on the map.
Yeah, that is certainly going to be true. I think what I'm just looking at, though, is whether DNS can hold on to the other side. He has his Immortals, he has his Prism. That's okay for now. But this army, so many adepts, really actually minimizing the power of these.
Are not ready, and Stats is hitting hard. Will DNS hold here? He is fighting for his life, ladies and gentlemen. And Stats, he has a lot here here in the front. He's destroying the Stalkers here. The Phoenix is trying to leave the Immortal, as you said, so maybe this will help DNS with the defense, but he needs his Immortals as well. Now he brought them up, and yeah, maybe, just maybe he will hold on, but I think Stats just has too much Bell.
Oh man, these sentries actually shredding the shields on these Immortals, making them far less impactful. A big problem with that fight. DNS, I don't know if he didn't have enough energy or what it was, but his Prism with the double Immortal there was on the other side of the map. DNS not able to get it back in time, and that meant that his third Immortal that he had rallied back home in preparation for this was not ready. It died immediately, sectioned off by all these sentries, and now, well, you have to be very careful. So Force Fields are going to go down once again. This time there are shield batteries, but I don't see an overcharge. One Immortal is going to get lifted, but again, it's one Immortal firing for DNS, and yes, sure, fine, one Immortal in a dream can be good, but not here. It's a nightmare for Stats.
And that's GG! Stats moves on in the tournament, and yeah, DNS is eliminated, sadly, but what a game by Stats, 3-0, very confident 3-0.
Yeah, everything worked out for him. His aggression did well, his defense did well. He was able to counter. In fact, game 3, that felt more like rolling the bones and coming up aces.
Yeah.
He also went for a robo play, went aggressive, and it turns out that his slightly more macro aggressive play just kneecapped exactly what he had.
Yeah, round of applause to Stats, and no thanks, take it away.
Guys, once again, give it up for Stats. We'll have a translator here. Thank you very much. How are you feeling?
A little nervous. I hope to do my best.
You will. Hello, Stats. Come, can we get here in front? Thanks, guys. So, yeah, yesterday Stats was playing very passive. Today he played aggressive in the first 2 games. So I wanted to ask him how he feels about it.
어제는 좀 수동적으로 플레이스타일이 엄청 강하게 나왔잖아요.
네.
왜 플레이스타일 바꾼 거예요?
일단 어제 좀 수동적으로 좀 수비적으로 했을 때 그때 좀 결과가 좋지 않았었어 가지고 그래서 이번에는 좀 공격적으로 해보자 해가지고 그렇게 준비를 했는데 잘 풀린 것 같아요.
So yesterday he played a bit passive and the results didn't end up too well. So he changed his play style, was a bit more aggressive, and it worked for him, so he was pretty happy with that.
Okay. Thank you. So, my second question is, yesterday he played PvP and lost. Today he won. Tomorrow he's also playing PvP. How does he feel about it?
어제는 PvP 졌잖아요.
네.
오늘 좀 이겼잖아요.
네.
내일 또 PvP 할 건데 어떻게 생각하세요?
일단 푸푸전 같은 경우에 좀 빌드 싸움도 크고 준비를 좀 어떻게 하느냐에 따라서 내일 경기가 많이 좀 달라질 것 같은데 내일 경기도 또 푸푸전인데 빌드 같은 거 준비 잘하고 생각을 좀 많이 해봐야 될 것 같아요. 네.
So it's another PvP for him. So he's going to do a lot of thinking, a lot of analyzing, figuring out what is best for him and works for his playstyle tomorrow.
Thank you. And one last question. Is there an opponent that you don't want to face?
꼭 안 만나고 싶은 선수 있나요?
딱히 그런 선수는 없고 제가 근데 계속 푸푸전만 하는 것 같아가지고 테란 선수나 저그 선수 뭐 클램 선수나 아니면은 뭐 저그 중에 뭐 레이너 솔라 선수 만나고 싶습니다. 네.
So he's been playing PvP non-stop now, so he's excited to see if there's any PvZs, but of course, Clem and Raynor are the ones to watch out for sure.
Thank you both so much. Stats, thank you very much. Wish you best of luck tomorrow. I want to ask some questions. DNS, I'm not sure if he is still around. DNS, are you here, buddy? He lost his tournament live, so we want to hear a couple of words from him. But yeah, like I said, I'm not sure. Probably he left. Oh, so he's in the booth. Okay, I'll go and ask him to come. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. He doesn't want to talk. Probably he's sad. It's understandable. But yeah, we have one more match for today, one more best of 5. So quick break and we'll be back. Stay tuned.
Well, at first I was a little bit surprised. I didn't really know Bulgaria had a StarCraft 2 scene, but I was very happy about it in the end because, I've never been there. With StarCraft 2 tournaments, we get to go to the same places over and over again, and for once we discover a new place, and it's not too far away from France, so I'll take it. Well, when it comes to this tournament, I don't really have any goals in mind because I don't really play. I haven't been playing full time for quite some time now. I just, I played the qualifier for fun because I had time. I made it, so I'm just going to try my best and see how it goes. Well, I used to work a little bit in sales. Nowadays, I took a little bit of a break. I'm quite unsure about my future, to be frank, but as of now, we're going to be playing StarCraft 2 this week, and then we'll see what happens. Well, I don't know. I like tennis. So sometimes you get the sun in your eyes, I guess, or the wind. So I don't play that much these days, so it's hard to assess my current level. I think PvP has always been my worst. I like PvZ the most, but when you look at the lineup of Zergs in this tournament, like Solar, Raynor, I wouldn't say I would enjoy playing against them, so it's tough to say. Obviously, everybody wants to avoid Clem. I guess that makes sense. Honestly, I'll just try to do the best with what I'm given, so we'll see how it goes.
Neither rain, nor snow, nor dark of nights will stop our swift companions on this journey. That was written about the US Postman, but it works absolutely here for our production team as the weather opened up and all of a sudden we have a bit of a delay. But now we're ready. Our final best of 5 of the day. It's gonna be a ZVZ first. The man who is very sad that despite playing for Team Roddy, no Phoenix can he make. He is from Team Roddy, Fjant. And his opponent, the Bulgarian mainstay from BSL Esports. Look at it, move further on into this tournament. He is Nitix. All right, Nitix, it's a ZVZ. You've already played one of these. How do you go move on? Fjant may be a bit of a different opponent. What are you thinking?
Oh, this match is going to be like a redemption from because of last game. I hope I do better, and I feel confident. I like the rain because it's getting cooler. I like cool weather. I don't like hot weather. I'm like a certain French World Cup 3 player, Le Tot, and I hope I do well.
So Fjant, you've had like 8 hours, 9 hours sitting here preparing for this one best of 5 today. You got anything cooked up for us?
Yeah, I watched Lambo play Deadlock.
Fair enough. Okay, so apparently Lambo playing Deadlock is the answer to ZVZ. That's great news. Players, shake hands, good luck.
And we are back, guys. Sorry for the little bit of a delay, but we had some rain issues. They're fixed, and I want to applaud each and everybody. You're standing there under the rain, clapping, showing the passion that is StarCraft 2. So big applause for the audience. Thank you so much. Of course, everybody watching at home, thank you for your patience. We are about to witness our best of 5, final best of 5 of the day. And no thanks, I couldn't be more excited. We have our Bulgarian representative playing against the youngest player in the tournament, the Swedish Zerg player Fjant. What are your expectations of this series?
Also, it's our last Bulgarian representative since MSRM lost already. I'm super excited. I remember Nitix playing a lot of ZVZs in our Bulgarian tournaments, but he used to be a bit better than everyone else, I can say. And still he lost to MSRM in the qualifier.
Yeah.
But I think he lost mostly due to his to MSRM's aggressive play style. I don't know what we'll see from him today, but I think Fjant is a lot higher level player, and we can expect eventually a pretty good series.
Well, yeah, but we haven't seen Nitix play competitively for some time now, and we really cannot distinguish his shape because, yeah, he played the ZVZ yesterday against Sour, but he looked good. Just some tiny mistakes cost him the games. Of course, Sour is a legend of the sport. He's a GSL winner. Fiando doesn't have that stage experience, and Nitix already has several LANs under his belt, so who knows? I would give it maybe a 50-50, 60-40 in favor of Fiant, in all honesty, because it's ZVZ, anything can happen, and I am more than excited for this series to start.
Yeah, absolutely. I will give it like 70-30, but still anything can happen in ZVZ, as in most mirror matchups. So yeah, we'll see where it goes. Of course, I love Zert. This is my main race, so I don't mind any of them winning, but of course, I prefer the Bulgarian player to win. But yeah, I wish them
a little
both...
bit biased there, but yeah, of course, you know, it's normal, but you know, I'm very excited to see how Fiant handles this pressure because the delay is on, you know, he has to be patient, he has to show that he is ready for the big stage. And talking about Fiant, the green Zerk is going to be located in the top left side of the map. From Team Roti, ladies and gentlemen, we have Fiant.
Whoa, there are a lot of Fiant fans here.
And in the bottom right, let's hear your applause for the Bulgarian representative with the blue drones. This is Nitix!
Whoa.
Yeah, the crowd is just amazing.
Yeah, big ups to the crowd, which standed here while it's raining. It's still raining here, but even Mother Nature can't stop us. So sorry, everyone, for the delay, but we are back in our final best of 5.
Yeah.
It's Nitix against Fiant, it's ZVZ,
Yes.
and the first map is Oceanborn.
Oh yeah, and ZVZ, no thanks, you know that this is probably one of my favorite matchups, and I cannot wait to cast one.
Really?
Yeah, of course, it's one of the most explosive matchups. I really enjoy the Baneling stage, the Roche stage. I enjoy the late game when the spellcasters come in play, and I really hope we get to see a late game ZVZ today, because so far in this tournament we weren't able to do so. So let's wait and see what the players have in store for us.
Yeah, I also prefer longer macro games, but usually in ZVZ it doesn't stand so long. But yeah, as we're looking at the production tab, everything looks quite the same, but it's too early to tell.
Yeah.
But yeah, we can say that there isn't any crazy aggression going on so far. And we'll see after this second hatchery is done what could be different in those build styles. But yeah, as you said, we haven't seen Nitix play for a long time except the game from yesterday. So I'm really excited to see him play. I saw some games of Fiant online just to get a look at his play style, and I really liked what I saw.
Oh yeah, he's a great player. I'm so happy to have him in this tournament. Of course, Oceanborn is a very macro map. We already said that a couple of times during the cast today. So yeah, I would imagine that these guys are going to go for the macro play here just to test each other out, and it's a long best of 5 series, right? So you really need to get the groove of your opponent. You really need to see what he has in store for you, and yeah, I just cannot wait. Of course, this second base, you know, this third base, it doesn't show you the intention of the player, because someone might decide not to build drones just to go straight link and go punish.
Yeah, it's really important to get the good scout information, of course, and everything looks pretty much the same from both players. We see a Baneling nest actually from Fiant, maybe a bit earlier than usual, but yeah, we'll see where this goes. He could probably try to be a bit more defensive as well. He can try to be a bit more aggressive. But we can see that Nitix is going to be aggressive for sure.
Yeah, he stopped drone production, 27 workers from Nitix, 16 drones, so now I really like the Baneling nest of Fiant, because maybe he's sensed that his opponent is going to go for a quick attack, and the Banelings here are going to be very crucial for the defenses, and we already see though Nitix is trying to transition behind that, so he's going to go for roaches after that. Of course, first he's going to try to deny the third base of Fiant, which would be huge if he manages to do so.
Yeah, he'll probably force a cancel here, because he has a lot of links already. No, there will be no cancel. Let's see, there aren't any Banelings. There are 2 already, sorry. So...
oh my god, this is what I was talking about, the Baneling stage, the link stage, oh my god, it's so explosive. truly, the Bellum now is very far behind. This catcher is getting very, very low. Will Nitix be able to deny it? No. Fiant with a good defense here, but this catcher is so low. Mr. No Thanks that afterwards, if Nitix come with several roaches, he will destroy it probably.
Yeah, and he already has 5 in the production, so they'll come. But roaches are a bit slower, so it will take some time. And by the time you can see Fiant is already counter-attacking, he went for the third base. Of course, there is nothing here because he used his larva for aggression. And still he sees the roaches as well, so he knows that they will come after. And we already see a roach run almost done from Fiant. So yeah, he's reading the game pretty cool.
Yeah.
He's using his links being very fast to control the map, so he didn't allow his opponent to go with the roaches further. And as you can see, he's trying to catch some alone roaches, which is pretty good as well.
Yeah. And he manages to catch one. Nitix though, he destroys the third hatchery, so this is a huge deal. Yes, Fiant is was leading with workers, but now he cannot mine from that third base, so great snipe by Nitix here.
Yeah, and also he is continuing to drone, so once he already did that aggression, he now only needs to defend pretty well, and we'll see if Fiant decides to attack, because he already has a lot of roaches done. And we see a lair from Nitix.
Yeah, one from Fiant as well. Fiant is a little bit quicker, but Nitix isn't that delayed, so they will have access to the second tier technology of the Zerg in the very near future. Now Fiant is moving on the map.
Yeah.
He has bigger army though, right now. So
Bigger army, and Nitix also just finished second round of drones, so he's droning a lot. He doesn't have any army here, and looking at the units, there are a lot more roaches, 12 against 4. And he just started the spine crawler, so they won't be ready. But still, if Fiant decides to wait, he's losing a lot of time.
Yeah, that's for sure, and let's keep in mind that Nitix's upgrade will be faster than Fiant, so if Nitix manages to buy himself some time, he will be in a very good spot in the roach versus roach battles.
I think he already, he made him come back with the roaches. He was scared that his third hatch could go down once again. So this was the perfect move for Nitix, I think. If Fiant was attacking, he would probably destroy his Nitix's third base. So everything looks a bit normal now.
Yeah, Fiant was a little bit hesitant, right?
Yes.
Yeah, maybe he should have pulled the trigger.
Like I said earlier while we were casting, it's a lot easier to watch the whole game than to be the player. And also, you said that they don't have a lot of experience on offline events. There is a lot of pressure on their heads. So yeah, but Fiant definitely trying to be aggressive here. He's morphing a lot of banelings. He has a lot of roaches, and let's see where this goes. But there are already spine crawlers. He has, I think, a break advantage, or maybe not. But still, he has the reinforcement advantage as Nitix. And let's see the banelings. The banelings probably will go through. They'll go to the natural, but still they...
No! Oh my goodness!
7 drones and maybe more.
9 drones. 9 drones for No Thanks with this bailing attack. This was a good attack, but now Nitix is going to chase Fiant's army away. Let's not forget, Nitix has the upgrade advantage. He has +1 attack. He has the roach speed faster than his opponent, and now he's going to crush Fiant's roaches here on the ram. So great trade here by Nitix. Still though, economy quite even.
Yeah, because earlier he made a lot more drones, so now everything is equal depending on their workers. But yeah, he has more roaches, better upgrades, and he'll move forward. And both of them are very precise to not attack, to not overcommit, because it's really important game. It's even if it's the first game, you still have to do 100% of yourself.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, Nitix is going to try to get up the ramp, and he should. But again, Fiant will have the defender's advantage, so maybe he should be very careful as well. He's trying to sneak in several roaches to attack the economy. 2 drones, 3 drones are going to fall, but still though, I think that this is going to be the maximum here. Either way, Nitix is leading in the game of drones, and usually this is a very good thing. No thanks.
Yeah, the thing I like from Nitix is that sometimes he decides to go with some roaches, with some links on Fiant's third base, which is super important in this kind of matchups, because in mirror matchup you really have to attack the economic side as well as the normal. So yeah, looking at the supply here, Fiant has the advantage right now. Looking at the workers, it's pretty close, so he has a bigger army, but still, Nitix is not allowing him to attack, and we see a Spire.
Oh yeah, the tech transition is here. Did Fiant see that though?
I don't think so, but we'll probably see now from our observer.
Yeah, I want to shout out our production. They fixed everything so fast, and Bull Stream, we love you truly. And yeah, Fiant didn't count the Spire.
Yeah, he doesn't know. And as we see, Nitix is already creating pretty defensive, making a lot of roaches, and he'll start banking probably. But we see a Spire from Fiant as well.
Yeah, but Spire versus Spire, when you have the quicker mutas, though, you know,
it's important.
Yeah, it's a big deal for sure.
Yeah, it really depends on the timing, and as we saw, if you lose some of the timing, which is pretty normal in that kind of situation, everything could go either way.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I see Zombie Group in the chat, big fan Zombie Group. Just wanted to say that, just to give this shout out. I'm happy to have this opportunity, of course, to do so. But yeah, let's see. Nitix's upgrade will be a little bit faster. Maybe if they're battling in the middle of the map, this would be an advantage. But Fiant, though, not that far behind. Nitix, though, starting up the first mutas, and he already did a drop award as well. So maybe he is looking for a multi-prong harassment here.
Yes.
No thanks.
And he's doing this like already 2 or 3 times, and it's really paying him well. So he should continue to do it. Couple of roaches here, try to sneak on the second base. They'll kill the queen and probably slow down the macro of Nitix. And he's attacking the 4th base as well. This is what I was talking about, but on the Nitix side, it's really important to attack on multiple locations. Let's see now the attack here from Fiant. He already saw the faster mutas, but his mutas are already on the way as well. And
yeah, but he managed to destroy Nitix's next base, and this wasn't a cancel, so good damage here by Fiant. Of course, he has to pull back because of the mutas, but he has 9 mutas coming on the way, and I don't see any mutas coming from Nitix.
Yeah, Nitix is reinforcing more roaches, and probably this won't be very good. He has already 4 or 5 mutas, and not also killing the 4th base. Fiant managed to kill the queens, which is really, really important for the Zerg.
Oh, yeah.
Really slowing down the macro.
Oh, yeah, some piles fell down on the heads of those roaches, but now it's really important to keep track of the muta count, because if you...
Mutas are fighting?
Yeah, muta versus muta, if you have lower numbers, you lose that, but 10 drones though, 10 drones fall here for Fiant, which is a good damage here for Nitix. He manages to equalize the drone count here, so that's great to see from the Bulgarian Zerg.
Those ways to deal is super important, to be everywhere. This is what... Oh, so we see Corruptors here from Nitix? He'll try to fight the higher muta count with Corruptors?
Yeah. Sometimes I like that, you know, it's interesting. It's an interesting matchup, yeah. If the mutas are overly produced, then they can deal with the Corruptors, but Corruptors are a little bit like roaches in the sky, right? They're heavy armored.
They're more defensive.
Yeah, they hit harder, so it's an interesting matchup for sure.
Yeah.
But still though, this amount of mutas is nothing to laugh at.
But still, while they're battling, we can see that Nitix can attack in multiple locations, which is what he has to do. He's probably trying to attack, no, on the second base, but still no. This is his whole army, and Fiant is, I think Fiant is attacking the third base. Yeah. Oh, this is the Muta and the Corruptor fight. Here, the Mutas are destroying the Corruptors, and this is not good for Nitix because he doesn't have anything to fight with them. He has 3 Corruptors, 4 Corruptors in production tab, but he'll have some drones killed, overlords, as well as the queens as well. So, and also these Corruptors coming out one by one, it's not good as well. And they're trying to fight with the Roach army. Fiant has even higher numbers in there and the better location right now. So it's super important for Fiant just to defense, and he'll have the game. And he's continuing to do a lot of damage here with those mutas, and there is no answer from Nitix. He lost already 15, 16, 17 drones, and he cannot push further from here. And that's his Roach numbers.
And that's the power of the mutas now, thanks. They can snowball very hard, and we can already see Nitix is kind of in a no-win position, and this is a GG. Fiant will take the lead in the last series of the day. It was a hectic game. It was back and forth, but the mutas, once they start piling up in the sky, once the flock gets bigger, this is what happens.
Indeed.
Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, take a sip, young Zerk player, you deserve it.
Yeah, everything was like ups and downs, back and forth, but yeah, it really depends on the small things. Like you said, the mute account was really important. Nitix was the first one to get mutas out, but he made like 4 and didn't continue to grow. He switched to corruptors, which were like 4 or 5, and Fiant had already the higher numbers. And as you said, once you stack up the mutas, once you get a bigger number, this is a lot better for you. And he started using them everywhere, which is also most important, so yeah.
Yeah, well, it was a close matchup, but Nitix really should have probably made more mutas, right? Because he had the faster Spire, maybe he just needed to hold down the mute button a little bit more. Maybe it would have been a different story. What do you think?
I think looking at the bigger picture, maybe this with the mutas was the most important part, but I really like the way that Nitix was attacking back and forth, like on the third base, on the second base. We saw that from Fiant only one time, I think, but it was really effective because he canceled his fourth base and as well as killed his queens, which is super important for the macro. And yeah, looking at the bigger picture, yeah, the mutas were the thing that changed the game, but there were a lot more things that went well.
But this goes to show, though, Fiant is very flexible, he's very adaptable, and he's showing signs of a great player.
And also, they are both learning from each other as time goes by, so I think we'll see a lot better second game. I like that they didn't start super aggressive, because usually it's best of 5, you can throw the first game, you can just do something crazy and not care, because you have a lot more games coming up.
Maybe you can do a little bit of a fromage.
Of course.
Yeah, yeah.
But still, yeah, everything is just starting. It's just the first game, so we'll see where it goes in the other games.
Yeah, I cannot wait. I really didn't see the video all too well, but I cannot wait to find out which our second map will be. And yeah, I hope it's a big one, because I really want to see a long, drawn-out game. Side Delta is the next map, so yeah. This map can actually be quite aggressive itself. The rush distance isn't that great, so who knows, maybe links are going to start flooding very quickly.
Yeah, we'll see. I think the weather is getting better here.
I think that no weather can stop the passion of the StarCraft 2 fans. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's jump into the second game. It's Side Delta, and in the bottom right side, we have the currently trailing Zerk. Will he be able to tie up the series? This is Nitix.
And on the top left, the green Zerk, he already one game up. Give it up for Fiant.
Yeah, big support for both players. I believe they deserve it. It would be sad that we have to say goodbye to one of them, but this is how the tournament works. I like all the players that are playing StarCraft 2, but in the end, only one can be the champion, the first champion of Bulgaria. I'm really curious who that will be.
Yeah. I would like to take the time at the beginning of the game to thank once again all the guys that are here. Even though it's raining, even though we started at a pretty hot spot and now it's a bit cold. Thanks guys for being here. It's an awesome venue, it's an awesome experience, and I'm really excited to be part of it as well.
Yeah. Well, thank you. No, thanks for being here. Truly, thank you just for being a part of this historic event, as this is the first major esports event in Bulgaria, and hopefully this is the first of many, because I believe that our country can be great host for such events, and the more the merrier, right?
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, I can remember like there was one not that big, but a bit bigger tournament than the normal local tournaments. It was back in 2013. We had Todd and Funka as caster and observer.
Nice.
And we had Elfie and Daishi as players. And
that's sick.
I hope I'm not missing someone, but yeah, the whole Bulgarian crew was a lot of different guys. For example, Stakiman, who was from the production, was one of the players there. But everything was amazing. That was just a small step. And now, like 10, 11 years later, I'm super excited to be here with this big venue, with all the big names here. And yeah, it's amazing.
Well, this game is immortal because of the fans, you know?
Of course.
The fan base is amazing, and the players, of course, they're grinding, they're pouring all of their hours in training, and yeah, man, I just feel blessed to be a part of this experience, truly, and once again, thanks to everybody that is watching us, supporting us, and that is enjoying the show. So far, though, the game is very stable, very standard, very passive. Both players want to expand. Both players want to progress their economical advantages, and we'll probably find each other in a good mid-game. And now Nitix will go for that Bellum nest himself. He skipped it in the first map of the series. Now he won't do so.
Yeah, and also he won't go very aggressive with the links as he did in the last game. But yeah, usually when you open at that timing, the Bane link nest is mostly because of defense. And when I'm saying this, I see 8 links in the production tab for Nitix as well as 6 drones from Fiant. So Fiant is investing into the economic state of the game, while Nitix will try to do something aggressive, though not super aggressive at the beginning, like the last game, but still he puts a Roach Warren as well, so he'll try to sneak into the third, maybe into the main base, and probably continue on with the roaches.
Yeah, I like this scout here from Nitix though. He's keeping tabs on the progression of the technology tree for Fiant, and we still see no lair for either of those players. So yeah, Nitix saw that he's probably safe enough to drone up a little bit, but 16 links in production.
Exactly. Now Fiant decides to be aggressive, and yeah, not only watching for the lair, also watching for some hidden links and stuff like this. It's very important to be everywhere. I said it a couple of times already. In StarCraft, the scouting is the third resource. It's really important to be everywhere you can, so you can know what your opponent is doing and react to it. But yeah, let's see. Nitix is answering with a lot of links as well. He saw what he wanted to see, and we'll see where this goes. Both of them are going to connect right now, and and we see the roaches follow up.
Well, these links, good reaction time by Nitix. His links came just in time to defend this third base. I thought for a second there things were looking a little bit dire as the army supplies, you know, we can take a look at them. 37 to 16, yeah, well, this is a little bit of a dangerous situation, no thanks. You need some time in order for the drones, the drone lead to transcend into an army lead, but this bailing here for Nitix was substantial. Nice catch.
And also, he's droning right now after the lair. So, yeah, Nitix looks solid.
Yeah, but he's the first one to start the lair, right? So,
yes.
I cannot see a lair for Fiant just yet, and he's the first one to start the attack upgrade. But Fiant, I believe he had 2 evolution chambers, so maybe he will fire 2 upgrades at once, or did he cancel one of them?
He
did cancel.
And he started doing a lot of links, which will follow with those roaches. So let's see if Nitix has enough to defend this, because it's very, very aggressive push here. And once the links come, it will be crazy.
Oh yeah, but Fiant's roaches are here. He's pushing hard. Nitix though, he's trying his best to survive this. He needs this spine thrower to finish, but it's not going to finish. It's going to be sniped just in the nick of time. And now we have this huge army advantage here for Fiant. Yes, in the drone count he is behind, but the army count is quite big. And now the Banelinks are rushing forward. They're sniping the drones. Nitix is trying to use his defender's advantage as best as he possibly can, but nothing is stopping the push from Fiant. He's going closer and closer. We can see a sigh of desperation here, and yeah, this is a GG. Team Rotis Fiant is going to double his lead here in this series, and he's actually, playing.
He's having a lot of fun.
Yeah. He's showing.
Like, I'm doing this, and he's also singing. And Nitix, you can see, is pretty hot. So, yeah.
Well, we fixed the AC though.
Yeah.
I just want to say that.
It's just the game is getting hot.
Yes.
But I think everything is fine. But still, it's that part of the game where the most important part, where you decide, should I go for more drones? Should I go for an army? And like a couple of times we saw that Nitix went exactly the wrong way. It's not like it's kind of the game sense. It's kind of the decisions you make. But still,
man, he's vibing though. He's vibing. He's giving me the vibes as well. Now
he's
I want
2 games ahead.
Yes.
He's 1 game from continuing his tournament life. It's super nice for him.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And he said that he really wants to win a map in this tournament. Well, he has won 2 already.
Yeah, absolutely. He's doing pretty good.
Pretty good indeed. But let's see if our Bulgarian boy can pick up the pace, though. I believe that he has the talent to do so. He has the skill to do so. So yeah, looking forward for a more close series. I don't like it when it's a 3-0, 2-0
Yes.
or 4-0, you know. I like more competitive matches. Not that they are not competitive, but just the scoreline, you know. I just like to see more maps.
Yeah,
No,
of
thanks.
course,
That's
it's
it.
out that it's important for me to watch more games,
Yes.
to have more fun, because like
Yeah.
more games is more fun.
Exactly.
And even if they are slower, like if we get to a macro game, it's a lot better. So.
Oh, yeah. Even in the EWC final, you know, when Clem beat Zero 5-0, you know, it was super impressive, but I was kind of rooting for a longer series because it was the first ever best of 9, right? I was very curious if we can get to that 9th map, but man, Clem is just on fire this year.
It's
But
like
still,
playing
though,
against a wall.
oh, yeah, he showcased that against Sour today, but that was a different series. Now we have the ZVZ and we have Nitix in the bottom right side.
Yeah, guys, give it up for him. He really needs your energy. His tournament life is on the line. And on the other side, on the top left, give it up for Fiant. He's already singing some songs, playing some music, having fun. He's one game closer to getting to tomorrow. So he really feels a lot better than Nitix. And yeah, I don't think, for example, from Nitix, I've watched, like I said, I've casted a lot of games from him, and he usually doesn't go aggressive, also in a way where he's losing 2 games. So if there is something squishy, I think it will be on Fian's side, but still we already saw that they both prefer to play a bit more solid.
Yeah, that's for sure. Let's see now. Golden Hour is a bigger map, right? So I believe that here the bases are a little bit easier to defend, especially the third base location is quite pocketed, so maybe attacks on it wouldn't work so well.
Yeah, we'll see.
I wonder though, will Nitix turn up the aggression? I really want him to start attacking, start punishing Fian and start imposing his rhythm in the series, because if he doesn't do that, no thanks, we will have a very quick 3-0
Yeah, he deserves to have one win at least. I will be really happy for him. Because, for example, MSRM lost today already, but yesterday he started with a crazy game against Trainer, which I think everyone liked a lot. And Nitix doesn't have that. He didn't manage to win any game so far. So it will be really cool, because like these are our Bulgarian representatives.
Yes.
Yeah, we really want them to win more.
Of course, our national flag, you know, to be seen more on the international stage, it's super nice, but already, no thanks, 2 Bulgarian participants playing against the best players in the world. I believe that this is an experience for them for a lifetime.
Oh yeah, of course. And also, I hope this will motivate the newer generation in Bulgaria, because as we can already see, Clem, for example, Fian, they are part of the new generation StarCraft 2 players, which are doing very good. I'm giving the example for Clem, but we can see from Fian as well.
Yeah.
This is what we want, because if we want this game to continue to grow and to happen, events like this, we need the next generation of players.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because, as you know, when we grow older, we get slower.
No, come on, no thanks. This is just a myth. But yeah, you're right. You're correct.
No, it's not.
I can see when I'm sitting down, I'm like, oh. All the time before I was like a spring, but still, I'm happy that at least my voice is working today, so I can enjoy the casting a bit more.
Yeah, let's of course look at the game. There is very important scouting from both players, using the links to get some information about the gas, about the tech, about the layers potentially. Of course, no layer from both of them super early. So they look at the roach timing and the Baneling nest. And now we see Nitix is putting a lot of links.
Well, he should, because Fiant is here, he's attacking. Nitix already has 3 Banelings though here. He's morphing several more, and yeah, Fiant should back up, of course. Nitix though, again with the faster launch one, Fiant though will have that upgrade advantage because his evolution chamber already completed.
Yes, and Mythics is droning once again. Oh, let's see those Banes, where they will go. Will any of them get to the mineral line? No. Oh, or yet? Oh, okay.
Oh wow, 5 drones. Yeah, this is huge in this part of the game. 40 against 35. That is big for sure. And yeah, if Nitix manages to hold on that lead, that would be very good for him. But Fiando, 12 links, 3 bannings, upgrades for the roaches. Now I think that he is going to start pulling out a lot of army.
Yeah, but still, we were looking at Nitix's nature, and we didn't see how he managed to kill those drones, but he did 5 kills already, so that's pretty cool. And now he has a 6-worker lead, which is super important, but let's see if he doesn't overextend into this. It's really important to create that army. We see a lair from Fiant and a lair from Nitix as well. It's a bit faster for Nitix, actually.
Yeah, yeah, but not that substantial,
Yes,
right?
yes.
It's near, and I'm interested in what technology these guys actually choose to go for. The first game we had Spire against Spire. Oh, and we saw how that go, but here though, the connections, they were good for Nitix, and he defended that well. And now he has a substantial army lead. You can see 30 to 12.
As well as worker lead.
Yeah. So the lead here is for Nitix. If he starts moving out right now, who knows, maybe he will find the damage he needs in this series.
Yes, and he started doing a lot of roaches, and he'll move out. And of course, Fiant knows about it because he has links in front of him, so he saw the roaches coming, and he starting to produce roaches as well. I like that Nitix behind this is doing some more drones, so he'll have even more advantage in workers. But actually, looking now, Fiant is the one with the advantage of drones. But let's see about the fight.
Yeah, the fight is important. He manages to tie up the supply, so we have a very even game on our hands, no thanks. And finally, just finally, maybe, we can see that mid to late game, Zerg versus Zerg.
Yeah, let's see. But I like that Nitix decided to come back, to not overextend. But still, their workers are almost the same. Nitix has the army lead, but on the upgrade side, he's a bit slower with the attack.
Yeah. But still though, he's catching up on that. 2 evolution chambers against 1 though. Our observer is pointing that out. And yeah, this will turn into a problem, no thanks, in the future, because in a mirror matchup, the upgrades, the workers, everything counts. And when you get the lead on some of those components, you are going to feel pretty good.
And we see Hydra then, as well as Spire from Nitix. I don't know if Fiant saw any of them. I think he saw the Hydra then. Yeah, he saw the Hydra then. But I don't know where the Spire is.
Well,
Okay,
here it is in the
it's
third
here.
base.
And did he saw him?
Did Fianzi? Yeah, I'm interested because Nitix is trying to hide it very well. And yeah.
He
Out
only
of
saw
sight.
the Hydra then, which is cool, because he'll think, okay, I'm expecting some Hydras.
Yeah, really. Nitix needs that Spire. He needs the time to make the mutas. He needs to just impose his will on the Golden Aura map if he wants to save his
and he
tournament
cancelled
life.
the Hydra then, so it was just a little
Just a
mind
fake?
game.
Yeah, nice. It was a deep fake, actually.
Yeah. He did well. We'll see where it goes. He's planning an attack as well because he's pushing a lot of roaches. Oh, he managed to move out, kill the queen of Fiant, and he'll kill some drones. He's going back here because he has lower numbers, which is perfect. Because he managed to do a lot of damage here. 6 drones already are killed. And
And Fiant is not mining from the main base.
Of course, yeah. And now the Spire is done and we have 4 mutas in the production top. Fiant doesn't have Spire at all.
No, he doesn't have any anti-air, I believe. I haven't seen neither a Hydralisk then or anything like that. And let's keep in mind, mutas will give you that map control. They will give you that space. They will make the map darker for your opponent. So yeah, I really love the Spire play here by Nitix. I think Fiant is going to get caught off guard here.
Yes, the mutas will soon come and fight, and he's trying to be aggressive here as well, which is super important. The mutas are here now.
Yeah, they are going to show away on the Ravagers.
Of course. They're focusing the Ravagers, and very good bios. Let's see if they can do some damage. Fiant managed to move pretty good, and he's going further because he has bigger army. but the Mutas are constantly doing damage, and he's receiving those bios as well. Here,
the
very
bios
nice.
work
Very
crazy
nice
good here.
bios, and all the reinforcements are coming. The Mutas are here as well, and he probably won't be able to even kill the hatchery. So pretty good.
Amazing
pretty good
defense
play
here by
Nitix.
Nitix. He is showing that when he is up against the rope, no thanks, he is playing at his best. And I'm very happy to see the Bulgarian Zerg shine like this on the international scene.
Yeah, of course. He is attacking back. He has the supply advantage, like a lot. And even though Fiant has the Hydras out, I don't think they are in bigger numbers. Here is pretty important to get in the right spot. Fiant is in a lot better position, but does he have the army enough? I like the bios that are attacking the
I think Nitix is doing it. I think Nitix is doing it. Yes, Fiant has the upgrade advantage here, but he doesn't have the army to...
as well as the bios
and the
are
bios,
pretty
my
good.
goodness. It's raining here in the stage, it's raining bios on the map, raining all around, destruction all around the map, and the Mutants this time, I think, are going to win it for Nitix because there is just no anti-air, and this is it. GG!
Yes. Nitix is looking at the stars.
Oh, yes. I was wondering, is it raining inside? But no, apparently he just needs to cool himself up.
Yeah, those Mutas were on fire, man.
Yeah, Fiant is a little bit disappointed, not vibing all that much right now. He needs to stay calm and focused though. He only lost one map, right?
Yes.
He's still ahead, he's still on match point. So he needs to shake this loss off and just play fresh, with a fresh mind, and just play comfortably as he can.
Yeah, and I also hope that Nitix is like fixing his mentality, because it's really hard to start winning after losing two games, and like every game that is coming up is the match point for your opponent. It's super hard to do this. We also saw Fiant in very good. He was like vibing, he was singing some songs, so it's really, really good for Nitix.
Oh yeah. Well, and it's good for us because we wanted to close the
More
series.
games, guys, more games.
At least 4 maps, right? At least. So yeah, I cannot wait to see what the next game will bring us. What we can tell though, these players are evenly matched, it would seem.
Yeah. It looks like they're pretty even, which is amazing because, like we already said, we want to watch some more games. And yeah, if we get to a 5th game, it will be even more amazing. But let's see.
Yeah, well, the reverse sweeps are a rare thing at the StarCraft scene, but still though, they are not impossible, and Nitix, who is the player in the top right side, will try to tie up the series. Will he be able to do it? Let's find out.
And on the bottom left, he's still on match point. Give it up from Team Rotis Fiant.
Man, this is 6th series to close out the day, though, no thanks. And I'm so happy we have the chance to cast the Bulgarian ourselves. And yeah, a long day of 8 games. All of them were amazing. Most of them went to the final map, which was very cool to see.
Yeah, it's awesome to cast more and longer games.
Yeah.
It's amazing. I hope that the viewers are enjoying as well, because it's like really, really good to watch even players, because when it's one-sided, I don't know, it's not that cool.
Yeah.
But when we have close games, when we have close plays, it's a lot better to watch.
Yeah, that's true. Oceania, though, very cool map. I like that here you can take some gold bases as well. There are those, but if you want to access them, first you need to destroy these rocks, and yeah, our observer is showing us right now. Basically, there are 2 parts of this map, right? You need to either mine those minerals or just destroy the rocks to get to the bottom side of the map.
Yes. We'll see how everyone uses the map.
No cheese so far, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Solid players, solid games. I like that, actually.
Yeah.
And it's also, it's pretty risky, you know? In ZVZ, one bailing bow and everything goes around.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I prefer it to be like this. Solid play. And also, I think it's better to play like this. Like in my mindset, I never try to be aggressive because I think that you learn more when you play standard.
Oh, yeah.
But still, maybe this is not the best way. It's just how I like it. So, yeah.
Well, in the best of 5 series, I believe that sneaking up cheesy build is good because it can throw your opponent off guard, but it's very risky to do so when you're trailing. So I can understand why Nitix is going for the more standard macro play. Fiando, feeling confident in his abilities, will do the same.
Yeah. We'll see if there is anything different here in this game, but I don't think so. Like we already said, most of the games so far were pretty solid.
Yeah.
Nothing super crazy. Yeah, we see a couple more links by Nitix, but it's not a lot.
Oh,
more.
this is just a standard number of links. They're just going to run around the map a little bit, you know, try to defend, maybe if an attack on the drones is coming or something like that. But overall, very standard things so far.
Yeah, gather some information, take a look at the opponent's base, eventually catch some drone, link, stuff like this, but mostly to gather information about the second, the third base, about some maybe earlier gas, stuff like this. But yeah, pretty standard.
Guys, all of our lower bracket matches, all of our elimination matches are in best of 5, and I believe that this is one of the best formats for an elimination match. So yeah, upper bracket best of 3, lower bracket best of 5, let's go.
Yeah, I really like this as well. Okay, so we have the evolution chamber here. Maybe not about upgrading at this time, but still using it as a block. And we see Fiant using the Roach Warren.
Yeah, of course, but Nitix will build one himself.
Yeah, as well.
This time though, Nitix does have the faster evolution chamber, so I wonder, will he start the +1 missile upgrade shortly, and he does.
He just...
Yeah, so he will have the upgrade lead here, Mr. No Thanks.
Yeah, and I think, I was just about to say he'll probably make some links and then follow up with the roaches. I think so far most of the games he did like this, but he didn't use the +1 attack. So this is a bit of a difference from him, and we see a big difference from Fiant.
Oh my goodness! These two Bellings though, they sneak in, they snipe 5 drones. Now Fiant, very angry. He is trying to counterattack, but Nitix isn't letting him. The Bulgarian Zerg is showing his class.
Yeah, he's doing pretty good, but that was, I was going to say, is that the lair is a lot earlier from Fiant, and I don't think Nitix saw this in any way. But yeah, like the last game, he managed to go through with some banelings, managed to get the worker lead. Still though, in this game, it's not that bigger like in the last game. But yeah, this is the small things that kill.
Oh yeah, for sure. They pile up, but now though, these links here are a big nuisance for Nitix. He is going to probably lose the queen here, but still manages to find a couple of drones on the other side of the map. Just for a few links, I think this is a trade Nitix will take any day of the week, and today it's Friday.
and also, he has his roaches out, and he'll have the faster +1 upgrade. I don't think he'll attack, or if he does, he'll take the advantage from that. But yeah, he's moving out, he's trying to snipe some links. Those links are what is Fiant doing to keep him in the base, because, and we see a Spire from Fiant.
Yeah, this time he is the Spire player. Nitix has the lead here, but the Spire could be a big thing to deal with, because as we saw on the first map, Fiant is relentless when it comes to Mutas.
You know, that mini mind game that Nitix did with the Hydralisk Den and the Spire, it was, I think, because he sees that Fiant is scouting a lot.
Yes.
But we don't see that much scouting from Nitix, and this could be really bad for him because of that Spire.
Yeah. Maybe he should sneak in an Overseer inside. He already has the lair done. But still though, he's
focused on the attack, I think, but let's see where it goes.
Well, keep in mind, if Nitix... 6 drones fell somewhere. What happened there? Maybe some Bellings blew up in the main base. Yeah, 6 drones here, 6 drones there.
Did he see the Spire? If he went to the... Where is actually the Spire?
In the natural,
it's in the natural.
I don't know if Nitix saw that, but either way, Fiant doesn't have an enormous economy to support those Mutalisks. He has like 400 gas right now, so only 4 Mutas can be fired up. Nitix though, if he manages to get into a substantial amount of roaches, even few mutas won't be so scary, but Fiant will focus purely on the mutas, as I believe he should.
Yeah, and also when the numbers grow of the mutas, it will be really harder. And it doesn't seem like Nitix is going forward.
No, he isn't. He is now defending this aggression from Fiant. Some scouting here with this Rambai as well. Of course, it won't do anything, but it's keeping Nitix's roaches inside. And yeah, the response for the late mutas, for the late Spire Scout, so to say, is Hydralisks plus Infestor. But this is a tricky situation to be in, no thanks, because right now Fiant is going to have the map control.
Yes,
and you, as the defensive Zerg with the Infestors and the Hydralisk, you really need to position your army in a defensive state. You cannot really go out on the map because the mutas are just going to wreck your economy, but the roaches though, they need to be sent straight away to the other side.
While you're saying this, yeah, Nitix decided to go forward with those roaches. Let's see if he will be able to make some damage. And I think once he saw the number of roaches, he decides to go back. He'll have some damage on those roaches, but everything is fine. Let's see how many Hydralisks he'll make, because as you can see, Fiant is not overcommitting into mutas. He's still building up a roach army.
Yeah, well, he has enough mutas in the air right now. They are pressuring these Nitix and
they're gaining the map control, which is most important.
Exactly. And look at the supply though, 180 against 134. What happened? No thanks.
Well, I think Nitix committed more into the tech, into the Hydras. Hydras are more expensive. He'll have one Infestor and a couple of Hydras. The drone number is pretty equal, and the base numbers are pretty equal, except that Fiant has this gold base, but still hasn't mined from it.
Yeah, but Fiant is shelling away at this base, and he's probably going to destroy it. Oh, the bios were very good. Great connection by the Swede.
The Infestor will do something.
Oh no, Fiant is not attacking correctly. He's attacking. Attacking the gas station instead of the workers, which actually gave Nitix the time to build the Spore Crawler here.
But he managed to kill that base, and also his bios are devastating to Nitix. So he's winning in a huge margin here with that army. And as you already pointed out, he's in a big supply lead, and he'll move on forward. And I don't see enough army from Nitix here.
No, 100 against 50, it's not a good thing. But the Bios though, they rain down the roads. Nitix is going to pull the heroic drones to start defending here, and he will give his hardest to deflect this aggression from Fiant. But 11 drones fall here, and this is it. GG! Fiant manages to take it 3-2-1, but what a series that was, no thanks. I am very happy to see that.
Amazing series. Fiant did pretty good in the final game. He read Nitix in the last game pretty well, and he knew what to do. And let's hear from him.
Yeah, applauses for our two players. They played their hearts out. Applause for Nitix as well, and Bell, take it away.
All right, we're gonna get Nitix Fiant in just a second. Let's get that one straight. Man was bumping, right? Doing a great job. Fiant, come on over here. Let's try not to blind you a little bit too much. Here, let's right up in front. So, Fiant, first question for you. You know, you were vibing, you were bumping. You know, there's some famous playlists in the StarCraft scene. What are you listening to?
I was just listening on one song on repeat. Blåa by Hovet.
Fair enough, getting ready. You know, getting even so excited that you kind of knocked the door open a little bit after game one. It's fine, we got you. We figured it out. But I want to know about this Muta play that you were playing in this series. We don't tend to see a ton of Mutas in ZVZ all that often. It tends to be more roaches and things. Is that just how you like to play? Like, tell me about that a little bit.
Well, it depends a bit on the game. In the fourth game, I was like, okay, I'm completely dead, but let's pray to God that he doesn't go across the map. Let's try to keep him at home and just go mute us behind it.
Fair enough, yeah, it worked out. So also, I don't know if you saw this, but in game number 3, Nitix, he dropped a Spire and a Hydra Den at the same time. He canceled the Hydra Den at the end. Did you see that, or does that just totally catch you off guard?
Well, I saw the Hydra Den. I was like, what is he playing? I didn't expect the mutas, but I should have because he was playing 8 gas, so it's just my bad.
Yeah, fair enough. But now, looking forward a little bit, you know, you've taken down your first scalp here in this tournament. Well done, by the way. But now we heard you like some ZVZ, right? You know, just 3-1 here. You get this beautiful reward, Fionn. You get to run into Lambo next. Tell me about that.
Well, Lambo is scary, but he's been playing too much Deadlock.
I mean, we did hear that the way you get good at ZVZ is to play some Deadlock. That was what I heard before this series. So now the story is changing?
No, I was watching. He was playing.
Ah, okay. Anyway, Fionn, congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Bell. Thank you, Fionn. Nitix, thank you as well for giving us all these emotions, brother. It's always tough to lose, but man, the series was crazy and the vibes were just amazing. Thank you for this amazing feeling. How do you handle this situation?
The situation, man, I'm so happy to be out. The weather is so nice here. I can finally breathe. It's like a sauna. And it was a very interesting game, I think, versus Fianton, because we're both very kind of weird, very aggressive. Good games can happen. And something that I like doing in ZVZ, might be stupid, very weird, but I like going, instead of going like Muta into Roach, I like going Roach and switching into Link Bane, Muta, because they make Hydras, and I just start inting all over the place. Sometimes works, sometimes doesn't, but it's very fun to watch. I tried to do it, didn't work, and I can breathe now, so it's very nice.
Well, it didn't work this time, but Nitix, it has been such an honor to have you here on the stage. You are one of my favorite all-time players, you know. I have followed you from almost the beginning of your career, and yeah, being here on one stage again with you, thank you, brother. I really hope to see you next time again, and yeah, now we are going to enjoy the tournament together, I hope.
Yeah, of course. Thank you very much, guys. Thanks for watching those fiestas.
Thank you, Nitix. See ya. Well, guys, there you have it. We have the day completed, and you are still here despite the rain, despite everything. Thank you so much to everybody here, to everybody watching at home. I really hope you enjoyed. Tomorrow we have more series. We are going to start with the lower bracket with the best of 5 elimination matches. Then we are going to go to the semifinals of the winner bracket. Are you excited for tomorrow? Yeah, that's great. Well, sleep well and see ya tomorrow, guys. Have a nice rest.
Well, I was kind of surprised about it because it's a huge tournament in Bulgaria and that's a great opportunity. And I'm really happy about it and being able to participate in it. It's amazing, and seeing all those amazing players around me is just very inspiring. I've tried some other RTSs that came out recently, but honestly, none can really catch the same charm as StarCraft 2. So when I learned about this tournament, I started practicing. And it's been going smoothly, and it's just very enjoyable. I haven't played in one, so I think a challenge might be the weather. It's pretty hot, but we'll see how it's gonna go. But it's really interesting, and I think it's definitely worth it. It is very. I think I've matured a little bit from the Bulgarian tricksters. I just want to test my skills against players, and I'm just gonna bring the same energy they bring to me. Instead of trying to trick them, I'm just gonna try to beat them at their own game.